Hey guys, welcome to our Cyber Monday. You like to call it Thanks Black Monday?
Thanks Black Monday.
Thanks Black Monday, but it's on Cyber Monday live stream. So, odd hour for us to do this. As you can see, it's noon or just after. This is our one really long live stream we do all year, so it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 hours, unless we totally just tap out. We've got guests, got tons of guests coming in, so different Walton's employees. We'll have Dylan Walton, who will be up here to answer any meat processing questions you have. So if you have that, or if you have some of those, stick around with us. He'll be coming on. You reorganized everything.
Your organization sucked.
I hate this.
You had so many little boxes everywhere.
So it's just like, this one's done. This one's done. Now everything's together. Terrible.
But it has headings.
Terrible.
It has check boxes.
So Dylan will be on at 3. So if you have any meat processing questions that you've never had answered really to your satisfaction, that would be a good time to ask them. We'll try and watch chat really well around then. But until 1, you're stuck with Austin and I. We're also going to do a couple weird little things on the podcast last week. Was that when we did the wraps?
Yeah.
We did a prosciutto and bacon wrapped quail, and it was just, I thought it was amazing.
It was good.
So I've got some of those that I'm going to put on the grill here in about a half hour, so we'll eat those somewhere around 1 with Kurt. Then somebody on Meatgistics was asking about using an ultrasonic cleaner to tenderize steaks. So we went out and bought a cheap little one, and we're going to test that. So our version actually fixes one of the biggest problems with using it, because ours doesn't do heat unless you ask it to. So we're just going to have it go with no heat so it doesn't partially cook the meat. So we'll go from that to a reverse sear, and I've got a control steak. So I'll try and have those ones ready for Dylan and Flip.
So that's all happening live.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just head back there for 2 minutes while move steaks and stuff.
It's like the one thing we didn't put in here when we built this studio, which I kind of wish we would have, but I don't think I would have ever talked Brett into it. But
a hood?
Getting a gas. Yeah. Gas stove and a hood.
Yeah.
Because we could probably do all of our cooking right there.
Yeah, we can't, even though it's just a glass top. This room fills up with smoke so fast, and I get so nervous. And then when I run the air to pull everything out of here, everyone else complains. So it's just, you can't win. You can't win. So I do all the cooking outside. All right. Looks like Papa Sop is already drinking, according to him at least. Dennis Fairbanks is lording over the fact that it's 84 and sunny where he is when everyone else is apparently in the snow and disgustingness. We're going to do a bunch of things today. We are going to combine kind of our monthly live stream into this one. So we are actually going to draw the winner for November's, and then we'll put up December's giveaway. Now, December's giveaway, for those of you who follow me or follow a lot of what is talked about on Meatgistics, you guys already know we are doing a chambered vacuum sealer. So the Walton's chambered vacuum sealer, we are going to make that our giveaway item for December. It is above the legal limit, so whoever wins it, we're going to send some paperwork that you're going to have to fill out before we send you the item, but that's really just for the IRS. We keep it on file. We don't submit it. You're supposed to submit it, and we just keep it in case we get audited. So, cool?
Cool.
That's it. See you guys.
Well,
I guess we're done.
Thanks for being here, guys.
I guess we're done.
See you next year.
All right.
Sorry, someone's asking if Colton's going to be a guest today, and I don't know why they would even bother.
Good Lord, no.
Asking such a ridiculous question.
Is that person Colton?
No.
It must be either his mom or his wife then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Kurt coming on at 1, Brett Walton coming on at 2, Dylan coming on at 3, and our product development guy, Andrew Flippin, coming on at 4. We're also going to have flash sales. I've got some coupons, and we've got a good amount of giveaways. We're going to try giveaways a little bit differently this time. What we're going to do is draw winners and then email you guys a code. That code will then get that item added to your cart for free, so that I don't have to follow up with an email the next day and forget about it for a few days. All right.
We already got talk about K-State football. Once again, I don't know. Guys, we use meat processing, okay? Let's keep it clean, right?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. We obviously, Notre Dame couldn't take care of it, so looks like it's going to be Mojo.
It's going to be Mojo for sure. And I forgot to bring it up before we started, but technically the season's over.
That's a good point.
Obviously it's not.
Well, we don't
It's
have a
obviously
championship
after.
weekend.
It's the final rankings.
Okay.
Obviously.
I was just thinking maybe you should go ahead and wear your princess button for the 5-hour live stream.
Also, let's be honest. You were supposed to wear that princess button when I beat you on the best grilled cheese, and you didn't.
I don't remember
That's
that.
exactly
though.
what you remember. You remember it.
And, of course, they're talking about the name of a new seasoning that we came up with this last year. Notre Dame, if they finish better, we'll call it Mo-Ho. And if K-State finishes better in final rankings, Mojo. It was a big naming problem.
Just imagine during Christmas we could call it Mo-Ho-Ho-Ho-Ho. But with yours, we can't do anything like that.
Why not?
No, Mojo does not have the same ring.
What did I want to call it? There's something ridiculous that you vetoed immediately. Or no?
Umami.
Oh, wait. So that was the different one then, right? Yeah.
No, that's the next one.
Okay,
that's
cool.
The next one. We will also have some tumblers. Austin, of course, is going to give away one of his leather aprons. We're going to do a mixer. We're going to do a patty maker, 600-pound scale, some knives, and a few other things. But we didn't do anything with a code for that. So I will email Rachel and we'll get a couple. Nice catch. Good catch.
That'd have been bad.
So we'll give away a few of these mugs as well because they're pretty awesome.
Gotta log in. 2-step. Kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's terrible. All right. Mugs. And I think we have a bunch more of the Waltons and Meatgistics ones than the BHA ones, right?
Should, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we do.
There we go. Okay, I was trying to comment, and I couldn't comment because I wasn't logged in, so I had to get that. Gotta kick things off hard and fast here. I already drew a winner for something.
Oh, my.
Funny story. I'll put this out here, and then I'll tell it. That way we give the guys time to comment here. 5 minutes to respond to claim your free gift card. I can't say the guy's name. Todd Sioneaux. Sioneaux.
He's won before. Isn't that the guy that we argued about what his... No, it was something different than
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah, you're right.
But I said we were going to give away gift cards. So generated a whole bunch of gift cards and got that good to go. But talked about on the podcast that we were going to do that. And I was like, oh, whoops, I didn't do my due diligence. I was supposed to go figure out how we were going to actually like account for that in the back end. And our controller was listening to the podcast this morning, and I sent him my email about it like within 15 seconds of him hearing that part, and he just died. He's like, that's what the email's for.
That's funny.
We don't have that worked out yet, but nonetheless, we
can
will.
still use
we're
them?
giving away gift cards, and we'll figure out how we account for it. 'Cause
Okay.
our system's funky, but
So that person has won one of the coupon codes, right?
gift card.
Gift card. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So we need to email that to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Can't put it in chat.
Oh, there we go. Well, no, yeah. So I'm waiting for him to respond. He just did. He responded in chat, so we're good. But now, yeah, I will email him the gift card code. I'll do it while we're sitting here.
Oh,
it's just simple.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Todd says, I am here, pronounced like the letters CNO.
No. CNO.
CNO. Interesting. Cool last name, though.
So you literally just say Cieno.
Definitely unique.
All right, while there are fewer people here, 60-pound or 600-pound scale, patty maker, 20-pound mixer, tumbler, knife, leather apron. What would you guys like to see us draw while it's just the 100 or so of us? Let us know in chat, obviously. Where's my chat? There we go. Cookies. I'm wearing the Walton's long sleeve t-shirt today because the patriotic one, a little snug, ate a little bit over the last 5 days. So
Yeah.
See, I have the opposite problem. My super soft one feels loose and big, and then that one, the long sleeve with all the cuffs, the extra.
Oh, wow.
It's all tight, so. Or maybe you got a women's.
No. Although your mom and Allie asked if it was okay with me if they created a female Walton shirt. I said no. How dare you? No. Of course I said it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Most of the time, most of the shirts we get are just like unisex shirts, but yeah, they don't fit the same way for females. So
I just don't want to see any pink on it.
yeah, it's got to be in the brand guidelines.
All right, so we've got Robert Dilworth is asking, how do you register? Go to waltons.com/live. At the bottom of that page, there's a giveaway, so you can enter through that. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching any other way, well, if you go to Meatgistics, you can do the same thing. But you don't get entered just by commenting on this post. You have to go to waltons.com/live and enter through that Gleam giveaway.
I'm seeing scales, apron, knife, tumbler. Someone says they're not picky. We got a question from Adam. What's the thickest and safest you can cut jerky? So a few variables in there, I'm sure that matter.
Safe. Just salt and time and humidity.
Say which are we talking safe like in product to then eat, or safest way to cut it because your name's John and you cut yourself at everything?
No,
Like
Rob is talking about eating.
okay.
Think of biltong. I mean, that's just a huge thing, a whole cut of meat that they then basically treat kind of as jerky and then slice it. So thickness from safety doesn't really, I mean, it matters, but
Well, your thickness would affect how long
it's going to take and what your settings will be. If you're doing like regular jerky, somewhere between 1/4 of an inch and 3/16. We've got a new how to make jerky video that I'll link to in here because we address at least 2 common household items that you can use as kind of a gauge. Well, technically it's one item with 2 different measurements on it. So I will post a link to that.
Somebody wants the BX35 meat mixer. It'll fit in their stocking. That one. That one's a hard one to give away. Something we can give away some big stuff, but nothing that ships LTL.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to deal with that. If we had, unless you want to correct me, last I heard, we do not have any electric stuffers in stock at the moment, but we're supposed to have more in the next week or 2.
They should be here hopefully at the end of next week.
Okay. But I know people had been asking for us to give away one of those, and I don't want to give away one while we don't have it, but when we do, we will give away one of those. That will,
Okay.
whether it's, I don't know,
That'll be a monthly
that'll end up
giveaway.
on a monthly for sure, but maybe when we get them in stock next time, let's set one aside for the 12 days of Christmas. Because don't we do a live stream at the end of
We do.
that? So maybe we give one away for Christmas then.
Okay.
That'd be good.
See, now the chambered vacuum sealers are going to be on sale for December. It always makes me feel like, is it stupid to put something on sale and do it as a giveaway? Because I know, like me, I'd enter and be like, no, I'm going to win it. Or I have to see if I'm going to win it. I'm not going to be able to just,
and then you're going to miss out on the month sale.
Yeah, but if you bought one and you got one for free, I mean, most people are probably going to know someone else who's a deer hunter or is going to need one.
Yep.
Sell it to them. They're normally $1,000. Sell it to them for $700.
Or
you still come out ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Or I'm fairly willing to work with people if they've won something that they've already had, like the Pass It On Outdoor Mentors person who won. He's already got everything, so we work something else out for him.
Can I just show everyone on the site what exactly is on sale and stuff like that?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, so here's the website right up top. I mean, that new auto syringe injector, that's pretty sweet. Slicers, jerky gun. Here's the blades. I'm sure you guys have seen video of John using. If you could really see what happened the first time he used that was great. But
First time I used what?
The meat tenderizer with the motor.
That was actually the Weston version.
Oh, was it? Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Anything to disparage the Weston brand. And then Walton's number 8. The chamber backstory. That's the one that big guy is talking about. That's going to be on sale for December and be part of the giveaway. Stuffers, another syringe injector. 20-pound mixers on sale. Couple accessories here. Poly bag sealer, or as John likes to call it, the meat bag tape machine.
I heard that we had
a steep discount.
I heard that they're now 99.999% off. And we also supposedly have a platinum plated edition now because we had them on sale for $19,322.
It was a new
night.
business strategy.
Like
I was trying to make sure that we made money somehow. So I erroneously entered 19,000 something on the meat bag tape machine, which is not worth that. I think even if you made it out of platinum, I don't think there's enough metal on that for that to be worth that. I think platinum's at an all-time low.
What about gold?
No.
1,000. How much is it at? 2,000 an ounce? I don't know.
But how many ounces?
It was.
Oh, you'd actually have to make those walls pretty thick in gold, because it's gold's
2
fairly
pounds
malleable.
Times 16 times 2.
Everyone, they always comment on
yeah.
the fact that I have Hellsberg diamonds bookmarked on this computer. I was shopping for an engagement ring like over a year ago, guys. Leave me alone. She said yes.
He's
so.
already done that. That is pretty funny, though. Okay. Do keep them on sale. No. I saw a bunch for scale. Cooler apron scale. I don't think we're doing an apron, are we? Or a cooler.
I don't think we have it on the list.
I mean, we
Somebody's
always could.
Somebody's just wanting one.
We always could.
I need to look and see where we're at on those.
A lot of people are actually saying, so it's basically between scale and apron. So Austin always wants to do the scale.
The scale?
So I'll draw the apron.
Okay.
No, I'll draw the scale. All right, drawing a scale. We will email you a code, and the winner is Matt Westerhouse.
Hey.
You all know him from Meatgistics. Congratulations, Matt. And Matt has won the scale.
I love, like, as the time goes on more and more, like, whether it's on the live stream or if it's on something else, but because of Meatgistics and what we do there, like, I recognize so many people's names.
Yep.
It's just cool to have that much interaction.
Didn't used to be the case.
I used to be that way with, like, the commercial side of what we do. I used to do more there. Knew all of our big commercial customers. Now, so many of them have, like, changed hands. They own Next Generation, or somebody else owns them, and so many more different places. Like when we had our commercial open house a couple months ago, I didn't hardly know anybody there. It was crazy.
Well, your dad even said, like, as he was walking people through, he even said, he's like, I don't know most of you anymore. Like, I used to know everybody who came to this.
So we got, I think we're having that problem again where it's Rafter is Matt Westerhouse. I think he's like Texas buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I just saw it come across on the comments, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's good.
Tex tried to throw a wrench in that last time he won a few months ago. Ooh, Steve has a question about thoughts on low sodium bacon making. I don't even know if that's possible. Like, yeah.
Well, no, it's possible.
It'd be difficult.
And the amount of sodium you could reduce it by would be limited. So it's not ever going to be a true low sodium product. You might be able to make it with like 10% less sodium, but not truly low sodium.
Hey, there's this sweet new faux meat product going around on the market, so you maybe want to try that out.
Or don't.
Do they have a bacon version? It's always sausage or
no, my wife
stuff.
eats it. It looks like
okay.
cardboard. Tastes like cardboard too.
I'm going to add a note to circle back to that low sodium bacon question when Dylan's on at 3 o'clock.
That'll be a good one.
See if he's ever heard of anybody doing that commercially.
How do we feel about people that microwave their bacon? Have you seen this? Have you seen some of the contraptions? And then they pull out a box of yours like that advertisement's from the 90s. Like
pretty much.
That's when they got it.
Yeah.
I've done it that way when I'm in like a quick pinch and I'm just like, I want bacon and I don't have time to do anything else with it. Sometimes I'll cook on the grill, sometimes in the oven, but it just depends. The microwave stuff I think is okay. Same as with the oven and the grill. It's okay. But my personal preference on the whole matter is all those ways it gets you an edible piece of bacon, but there's nothing the same as pan frying.
I disagree.
Pan frying is
I think in the oven's the best way to do it.
No.
Yep.
It's less messy, but it does not taste the same, and it does not have the same texture and consistency.
The plant manager at Hormel, they do thousands of pounds of bacon a day, probably. He does his in the oven. I mean, come on. That's like saying our opinion on sausage doesn't matter. Of course his opinion matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So he agrees.
The only argument you can make is that Hormel, that's the Bud Light of bacon. So it's like
it is true.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot we were already doing a tumbler. Okay. So we already had that. Turn that off.
Is brisket okay to use for summer sausage? Yeah. Any whole muscle meat, you grind it up, you can turn it into summer sausage. Biggest thing there is make sure you got enough fat in there because you're going to have a fat cap on brisket, but if you buy it from the store, it's probably been trimmed down pretty far. And so if you just took that and turned it into sausage, it's going to be pretty lean, but it's all doable.
Yeah, not only that, but if you're making 100% beef, that's one thing. If you're making a 50-50 beef and pork, if you're making a 50-50 beef and pork, obviously no problem. If you're making 100% beef, just know that it won't have the same texture as something that has pork fat in it, because beef fat just doesn't work the same as pork fat. All right. So we've drawn two things already. Do you want to say what time we're going to give out those coupons? Because we have two limited use coupons, and most likely we'll create a few other ones. But one of them is for 10% off, and one of them is for 20% off. And these coupons are good on everything, so including sales.
Austin
might be changing his mind on that.
No, I'm fine with that.
He's fine with that.
I was actually concerned. I was like, because we did a 10% off, but it stopped, and this one is on for sale items. So yeah, we're still good. Just thinking like when we should do it. I don't know. We should probably do one of them sooner than later.
Okay.
And one of them later than sooner.
Sure. We'll do one, let's say right before our 1 o'clock guest comes on. And then one right before we close.
Okay.
Okay. So we will give out the 10% coupon here right before noon. Or should we we'll let Kurt give it out. That'll work.
Yeah.
He needs help for people to like him, I think.
That's true.
All right. How about a flash sale?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah, go ahead, pick it.
Let's do the heat resistant gloves.
Okay.
Just because I need a pair of those. I keep forgetting to go buy a pair and take them home. Am I revealing details or are you?
You are. I'm taking care of actually putting it on sale.
You didn't write down what the original price was. I don't even know what
It's
it was.
$12.99.
Okay. So $12.99. Walton's heat resistant gloves. They're like the orange silicone ones. Super awesome. Use them I have another pair. I need these ones because they actually have our logo on them now. But
you have the test pair?
No, we used to sell. Actually, we probably still have the other ones in stock.
Okay.
But we've sold a pair like them before. It's just these ones actually have our name on them. But those orange silicone gloves are amazing. I use them on the grill. Use them in the kitchen, especially if I'm cooking with cast iron or something. Wait, is it those ones? Oh, I thought it was the orange ones.
No.
Okay. Either way, they both still function the same.
To catch touchdown passes.
Those actually fit on your hands better. The other ones are kind of awkward.
You look like a soccer goalie. You don't look like a football player. Well, depending on what country you're in.
Immediately. And $6.99?
Yep. So instead of $12.99, they'll be on sale for $6.99.
All right. And we'll leave that on sale for... How long do you want to do it?
How many do we have? Oh, we have a lot.
Yeah, we got
leave them on sale for an hour.
Okay.
Can we treat this? You guys remember the greatest infomercial ever, where it was the set it and forget it guy? You remember? You said it and the crowd goes, forget it. Yeah. But then what was funny about it is that his daughter kept every 5 or 10 minutes she kept bringing out something on a pillow and it was like a knife. So someone just walked. Oh, my dad wanted to make sure everyone had one of these, and then she sets it out. It's just a way to prolong a sale for hours, and I'm sitting there watching it. 12 years. I don't even have a credit card.
Wait, however, definitely not the best infomercial.
So what I'm going to say is that I'm going to periodically just bring you stuff on pillows and say, wait, we got to put this on sale.
Anything you can think of that we have enough of.
That's
Slap
the
Chop
hard part.
was the best infomercial of all time.
That's not even the best infomercial by the guy that created that. Sham Wow is much better than Slap Chop.
I liked Slap Chop better.
Yeah, well,
Disagree.
tomato.
I don't know. It's hard.
Austin's struggling with this one. He's putting a lot of thought into it.
Okay, I'm a really big infomercial
Just
fan.
come down on a side and defend it to the death. That's what we do.
I would watch infomercials endlessly, late night infomercials. Same as you said, Patrick. Before I had a credit card, I just watched them because I'm like, this is entertaining. I don't know why, but
it's a live studio audience on most of it. It was a show without a true network. It was great. And there's nothing on TV at that 2 a.m. You're nothing's on.
So Sinister MD says, for what it's worth, you can use KCl instead of NaCl to cure. It has a more metallic taste, though. KCl is sodium-free salt and used as a salt substitute. Never heard of that. So
potassium chloride.
we'll ask, what's his name?
Dylan.
Sure. Why not? If that's what we want to call him. Someone said, what are they heat rated up to? The last I checked, it was hot. It handled hot.
Sounds like how someone would answer questions earlier.
I'm looking it up.
It's pretty sturdy.
Thanks, Black Monday live stream.
We don't have a temperature.
No rating.
No. Normally things with silicone are rated up to 450 degrees. I mean, it's my opinion.
Well,
on how it all works.
Find out from Flip.
You can wear any pair of heat resistant gloves that are made for cooking, and you can hold more than what their maximum probably is. It just shortens the amount of time you can hold something. Even if you're holding something that's only 300 degrees,
it'll eventually bleed.
It's eventually gonna not insulate your hands anymore,
Right.
and you're going to get hot.
Yep.
So
I don't know. I don't think firemen are going to be switching to them, but
No.
for your barbecue, this should be fun.
yeah, for barbecue and grilling, they're good for anything you're doing there.
We had a question on the website today, or it was yesterday, whatever, if high car aprons can be machine washed.
Ooh.
They're a nitrile, right? So my initial response was no. But then I Googled it and I found a version that can be with mild detergent. Then I found more information on ours and it says nothing on the subject. So I have somebody reaching out to the manufacturer. I'm thinking no.
I bet they could be machine washed but not dried.
Yeah, no. Definitely no. It has to be air dried, no dry cleaning.
I bet it'd be fine because, yeah. I mean, otherwise, if you're using them in a meat plant, I mean, you're just gonna hose and spray them down. That's putting a lot of water pressure on stuff. I would bet that the action from mechanical washing isn't gonna hurt it any.
You don't think so? But the heat.
Oh, do you wash it on? Well, no. When you're
So you have
spraying,
to cold-
you're spraying stuff down in a meat plant, you're using hot water. I mean, you're using real hot water. And I don't know about you, but I don't wash anything on hot in my laundry. Like
I have no idea if I do or not. now
I
that
do
think
cold
about it.
on everything.
Yeah. I don't ever hit that button, so whatever ours is set to is what it
Probably
goes to.
defaults to usually warm.
Oh, there you go. All right, so these are our quail that I rubbed or sprinkled some wild game rub on, rolled it in prosciutto, rolled it in bacon. I'm now going to sprinkle some more wild game seasoning on it and then go throw them on the grill. Okay, get this out of the way. Be quiet.
Did we turn the light
it's
on?
on.
Yeah. They should know. Oh, we're having people. Everybody's going in over there to eat lunch still. That's why it's extra noisy in the hallway.
How dare they?
Wow. So Indy Mike is asking, how about the cut-resistant gloves, the ones that John tries to cut his finger off in the video?
The NXTs?
Yeah.
We also put it through a blender. And it
Oh, did you do
fine
that?
there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
What does he want? He wants those on sale?
I don't know.
That's what he's asking?
That was just right after the comments about the heat-resistant gloves. So I'm not sure if he's asking about
if he just
them
wants
on
to see me
sale
do it.
or how they work or if they're heat-resistant at all.
Oh, I don't think they're heat resistant at all. But they are definitely cut resistant.
Have you ever changed that out for a new one?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to see, like, is that the same one you've had for, like, 5 years?
No.
Okay.
No. That's the coolest thing.
That's the scary
Is
part
that
because
you
it's
can-
the puncture resistance rating is a lot lower than the cut
them,
resistance.
I've seen them take hypodermic needles. And do
No,
it.
not to
Yes?
that one.
Yes?
No. Other Hex Armor stuff, yes.
Not this?
That one, no.
Well, thank God we don't have a hypodermic needle because I 100% would have tried that.
That is not rated for hypodermic needles.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. There are ones that are, because, like, police officers, if they're
Yeah, they
reaching
wanna
into
put
somebody's
those on.
pocket,
Yep.
they can wear stuff like that. But
Even the white part is also cut resistant. It's not to the same rate. Those are from the blender. But these are cut resistant too. I believe this is a 5 and this is a 3. So they did a bunch of tests and they determined that your front 3 fingers is where the majority of cuts occur. As someone who's cut themselves many, many times, I can attest to that. They're usually on these.
is it on your middle finger? Yeah. That's where I cut myself the other day over the weekend.
Doing what? He can't even remember.
Don't remember. Actually, it might have been before the weekend. Might have been Thursday. I think it was Thursday, making something for Thanksgiving.
Oh, so cooking cut.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Cooking, cutting. Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm not the only one it happens to. Not just me. All right, I'm going to throw these on the grill. I'll be right back.
Inmarsh is asking if we ever sharpen our meat grinder blades. We do sharpen grinder plates and knives. but there are a very limited few types and brands of grinder plates and knives that can be resharpened. The only ones that we sell, and the only ones I typically tell people we will resharpen are Specco plates and knives. There are probably other models out there. Nothing I would recommend. My easiest way I can say is if it's not a Specco plate or knife, especially if you buy it from us, if it's not a Specco plate or knife, it can't be resharpened. It's a disposable unit. Our Walton's brand grinder plates and knives, they're meant to be disposable. They're not meant to be reused. But there are some out there that can be. Oh, let's see. Can we combine shipping of all items purchased today? Not really an easy way to do that unless the order is placed all at once. Good news and bad news there. If you spend over $100, shipping is free. If you're under $100, shipping costs something. My best suggestion is if you think you're going to have multiple orders, once you get up to $100, put your order in, it'll ship for free, and start building the next one. And if you don't get it all placed today, I probably shouldn't say that, but not the end of the world. John and I don't think we have anything official yet, but something will continue into the next week here. So, and it will probably be shipping related in some regards.
Yep.
We got questions about your hat, Austin.
Oh, these are new. Do we have pictures up? I'm assuming we don't because we just have yours and mine.
We just have yours and mine.
Okay. These are what brand are these?
New Era.
New Era. I love the New Era hats, but John and I got ones with orange and blue on the underside of the bill. So instead of having like a separate hat where I had an orange up front, John had blue, kind of taking the two and making something similar but still different with it. And then these are the flex fit style. They're amazing. But went ahead and got, since we were getting samples, got our names on the side and the Meatgistics on the back. Do we have Meatgistics on the back on the other ones? Okay.
Yep. So yeah, the blue one will outsell the orange as usual.
So can these be selected now for Meatgistics members?
Oh, it's a good question. Yeah, we might as well.
Okay.
Might as well.
What is that, 500?
500.
Okay.
So for 500 posts, we do this where we put the name on the side of your hat. 1,000 is the cutting board, 1,500 is the knife, 2,000 is the shirt, and then we have the next one picked out, but we're not quite there yet. No. Well, maybe, but that's just how it went.
We should do something. Papa Sop just said all Team Orange members should get one with their name on it. And I think maybe we should do something like
Absolutely
that. Reward people for
not.
being on Team Orange.
Absolutely not.
Actually, but seriously, we maybe should go back and like make a way for people on Team Blue or Team Orange to get their official team hat with their name put back on it. Or maybe they're not their name put back on it. Maybe possible to put their name back on it if they're over the 500 threshold, but we'd have to set it up in a way so that they're getting a discount. They're not paying retail.
Only way you could do that is
I don't even
by
know.
sending out an email to those people with that offer, because we have that list of everybody who's over that limit.
Yeah. What's it cost for the name on the side? Is it like $5?
That's the real tree.
Oh, and we're going to have to talk about stuffer flushers. Somebody has never heard of a stuffer flusher. So,
who has never heard of a stuffer flusher?
John,
Somebody in our chat?
Yeah, John Pooler.
Oh.
JB Outdoors GA. Oh, he was asking, can you talk about the Walton stuffer flusher too?
So the stuffer flushers are... hold up.
Great idea. I don't remember who came up with it. It was probably John. Okay. Was it really?
No.
Okay.
No. It was Dr. Payne.
Dr. Payne. Okay. They're basically like not really silicone, some sort of flexible silicone type material. It looks like an egg, kind of like a stress ball in a way. But we sell 3 of them to a package. You put them in your stuffer, and so since they're very flexible, once they get pushed down to the bottom of the stuffer, they flatten out. Eat up all the space. So normally when you get done stuffing sausage, you end up with, it depends on your brand of stuffer, anywhere from best case scenario, a quarter pound, worst case scenario, an extra pound of meat stuck in the bottom of your stuffer. Those, what we call the stuffer flusher eggs, you put those in there, and that helps push out all that extra meat. You literally end up with just the tiniest little bit of meat left in the bottom. So reduces your waste a lot. Kind of disappointing on one hand, because anytime I'm making sausage, I always take over that leftover meat in the bottom, make it into some patties, and I cook that while I'm cleaning up. So I kind of lose the ability to do that now with the stuffer flushers. But it's nice because you get that extra meat then put into an actual sausage that you're making. So just changes what you do with it. Either way, I'm eating that extra meat. It's just what form are you doing it in? Papa Sop's been drinking already. He meant Team Blue. I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure Papa Sop was one of my first, and he's probably one of the strongest pushers for Team Orange out there.
But he just said Team Blue?
No, somebody else was jacking around.
So that's what they are. They form well enough that you can push it down. The big one. So if you stuff, I've had to pull them out of... Oop. Oh, that one's gone. I've had to pull them out of fibrous casings before when doing summer sausage. With snack sticks or regular sausage, they're just really going to fit down to the bevel or angled area. But if you're doing larger diameter, you do kind of have to watch it because they can get into your sausage. They're also fun little like stress balls.
Yeah, I sit and I play with them. Yeah. If we leave these up here, I'm going to jack with them the whole live stream.
Flip has one in his office just for me, like when I go in there to sit. All right, let's keep an eye on chat because I've already lost it. Said I wasn't going to do that this time.
So they should be on the website. I'm going to look real fast, but you should just be able to search Stuffer Flusher.
Okay, hold on a second, though, because that's also on our list for a flash sale.
We should probably just go ahead and do that.
I'll just go ahead and do it.
Yep, so search for Stuffer Flusher, and that will find him, and give John just a minute, and he'll get that flash sale set up. What is that flash sale?
It's either $6.99 or $8.99. It is...
Oh, there we go. $8.99. Yeah, let's just make them. How many do we have? Maybe we'll make it $6.99 if we have a lot.
That's one of those weird ones that we sell a lot more of than we...
We don't have that many left.
Okay, so $8.99.
$8.99. We put those at $6.99. We might sell out.
I will probably sell out anyways. I mean, it's a surprising number of people buy those.
It's not like we've just sold like a couple dozen of these either. We have sold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Yeah, I mean, we bought like 50 of them in January. Yeah, we bought 50 because we're like, I don't know.
It was at the very end of January, and then
is this gonna work at all?
In February, we talked about them on a live stream. We sold out immediately. Then we bought more in April. We sold out of those almost immediately. Then we had to buy more again. So now it's like a regular item. So, plus they just look cool, and they're orange. Obviously, that's a huge advantage.
Yeah, the orange is pretty sweet. It's I almost want to say it looks glow in the dark.
Day glow? It's not glow in the dark.
Darn.
But it does look day glow. Okay.
If they were glow in the dark, I could put these on TikTok and make a killing. Weird things like this. They have glow balls on TikTok.
I don't think glow in the dark should come into contact with food.
Probably not.
Yeah.
There's probably something in there that's bad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Isn't it risky to try meat in the tube anyway? If it's cured and no accelerator, you don't want to eat that unless it's had time. Meat in the tube.
Oh, like the leftover meat that's in the stuffing tube or bottom of the stuffer, take it out, make test patty, eat it.
I guess that's what he means.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. It should be totally fine if it's got even if it's got cure and it's got an accelerant in it, whether it does or doesn't. You cook it, you should be fine.
So I almost always, with that meat, I would take out whatever's left to make patties out of it, a loaf, whatever, and eat those, no problem. What this, like it's supposed to do, is push everything from the bottom of the stuffer and the little funnel there up until this. So you're still left with whatever the meat is in your stuffing tube. It doesn't, almost dropped the other one. It doesn't go through the stuffing tube unless we're talking about the biggest ones. I always eat whatever's at the bottom of this canister. I have a thing, though, about Gary Ty says, don't forget about that quail. The bacon fat will start to flame up and burn. I have them on the Walton's grill and barbecue mats. So there's 2 of them out there. So the real question isn't whether or not they're going to flame up, because they won't. The real question is, am I just going to forget about them? That's the big one. Yeah. Very, very likely that I'll just...
Is Justin here today?
He will be.
He will be?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could have him help monitor.
Do that.
A little bit. Do these, from my experience, they clean up fine. Have you had any issues on cleaning these up?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Do you ever put one in the dishwasher?
No. I don't feel like it would like it.
Okay.
I feel like these should be hand washed.
Ooh, difference between the new Walton's 30 milliliter injector and the older yellow. Is particle size better than the yellow injector? That I don't know. I do know that the new one is just that much easier to squeeze, easier to use. The big thing is it has a much bigger canister. The other one was, I want to say 10 mils. So this one's 30 milliliters. Makes a huge difference when you're trying to inject stuff. The other one you had to, it was nice because you could just squeeze, but squeezing 10 milliliters at a time is so slow. Going up to 30 is just a game changer. John's grabbing the other one here.
So yeah, massively different size on the canister, and it draws just easier.
Yeah.
Like as you let go, pulls it up a lot easier. It is also a little bit easier to clean. There are, still things need to be taken fully apart, just to make sure that you're getting all of the particulates out of there. It wouldn't be the hugest deal. Okay. Respect it. Smart. Wouldn't be the hugest deal if a little particulate stayed in there, but it does make it a little bit more difficult the next time you're going to go use it if it's got a dried piece of whatever you were injecting in there. But yeah, no, this thing is, we did the back straps for the deer I got on this, and it worked great. Why do I feel like I'm not putting this back together correctly?
While John's working on that, I'm drawing another winner. And this one's, I can't even pronounce it. It's unpronounceable. It's like somebody's username. So how we verify this, someone's going to have to be honest with us, and then I'm going to email the person probably and make sure that they're
yeah. He's
legit.
a Meatgistics user.
Yeah. I just don't remember. I don't know his name.
Well, that's easy. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. So user GWG8541, you got 5 minutes to respond to claim your free $25 gift card. Did you age your deer at all?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
His first name is, well, do you want to know his first name?
Yeah.
Greg.
Greg. So, Greg, you have 5 minutes to respond to claim your free $25 gift card.
It was Greg. I named him Greg right before I shot him. It's like, you look like a Greg. I don't know what I've done here?
Gary needs to know, when is the steak showdown with Ryan Jones?
He threw out a date last time he was here.
It was like January 12th, 15th?
Something like that. Yeah. As we get closer, we will talk about that more.
I apologize, Dave and AZ.
What'd you say?
He's bought 3 of the yellow injectors, and now he wants one of the blue ones.
Oh, sorry about that.
I feel your pain, though, because I have bought multiple of the yellow ones myself. And it just happens.
I need to find out how to put this back together.
What we probably should do.
Instruction.
Oh, that
video.
for sure. We have a parts breakdown.
We
like
do
this
have a parts breakdown for that. Yep.
We should do. I don't think we did with the injectors, but we should do more of like what we did with our electric stuffers. Is like tell people like once we actually have a production date on them, tell people, hey, this is coming, and do more of like a pre-order, let people know it's coming. That way somebody, if they buy an older model, they know like, hey, there's something else coming out.
Yeah, but okay, there's a problem with that, and it's the fact that the first, I don't know how many they sent of these we rejected. Like, there were...
Oh, yeah.
This was one where, like, they made changes specifically for us to be able to carry this. So it was just like a no, we're not doing that. Like, can't use it. And then they finally fixed everything. So.
Yeah, that's why we have to wait till we have, like, an actual production date. We can't do it just when we're like, oh, yeah.
And now go.
We're working on this. Although I guess we did that with electric stuffers. We told people for a long time we were working on electric stuffers, but that's such a big deal. Kind of a different animal.
Definitely a different animal.
But
still good. All right, so we'll have Kurt here in 5-ish minutes, 7-ish minutes, if he shows up on time. Never know with people.
I think that's going to be a interesting deal. See which of our guests are actually on time. I bet none of them are actually on time. I bet all of them are late. Maybe one is early.
Who do you think the one that'll be early is?
Brett.
Yeah.
Brett hates being late to things. But on the other hand, I could see him getting caught up in something.
Especially today.
Yeah. So
I mean, this is our busiest day of the year.
I'd almost maybe look at it and go, maybe Flip will. Although if any of them are watching now they're
now
all going to be like, I'm going to be here early.
I will be the one. All right. So, yeah, we will need a parts breakdown on this.
Oh, sweet. Greg is here. Greg, I'm going to get you out an email in just a minute here. Get your gift card to you.
So this is the same thing that happens when I take apart my rifles to clean them and then put them back together. There's always a few extra parts. I just never think that's important. So I've just got this pile of parts that used to be in my gun that's now just like around my gun.
Are you serious?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Like at first I thought you were joking, and then I'm like, no, there's a chance he's not joking here.
I saw a funny post this weekend. It said, if you have more guns than books, you're part of the problem. And somebody's response was, every one of my guns came with a user's manual. Checkmate. I thought that was funny.
Let's be honest, though. Who keeps the box and the manual?
Well, I've got my box for my Henry Golden Boy and the manual for that. I've got my hey, Kurt's here. And I've got the box for...
Were you listening to us? Yes, Kurt was listening, so he's here early.
I'm not too old for child psychology.
All right, so you want to turn on his... I got one up here. Yep. Yep, you'll sit right in the middle. I'm going to go look at the
I can't lead away from
pheasant things. Yes, fixed away. And I'll get my laptop out of his
So what's going on in the world of Kurt today?
On?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're on. You can always hold it like I kind of do.
Oh, I don't need to hold it. Talk with my hands. I hit myself in the face twice.
Well, now we can't. We can't hear you. Got to get right up on the microphone.
Bloody hell.
That's just hold it. Just hold it in your lap.
Hold it. Gosh.
Let me produce the show, and you get up there and you
You
talk.
would think with all the technology in this room, you'd have a microphone that would pick up.
Can't hear you.
I'm 5 inches from it.
Oh, there you go. I'm just messing with you, Kurt.
For the love of Pete and his whole family.
All right, got you going good.
Oh, just handling day to day, Austin. Taking care of the wonderful world of Waltons.
So I was gonna. I forgot we're having you on too. You probably would know this as much as Dylan would. Ask you if you've ever heard of this being done, and if you have, if you know how it would be done, like a low sodium bacon. Is that possible?
Sure. I mean, you're just dissolving it. You can put as much or little bacon. There's guys that make bacon with no salt at all. You just put sugar on it. I mean, whether you're going to rub it or dissolve it and pump it, you control the amount of salt you put into it. So have at it. Just the lower salt you have, the more pork flavor it's going to have.
Well, yeah. So does it still? If you just did, like, if you just took like shear cure and just used enough of that, so you still had it cured, but very, very minimal salt, like, would it still end up tasting like bacon and working like bacon?
It'd taste and look like bacon because you're putting the cure in it. It's just, you got to remember that when you add sugar, it cuts the salt effect. Because cures, blended cures are mostly salt. And so if you're just going to put straight salt in it or low salt, it'll increase the sweetness effect of it.
Interesting.
But yeah, you can just take your 4 ounces shear cure to 100 pounds and be as creative as you want to be.
Cool.
I heard you guys talking earlier about now when you put the cure in the product, but I've got customers that save all of their sausage at the end of all their production runs and then mix it, put it in their meat case. And they say that usually on Fridays, that's the first thing they sell out of is their blended sausage seasonings. Now, if you got cure in it, it's going to screw the pooch on that. But if it's a fresh sausage, that's always fun to think about.
So if somebody's selling that commercially, do they just not, since it's fresh in the meat case, they don't have to worry about labeling and ingredients?
Right, they're not putting a label on it.
Okay.
If they packaged it, then they'd be in for a world of hurt.
I don't think you could label that properly. That would be such a mess. Ryan Jones wants to know, first he says, welcome, Kurt, but then he wants to know why we are so mean to you.
This is a crummy family, Ryan. If you haven't heard the story, they found me on the shelf when they bought the business. They treat me horribly because they know I'm an indentured servant. So they get away with anything. I can't do anything. They do keep me away from sharp objects.
Yeah.
Are you blinking in Morse code up there? SOS?
Am I?
Yeah.
Where do you go? So somebody was asking about the meat left over at the end of the batch. If it's a cured product, is there any issue with eating that right away if the cure doesn't have time to sit there and work?
No.
I think they were concerned because like the nitrites, they change over time. So could you consume it before that's happening, and then it happens?
I put beet powder in my protein shake every morning, and there's a ton of nitrites in that.
Okay.
No problem.
Did you say you put beet powder?
Yes.
In your? So beet powder is like I thought it was the sodium erythorbate of the natural world, not a cure. Like
Well,
when
it's still high in nitrites.
It's like celery juice powder. Yeah. It's got lots of nitrates in it. Yeah, because nitrates in it low. Yeah, good for your heart. I remember there's beet commercials.
In addition to vitamins and minerals, beet juice powders also contain no nitrates.
What?
Wait, is that being the...
No, it says also contain nitrates. Jackass.
Well, could be.
See, they treat me mean.
That's not fair at all. All right.
Of course, I run around the halls like scream and get the monkeys off my back, so it's easy to see why they treat me mean.
I told you it was risky to bring him in here.
We'll
All
see.
right. So, What's going on in the commercial world?
Not a lot. Things are slowing down. Guys are up to their ears with deer right now. Some of them are wrapping up the deer and starting to want to bring in domestics, but the deer season, at least in my territories, is very heavy.
Yeah.
And especially the guys that are doing carcass deer, because so few of them are doing carcass deer anymore, that they're having a hard time getting their coolers cleared out.
Real quick, when you say carcass deer, are you meaning I get back my meat, or what do you mean by that?
A lot of lockers have gone to what I call baggy bucks. They only take in deer that have been boned out.
Oh, really?
And then they do them at the end of the day before they clean their equipment. They'll throw the deer in, grind it, stuff it, throw it in the smokehouse. A lot of them, especially since COVID, staffing is short, it's stressed, and they just don't want to put up with a headache of 20-hour days, 7 days a week. And,
sure.
And in the grand scheme of things, a lot of them are finally starting to realize that they work till 10 o'clock and work on Sundays. They're burning out their staff, and with overtime, they're just really not making as much as they thought they were. Some guys, I just talked to a guy this morning, he is going to ask some guys to step it up so he can get his coolers cleaned out of deer carcasses.
Okay.
But nope, domestics are starting to roll back in. It's the holidays. Combos of turkeys are on their way out, and combos of hams are on their way in.
That's interesting, though, because you would think the part that most people would struggle with would be the deboning, like the handling of the carcass. Once you have it broken down into that, then it's all roasts and muscles. I mean,
yeah, but they bring in their products for further processing. I mean, your fine customers are quite adept and trained and skilled at making home processes. Their summer sausage and sticks. A lot of guys aren't, and so they'll debone them out. They'll keep the straps and the loins, and then they'll bone everything else out and bring it in because they don't have the pork fat to mix with the product, and they'll let the locker do it. And judging by the number of lockers that aren't doing carcass, there's a lot of fat coyotes out there this year.
Yeah. Speaking of coyotes, they're nuts this time of year around my house.
They are.
This morning, me and my big dog were out. They were all around us. Like, I could hear them in my neighbor's backyard, and they were calling to each other, like trying to find each other, I guess. And I stopped for a second. I'm like, do I need to turn around and go back? Because it sounds like a large pack. But then I look down, and it's Brutus, and he's almost 200 pounds. I'm like, no, I'm fine.
Nah, they're all over the place out by where we live. And I was taking a walk out in the country at night, smoking a cigar, and the coyotes came running up a hedgerow and along the ditch. And they're coyotes. I mean, they were loud, but just for fun, I ran at them and yelling, and they took off.
There was one a couple of weeks ago. I told this story on a podcast, so I'll just be real quick. We saw it on a walk. It was going one way. I thought it would cross the street. It didn't. It came out from my backyard, and my big dog didn't care when we saw it earlier. But when it came out of our yard, he went ballistic, and I was losing. I could not hold them both back because even the little one's 100 pounds. So they start chasing this coyote in the field with me pulling as hard as I can back. Coyote gets to the middle field. It stops and turns around, and I was like, oh, great. Like, run away, coyote. Either one of these is going to kill you. So finally, it let him get within probably 20 feet before it scampered off. But, these city coyotes are not really that afraid of people anymore.
No, they're not as feral in the cities as you'd think. They'll walk up. I have a friend of mine who lives in Phoenix, and he said out in the rural areas, they'll knock over trash cans and fight dogs
to get what's in
the
there.
Trash.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean they're not as skittish as the ones out in the country are.
They're basically becoming pandas.
Pandas?
Or no, trash pandas. Sorry.
Oh.
Raccoons.
Sorry, China. We didn't mean to offend you.
Yeah, they're basically becoming raccoons. So that's not a great thing. And now we've got coy wolves. I don't think it's much of a problem here, but coyotes and wolves. So it's got the fear, the lack of a fear of a coyote, and some of the size and aggression of a wolf.
Really?
Yep, it's a big problem up in the Adirondacks in upstate New York, and I want to say Montana, maybe? One of those northern.
That's cool. I hadn't heard that.
Well, I don't know how cool it is. It's kind of scary.
It's only scary if you don't have a gun.
I would say it's still scary.
Did you see that video of the guy that had a bear approaching him from super far away, but he had a gun and he was super comfortable with himself, but then in watching the video playback, his gun was jammed the entire time?
Oh, That's Adam Greentree.
You saw that.
Yep.
You might have told me.
I probably,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Adam Greentree. He,
So terrifying.
I was talking to a cousin last night. He lives up in Anchorage, outside of Anchorage, and cool world up there. He goes, yeah, we went out hunting. They've got more moisture than they've ever had. And I said, was it any good? He goes, no, it was okay. He said, we shot 5 moose. He said, that's what we'll eat this week. We shot an 8-foot bear. And I went, really? He goes, yeah. He goes, but it was a grizzly, so we just left it because they got trichinosis and you can't eat them.
Wow.
Wow, that's a lousy hunting trip.
8-foot grizzly.
But they'll eat moose all year round. He said that's the protein that's in the freezer, and he's a home processor. He's a Walton's customer, too. And
People love moose.
it's good meat.
Yeah.
I've had it. I've
People
actually
really
had it.
like
I
it.
hate deer. I despise deer, but elk and moose are very good proteins.
You've probably never had a deer that was like properly cared for. There's probably people who are just throwing it in the back of their truck and leaving it there, not putting anything on it right away.
It's a deer.
How good were the backstraps I made you?
Good. I mean, I get. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on.
I wish we could pull that podcast and just look at him go. Oh,
Let's
this
go.
is the greatest.
I get both sides of this because there is a lot of deer that I think is just absolutely bad, but I think it's how it's handled, how it's treated, someone caring properly for it after they shoot it and going into processing. And when guys don't, it really enhances the gaminess and just makes it really bad.
I had a guy,
But-
Kurt, this is a Nebraska deer. It eats corn, and there's an acorn forest right there. It's the best deer you ever have. It tasted just like deer. And you know what? And they say, well, if you put enough pork fat or seasoning with it. I go, you put enough pork fat and seasoning on a turd, you'll be able to eat it. I mean, cheap and Christmas.
Oh my gosh.
Now I know our next Wilt barbecue.
But no, elk and moose, that's a good protein. It's a denser meat, and I think I'm not a microbiologist, but I just think because of the denser meat, it has less of the gamey flavors and more of the protein taste.
Yeah. Somebody else was asking. They asked this earlier. John kind of gave an answer. I'm gonna guess they weren't satisfied with it, so they're directly asking you now. If obviously you said you don't like deer necessarily, but if you were to shoot a deer, you were to age it. How long would you age it? Would you do anything there? Would you just process it right away?
Age a deer.
That's just the question.
I don't have an answer to that. Listen, I'm a smart ass. People used to come and ask me what the best formula for cooking a deer was, and I tell them it's the pit method. And I'd go into great detail about how you dig a pit, you curve the bottom, you flange the edges, you fill it halfway up with wood, burn it all the way down, put fresh wood on, set the deer carefully on its back, put all the dirt back in it, and go buy hamburgers. I don't know. I mean, to me, deer, it's not a highly muscular animal. I mean, it's a young animal, so I don't know that the muscle density is such that aging would benefit. I mean, aging really helps on older animals, especially on dense muscles, where you want to soften that up, where you don't have a lot of connective tissue or collagen in it. But I guess I don't know.
Okay. That makes sense to me, at least. So, yeah, not being as dense in a younger animal may not really have a need to do anything with it there then. Did you know he was bringing in food?
Yeah, I saw him put it in.
All right. Quail wrapped in prosciutto, wrapped in bacon, wild game seasoning, cream cheese in the middle. I demand you eat one.
I'd eat one.
You can let it cool down a
Why'd you
little bit.
put cream cheese in it?
Why wouldn't you put cream cheese in it?
Why?
Not.
It's got good
is the real
proteins and you
question.
stuck cream cheese in the middle of it.
Oh, by the way, we've already sold 10 of the Flusher Stuffer eggs, so we might need to take those off.
Okay.
I still think
Ridiculous.
these are the silliest things you guys ever came up with. Is it
They
bad
sell.
form if I handle your balls?
Yes, absolutely. Put that down. Cut
So-
his mic.
I'm wondering if I should even take a bite out of any of those
Oh, God. Yeah, you
because I got 3 shot shells last time.
So those were the pheasant though. This is just the quail.
I think I got one out of the quail too, because that was the one where you saw you could see the entry point.
Come out. Yeah. Well, you have bad luck. I don't know what to tell you. I'm eating one. Oh, it's still a little hot.
I'm about to say, you can tell they're still hot.
We're going to sit that back down for a few minutes. And all right, so your customers who do deer processing, you're seeing less and less of them, right?
No. They're still doing deer. They're just fewer of them are doing carcass.
Okay.
Municipalities aren't letting them take the hides and the bones out to the dumps anymore.
Is that because of CWD?
I don't know. I think it could just because the landfills are filling up.
Okay.
I don't know. I just know that we've had guys tell us that they're not hauling the deer off in the dumpsters anymore. Also, it's helps an issue, and getting guys to come in and skin deer. It's a lot easier if they come in boned out. Again, you don't have to wash the equipment. You throw them in at the end of the day. You do them when you have the time to do it. I can see why they're doing it, but the guys that are doing whole carcass deer, they're charging premiums for it. And
do you have any idea how much they've upped their prices?
I don't look at my customers' prices because I don't want to know. If someone asks me, I can honestly say I don't know.
I don't know who's the cheapest. Oh.
And besides, with the internet nowadays, everybody has their prices posted, so it shouldn't be a great mystery what people are charging.
So, because we got a lot of gift cards to draw, I'm drawing another gift card. Jay Marsh, you have 5 minutes to respond to claim your free $25 gift card.
I'll go get more of this.
I haven't won anything yet.
Oh, do they know who he is?
No.
I
entered for the first time today.
Really?
Just to see if I'd win anything.
There's some months where I purposely try to go in and try to enter multiple times just for the potential comedic effect of drawing my name while we're doing a live stream or something. Oh, that's sad. Gary is saying that he saw 3 elk at the dump in Logan last week that they had cut the back straps out of, and all the rest of it was just left there.
What happened?
Yeah.
3 elk at the dump in Logan last week that had only the back straps cut out of it, and the rest was all left there.
Oh.
We had a customer said he had 2 huge deer. Someone left them behind his plant, and all they had were the heads cut off. Nothing else.
Wow.
Someone had just taken to the deer he has saw in the back that people use for cutting antlers off. He said they pull around back, I guess, cut the heads off, and left the carcasses and went.
Dang.
There was I don't want to say his name, although I don't think he's in business anymore. There was a Missouri processor who would do deer who had one arm, so that should tell you who it is, who called the cops on somebody who did something similar to that.
Good for him.
Yeah.
All the power to him. If you're going to shoot something, you eat it. That's why you shoot it.
That's why you shot it.
And nothing against trophy hunters, but
but
I've got a brother-in-law that has a process that the biggest deer is in the living room, then the next one is in the den,
Okay.
and then the next one's in the basement, and then the next one's in the garage.
Okay.
And then they go to garage sales.
So they rotate
so
out.
every year when he shoots a deer, he plants it where it goes. And I don't understand. I said, well, Perry, if it's not going to go in the top spot, why even have it mounted? But he says you have
If he likes to do it,
yeah, all the power to him.
I personally have no interest in having an animal on my wall. It's not that I have anything against it. It's just wouldn't fit our house, our aesthetic. Unless it was a polar bear. Everything in our house is white or gray. That's it. Those are the only colors allowed inside our house. So
You're talking about walking your dogs and the coyotes. The other day, I was walking my son's dog. And my son has a little bitty white Jack Russell.
Okay.
And we're out in the country, and I've got him on the retractable leash. So he's a good 12 feet out in front of me, and I'm smoking and not paying attention. And all of a sudden, something caught my attention out of the corner of my eye, and I look up, and there's a big owl coming down.
Looking at him.
And I am reeling that animal in. I hate that animal, but I just didn't want to sit there and say, have the owl and the dog. Play him. Give him some more lead.
Line's going to break.
But I mean, that owl was zeroing in on that dog. I thought that was pretty damn cool.
All right. Another cool new item we have is a magnetic cutting board. So this sits on our fridge, and your knife will also stick to the front of it.
That's where the grandkids' pictures go. I can't put a cutting board on there.
I wasn't giving this to you.
Well,
this wasn't your gift or something.
I've lost all attention.
We are going to put this on sale for the next 10 or 15 minutes. I have no idea what the item number is, so we'll look it up. Oh, so let Kurt give out that coupon. Remember we said we were going to do it?
Okay. Is it? It's working, so all he has to do is say what it is.
Just read the top one?
Just wait 30 seconds.
Make sure it's actually going.
It is. I just want to make sure, because we tested it before we made that discovery on Friday, and I don't know if we've done it since.
So I say enter that code?
Yeah, I would read just the whole bit there.
We're good. Go ahead.
Welcome, Meatgistics fans. Our coupon today is the Cyber 10. You get 10% off all items, including sale items. This can be used 8 times, capped at $100. So enter the code Cyber10 today.
See, that was too good. Now I feel a little nervous.
You might have just lost your job
That was
announcing
too good.
Patrick.
Damn it.
Classically, Patrick has been the voice.
But does he know how to
Meatgistics.
record it himself, though? That's the question.
Probably not.
Dang. He can't click a button.
Do I look crushed?
Dude, look at me.
There it is. Okay, they're usually $34.99. We're going to have them on sale for the next 15 minutes for $28.99. It's a magnetic cutting board. I'll go ahead and post a link to it.
So, Austin, did you chip a tooth the other day on that or not?
I didn't actually chip a tooth, but one of the times I got close, like I
heard it.
I crunched some things. Actually, I don't know. I could have like taken a very small piece off because every time I go into the dentist, they complain about like things. They tell me I grind my teeth, and like in certain spots where they're like, "Oh, you grind here," I'm like, "No, my teeth don't touch there." So I think it's just some of the stuff I eat, but it made a not so pleasant noise.
Joel and Ryan are both being mean to us. They said we should both fear losing our jobs with Kurt around. I'm taking that to mean that we should fear that he's going to bring the company down somehow. So like everyone here is going to lose their job.
I don't know.
If I'm first.
I'd be willing. Kurt wants to do it. I'll just step out and just let him start doing all the live streams, podcasts.
You guys
He's probably more entertaining
than
than
me on
me.
a regular basis. I'm as crazy as a monkey in a heroin experience. You don't want me around.
Steve Wincott said when they put a price on a set of antlers, they ruin the sport of hunting. Huh? I mean, it depends on what you do it for. I mean, there are people who do it obviously for money. I do it so that I can eat. Connor knew who we were talking about. Says Mr. Kloppel's a great guy. Listen, Terry and I were like, I was his customer service agent. He called and he talked to nobody but me. He and I were ridiculously close. We'd text back and forth. When he finally came to an open house, he was the person I was most excited to see. Like, we sat together the entire time. I loved that guy. He is an absolute great guy.
Terry was great. He's a good customer. He's a friend, too.
Yep.
But I mean, you dramatically reduce the number of possible people when you say one arm
in
processor. Ben
But, I didn't want to call him out, but Ben H says, my processor charges $35 to skin a deer and $55 if it's dropped off after hours. Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty reasonable.
I had a customer in Iowa call me up. I've known him for a long time. He ordered a skinning knife and an apron. I said, what the hell you need those for? You're retired. And he goes, nope. He said, I'm going to skin 100 deer. I'm going to charge $100 a piece. And he called me up at the end of the season. He said he had a coffee can with $100 bills in it. And that was his gambling money. So $35 is a good deal.
It was the first deer I've ever skinned. And granted, you wouldn't have been able to save the hide, right? Like that hide had to get thrown out after. But it was not $100 worth of work.
I don't know. Maybe he was gutting them and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it should.
I don't know.
It wasn't gutted by the time it got.
He's got
to
a can with $100 bills in it.
I mean, I would like a can with $100 bills in it.
The easiest animal to skin is a rabbit. Now, if a deer skinned like a rabbit, I could see charging $35 for it.
Never skinned a rabbit.
Just shake it. Seriously.
It's really.
Yeah, it's grab by the fur and shake it.
And the meat just pops off, basically.
Hair just comes right off.
Huh.
Fur, excuse me. Squirrels are a little harder, but.
I don't remember. So I went squirrel hunting, but I don't remember skinning them at all.
Did you eat them with the fur on them?
No. They went into a soup or chili, maybe one
Someone
of the two.
skinned them.
Yeah. I
That'd have been
don't remember. It definitely wasn't me because I don't remember doing it.
John, those were very good.
Good. Thank you. All right. 5 of the 8 times that Cyber 10 can be used have already been used. So if you want to get one of those, you got to.
They're going fast, folks.
On it now.
Today only.
I don't think we've ever done anything that was on top of on sale.
We usually don't.
Yeah.
They did it just for me.
No, I didn't.
Usually stuff's on sale enough, and it is this time. We discount it further, and we probably aren't making any money, but it's fine. It's once a year, and it's fun.
Who hears that? It just quit, but there's definitely music playing from something in here.
Oh, in here?
I
I kind of heard something, but you think it's in here?
I don't know. Yes. I kind of do think it's in here.
Not me.
Okay.
Did you total by chance, like the value, just thinking like, because we probably give away more stuff through the day than it's actually like necessarily worth. Like I have like, I don't know, $500 in gift cards.
Oh.
Like,
Well, that's a lot.
one leather apron's $100.
Yeah. So that's 600.
Mixer, tumblers, knives. Our monthly giveaway, count that, don't count it. Some of the other stuff, the coupons. We give away a lot of money through the course of the day.
Yeah.
We should try to total it up at some point before the day's over and tell people we gave away
You
$3,000.
Okay. I don't think it'll be that. I really don't. Okay. Hold on one second. While we're doing this, let's draw November's giveaway. So
What does that mean?
we
Of the 99 people that have entered, 3 of them have won?
Nope. So we allow there to be 99 winners. And
Today.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
And we've drawn more than that. Mine hadn't updated it in a while. All right. November's Victorinox knife set. You do not need to be here for this. This is last month's. We're going to draw the winner.
That's pretty cool.
What, how this works?
Yeah.
So it's just taking all the entries, it assigns them a number, it randomizes it, and then
Beats the hell out of the squirrel cage.
it's a lot easier than that. Plus, I always think those people are cheating. So winner is Marianne Smith. Marianne, if you're here, awesome. Let us know. If not, we will email you that you're the winner. So you won the Victorinox knife and sharpener set. Congratulations.
That's pretty cool.
It's not bad.
Congratulations.
What is that?
So this is it?
Sorry.
So, I mean, it's
as
like,
far as what?
this is what you do. It's sit here with dead air.
No, I'm frustrated and confused by this. I don't know what that means.
Huh. It's interesting.
Right?
Yeah. it
I've
is.
not seen that before on a winner. I guess we'll find out. But if it was, why did they let it be the winner?
Maybe.
No, there's no good reason.
There is.
There's no good reason,
is
Kurt.
not.
That's ridiculous. All right. Awesome. What have you been working on over there? Other things?
I can't say.
Oh, he's done something.
Somebody has some other questions that I'm looking up. I can't say what it is yet.
Okay. Dorothy Stafford says, my processor in South Carolina charges $35 to skin, gut, and hang. So your guy
Must be
making
independently wealthy.
your guy making $100. He's cleaning up.
And it might just be where they're at.
Do you know where he is? Like,
He's in Iowa. That's all I can get. I can get more specific,
you
but I
don't
won't.
need to. You don't need to.
You know, and I will say this though: he is in an area where there are not any lockers doing carcass deer.
Okay.
Everyone's doing baggy bucks.
So he's their only option if they don't know how to do
Exactly.
it, or if they really want to keep it for some sort of mount. Because I'm assuming he's doing it.
He's caping too if they ask.
Okay. Cool. You a deer hunt? You a hunter at all?
Not anymore.
You used to?
Yeah.
What'd you used to go after?
Squirrels, rabbits, quail,
Quail?
pheasant. Never shot a duck.
No?
Went out and sat and smoked and watched him do it, but
I think that might have been your problem, the smoking.
it's cold.
Yeah,
I don't want to get if I can shoot an animal and it's warm, I'm all for it, brother.
Cold, wet, and dark.
Yeah.
None
yeah,
of those.
It's not for me.
I can deal with 2 of those 3, but I don't think I want all 3 of those together.
That sounds like a good bourbon, but not a good time to hunt.
The problem is, though, I love duck. Like, do you know George's Bistro?
I do not.
Okay, so it's a new restaurant in Wichita. I think it's like 2 or 3 years old. It's down by whatever the hill area is by the college.
Sure, College Hill.
College Hill. Oh, jeez, that was hard, huh?
The thing is, there's no colleges down there.
It's kind of close to WSU. I mean, kind of.
No.
If
No.
you squint really hard and you're like 10,000 miles in the air.
It's like
If you're in a
maybe
satellite-
4 miles.
Let's see,
from it?
from Douglas,
Yeah, it's not that far.
Yeah.
It's 4 miles, maybe.
5.
Okay, whatever.
Half of
they
Wichita
have
is
a-
technically
I'm
4
just
miles
saying,
from.
You want to draw that
Whatever.
circle and see what you,
Yeah.
They
They're
have
also close to friends in Kansas Newman, too.
not as close.
Damn close.
I bet they're just as close, if not
Okay,
closer.
fine.
So your story is George's Bistro's down on the hill.
Has duck a la rancha on all the time, and we've gone there 3 times. I think I've gotten it twice. It is amazing.
My grandparents were missionaries in China.
Okay.
And so my uncle and my grandpa knew every Chinese restaurant and chef in the Midwest. And there was one place we'd always go to, and they'd always make duck for my grandpa. And it just, and I know this is a tired cliche, but it just literally seemed to melt in your mouth.
Yep.
I mean, you just didn't chew it. And the flavors were incredible.
Yep. It's amazing if you know what you're doing with it. The problem is, because I used to be a waiter at a restaurant, and I was good friends with the chef, and he would be a little bit annoyed when anyone would order that because it congeals so quickly. So he'd always tell me, he's like, have them eat it quickly.
Oh, okay.
He's like, it'll be the last thing that you bring to the table, and tell them to eat it quickly because the duck fat congeals quickly. And he's like, and once it's congealed, it ruins the palate appeal.
I think pheasant and dove, I'm sorry, quail and dove are my 2 favorite birds.
Okay.
I don't know, pheasant is good, and maybe just because it was more work.
Yeah.
Because you really got to, I mean, quail and dove you can skin in 2 seconds.
Sure.
But it was okay. But man, we used to eat so much dove.
Have you ever had prairie chicken?
Never.
Yeah,
Hit
I've
one
not.
with a car once.
Did you
Does that
really?
count?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Did
as
you
a matter
stop
of
and
fact,
grab it?
No, it was a Walton's. It was our Walton's delivery van,
Oh,
the
yeah?
yellow one. And it was pretty cool, actually, because it was in the road, and I'm flying. I think I'm on my way to Larnard. Yeah, I was on my way to Larnard. And you can see it, and I'm just driving full speed. I'm like, okay, bird, fly. You can fly. And it jumped up, and it hit the windshield, and then, it had the nose hanging over it, and it went, think, boom. And I'm like, where'd it go? And I'm looking in my rearview mirror. That thing had NFL punter hang time. Because that thing went straight up, and I'm watching my rearview mirror, and finally I just saw it go thump. I'm like, that was cool.
You should have gone back and gotten it. Would have been perfectly tender, I bet.
Yeah, it was
like
it would have
hitting it
been
with a
perfectly
huge
lots
mallet.
of things. Radium. I was almost to radium on my way to Larnard.
Okay. I thought you meant like the stuff they used to put in watches.
Oh, no.
Well, don't use that. Come up with a Walton's electromagnet to pull the.
Yeah.
Oh, for a shell, for a shot.
Oh, I think he's talking for the.
If it was steel,
it's lead.
it should be
though, for the
fine. But
most
if it's
part.
lead, I'm assuming that's going to be a problem. More and more people and more places are requiring steel. But we've had people ask for that before us to do some sort of like mobile magnetic detector. There'd be some guys at home that would get some use out of it. Would any commercial guys, if they're doing that, they're doing something that's bigger, more conveyor line. Is that what they're doing?
Bone collector. I mean, you have a problem. I mean, you can get fragments of arrowheads, if you're not. But a lot of the guys that are grinding, not a lot of them, more and more all the time are using bone collectors because you pull all the metal fragments out plus the sinew. I had a guy actually get buckshot out of a cow once.
Really?
They were grinding it, and he heard something. He looked in it, saw it, and there was actually some old shot. Someone had peppered it in its tender age.
Wow.
Wow.
So for people who don't know, you want to explain a bone collector, how it works?
Well, it could either be a really good Stephen King movie. But for the most part, what a bone collector is, it's a grinder plate that has a channel in it, and it has a hose coming off the end. And your more dense particles, your sinew, your cartilage, your buckshot, your bone fragments, they have more resistance, so they'll pick up on the knife and go into that trough instead of passing through the plate. Your lighter material, your protein, your lean, it's going to pass through the plate more quickly. And so all the other crap's just caught in the trough and shoved out the tube out front. It gives you a lot cleaner product, and you just don't have that inconvenience of chewing on something nasty when you're eating your sausage.
That's cool.
We got a good question from Deer Hunter. He said he's using a recipe for venison hot dogs. He wants to make 12.5 pounds instead of 25. Is it okay to use the full amount of pink salt?
I don't care. I mean, it's not going to kill you. It's going to give you a nice pink, dense product. Mm-hmm. You're not selling it.
So could he just use half the bag of SureCure, or is it?
Yeah, if he wants to mess around with measuring it. But again, it's just going to give you a little denser and a lot more pink color to it.
Okay, there you
So
go.
this, the Phillies sign, looks just like the Phillies sign, is what a bone. Can you do a bone collector on anything smaller than a 52?
Yeah, 32.
32 you can do it?
And the difference between a 32 is with this collector, you have to have a special centering stud that has a trough in it. Mm-hmm. With a 32, it actually has a hole in this part right here, so you use your standard stud. If you have a really old grinder, it's not going to have the compression, and it's not going to be as effective, no matter what size of plate you're using. Yeah, but this is what it does: is the lean will go through the holes, and anything that's dense will come back around and get caught in that trough and be guided out through the middle.
Okay, but for something like a shot, why would it go there and not just through the...
Generally, there's still going to be some resistance. I mean, in a perfect world, if that thing is lined up perfectly with a hole and goes through.
Okay, but for the most part...
but for the most part, it's going to get caught and moved out.
Is it a different type of knife? Or is it the same knife?
Standard
Same
knife.
Ooh, that's a good sound. It's a nice, clean plate, which I should put back before shipping comes looking for it. This is a sharpened plate.
Oh,
I knew I was seeing it somewhere. Like, where have I seen that recently?
Can we double check Cyber 10? And
done.
Is it? Okay,
I
good.
guarantee you it was at 7 the last time I looked at it.
Then that's probably maxed out.
So
he
you-
also did mention, sorry, Austin, that TG10 might be having a problem too. So just flush those out maybe.
TG10 stopped working on Saturday, Sunday. That was only good for a few days there. I don't remember which day it ended on. And then Cyber 10, there was only 8 uses of that. We will have another coupon that will be available to use it's probably going to be another couple hours before we release one. But we'll see. There will be John will probably have some other coupons as well here. But
see, Patrick, the effectiveness of a good pitch, bam, gone just like
It's already done. It's already done, dude.
Then, well, I got another one ready to go here. Frank Reed III, you have 5 minutes to respond to win a $25 gift card.
Austin, do you need to run for a break or anything? You can go take one whenever.
Yeah, I might. I'm going to
ahead.
have to use the bathroom. Might as well do it now.
We'll wait till he's
I'll
gone.
leave this up in case you need something.
What are you doing? Oh, just chat?
Yeah, I can't read that.
I can't read that either.
Oh,
Oh,
buddy, there we go.
wow.
My
That was
lands.
close. Got better. So this past weekend, we had a total of 665 orders. One away from Mark of the Beast.
Wow.
I told Austin I was just going to go home if it had been 666.
Oh,
I'm like,
no,
no, it's
man.
over.
That'd have been
Day's
cool.
done. Day's done. It's
Why
a
is that
joke.
bad news? I don't understand. The Number of the Beast / Hammersmith for Iron Maiden just got re-released last week on triple vinyl.
Everything is
so-
hard rock music with him. Hey, do you know Frog Leap Studios?
No.
Okay, we'll
I
talk
don't
about
mind.
it after.
See, we agree. We have on our Venn diagram for Patrick and I, we have some common in the middle, but
There's a lot more probably. Like I said, my oldest brothers were 18 years older than me, and they're big trivia, music, whatever from the 70s and 80s. So I got a lot of the like Deep Purple in rock and stuff like that. Like I don't like all just the radio hits, you know what I mean? I like all this B-side thing that's 17 minutes long that was live in front of Japan, you know. So there's a lot of cool kind of intricacies like that
I just
that I
don't
totally
like the
agree with.
Thrasher, I hate my mom. I hate your mom. I hate my life.
It depends on.
When they scream at the top of their lungs, I'm just out.
See, some of those bands, you just go, I can't even hear what the music or what the lead singer's doing, but the guys behind them, they're absolutely tearing it up.
So did Austin draw a winner, Frank Reed or something?
The third.
Okay,
If the
he's
first
here.
or second, you're out. It's only
He's
the
here.
third.
Bryce, I'm saving your comment question for when we have our product specialist on. Flip's coming on later. Andrew.
Is he?
Flipping. Yep.
Cool.
So we will bring up that suggestion then. All right. So how long have you been with Waltons? It's been a long time. You came with the company.
Yeah, 25, 26 years.
That's a long time. That's a very long time. How's the
I've had 2 jobs in my adult life.
What was the other one?
Multimedia.
Okay. When was that?
Before Walton's.
I assumed you
wasn't
didn't
really
have the
hard
time
one
to
to
do a
figure.
second job. How's the industry changed in that time, in the 25 years?
Machinery's changed dramatically.
Okay.
Because I mean, honestly, the job is to separate the protein from the bone,
Sure.
throw the crap away, and make a product out of it. There's been some new cuts, some different cuts. It's mostly on the retail side for those because
Yeah.
most of the meat processors are still doing the basic standard breakdowns. Machinery has changed dramatically. Seasonings have changed.
Okay.
When we first started, when Brett and I first started kicking the tires out, it was white sugar cure. Everyone was using white sugar cure. And then Country Brown came along, and oh my lands, everybody was throwing behind Country Brown. There were fights about it, you know, which way you wanted to go. The guys were complaining. People want brown sugar cure. Then maple became the flavor of the day.
Right.
And now it's kind of neat because it's settled into Dance with Who Brung You. Sweeter and Sweet's my personal favorite. I like it because there's 3 different sugars, so the receptors pick up differently. That's why it seems sweeter, even though the sugar content's the same. And so everybody just kind of settled into it. We still sell surprisingly a lot of white sugar cure.
Is that surprising, though? Like, why does that surprise you?
Well, no, just because the demand anymore for maple. Maple is such a strong demand right now in everything.
Okay.
There's guys they'll run 2 different cures. They'll have it just so they can say they have a maple cured product. But when I first started, it was pork sausage seasoning, you know, Holly Regular.
That was it.
And now it's just the variety of products that people are making. It's good to see more and more people are putting in retail areas. More and more people are stretching it, and it used to be a guy that says, well, do you have a habanero sausage? And they go, hell no, I have this.
Right.
And now it's like, Kurt, do you have a habanero sausage? I mean, a lot of people are starting to cater to the demands of the foodies or the people that are asking for the different products. But machinery's changed dramatically. Automation, packaging.
So in what? In the needing less help in the processing plant?
Well, I mean, it was paper. When we first started, everybody's paper wrapping.
Oh, wrapping.
And everyone called vacuum packaging cryovacuum.
Yep.
And, man, the machines were old German machines, mostly Holomatic or Vax. And then everybody started vacuum packaging. And then they went to the double chambers. And then they went to the soft flush. And then people started shrink packaging, shrink wrapping. And then now roll stockings become extremely popular.
Yep.
So, I mean, you're just seeing the different processes, one, to save time, save manpower, and then it's just appearance and what your market is and what you're going for. Stuffers, back in the day, it was just the old Zuber water stuffers.
That was it. Yep.
And that was it. That was technology, man. If you had a Zuber, you were uptown, you weren't cranking. And then hydraulics came out. The hydraulics got more refined. The tanks got smaller. The motors got more powerful. I've got pictures of some of the first hydraulic stuffers, and they're just hilarious. But then they started going to vacuum stuffing. And it used to be vacuum stuffing was just for the big boys. And now most of the lockers, a lot of the lockers have vacuum stuffers now. And a lot of them are going to roll stocking now. It's just people are changing the technology mostly to accommodate for manpower and consumer demands. I mean, there's still some consumers that think, butcher paper is the way to go. I've got guys that'll do butcher paper on their front counters just because of the nostalgia.
Right.
But a lot of people know the value of having their products vacuum packed or roll stock just for the longevity and storage.
Do you think from the plant manager, owner, whatever perspective, is it I don't want to pay people for this, or is it I can't get people to do it?
I can't get people. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. I had a guy I was at a plant, and he had signs on the wall that said, if you are caught with your cell phone during business hours, you'll be fired immediately. They're all over. And he said he fired 3 people last week. I mean, there's one guy that makes the people put their cell phones in a box.
Okay.
And he says, we'll answer our phones 24 hours a day. If anyone needs you, we'll get you immediately. And people will go in to apply, see that, and won't apply.
Nope.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. People have become, it's an extension of the person at this point. You've offloaded part of your brain into it.
Yep.
Just, it's the way it goes.
But yeah, a lot of it is just the economy of I've got one machine and it doesn't call in sick. It's here every day, and I can get one person that I can count on, pay them a good sum, pay them a fair wage, and that person will be here every day to run that machine that's here every day, instead of throwing people at a problem.
Yeah, well, I remember a big eye-opener for me was when I was still in customer service. Someone was buying the Daymark MP3 shrink wrap thing.
Oh, yeah.
So, it was an expensive unit. It's not hugely expensive. It's fairly expensive. And I knew he was a smaller plant, and I kind of asked him, like, well, how do you, validate this cost? He's like, well, I can bring somebody basically off the street, teach them how to use this for 4 hours, and they're as good as they need to be. Hand wrapping, it takes months, if not years, to get somebody to the point where they're as fast as this and as good. So he's like, it's the initial investment, but the ease.
We had a guy, and he bought a shrink wrap, and he fired his wrapper. His wrapper was basically blackmailing him. She'd have embargoes. She'd have work slowdowns.
Wow.
And she was rude and mean to customers, and he bought that shrink wrap. I taught him how to use it, and I was supposed to train her, and she was fighting it all the way. I trained him. He fired her the next day, hired a guy, and he goes, man, you would not believe the change. This young lady, the customers love her. She's fast and efficient. And I mean, he said just the dynamic in the workplace, he'd have paid twice as much for the machine if he'd known that.
Yeah.
And another guy bought one just because paper wrapping had so much repetitive stress to it. From his wife was the wrapper, and she got carpal tunnel from doing it, and he needed another way to do it.
Yep. Yeah, we've heard that. Seen the claws of people who've spent their lifetime doing things like that. All right. What is your favorite breakfast sausage seasoning
Probably regular.
for any protein?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I only make breakfast sausage out of pork. That's not true. I made it out of turkey once, but I used pork fat.
You have to use pork fat. Somebody was talking about, Gary Ty was saying, as we will tell people, pork fat is just creamier than anything else.
God made it for sausage.
Have you ever used the W110?
Yes and no.
Okay.
A friend of mine makes just crap loads of sausage. He built his own locker out by where we live.
Okay.
He mixes 110 with the Holly regular. It's a fantastic
really?
sausage. I want to say I haven't used it, but I believe that a locker that I do buy sausage from, because I'm not nearly making sausage anymore, I believe he uses the 110, and I like it.
Okay. Not too salty?
No, I don't think any.
Right. This person was just asking, was looking at the 110, but the reviews said maybe too salty.
And you always got to question those. I mean, salt's salt. It's usually 2%. And if something's too salty, I almost tend to believe they didn't use the proper meat block for it.
Something went wrong before that.
Yeah.
Yep. Or not enough fat. Actually, no. Not enough
meat
fat.
block's a meat block.
Yeah,
I
wouldn't
mean,
matter.
Put 25 pounds of lean, you're still going to have the same effect.
I mean, with salt, not with everything.
Not with everything.
Right, but with salt, yeah, it wouldn't really affect that.
So I guess I don't know.
Yeah. No. I think they're accusing me here in the chat of cheating. I was wondering why John laughs and then draws again.
Oh.
Not true. Quick question on the stuffer
Well,
flush.
all I got to say is, I don't know that that's completely true, but whoever Brian was, yeah, he didn't like you at all.
Don't tell them that. They'll believe that. They'll believe that. No. We've had a problem with the service we use, like marking things as fraud when I know it's not, and I've proved it to them. But they keep arguing back with me. But
And full disclosure, that's what he was looking at, was some fraud alert on the person who was drawn.
on the winner.
Yeah.
So why are you marking them as fraud if you're going to let it be the winner? So whatever. Neither here nor there. So this is a question from John Belvedere on the stuffer flushers. Do you add them before the start of stuffing? No, you add them at the bottom. Like once the piston's all the way down, back it out, put it back in, and then that will do everything. That is how you do it.
And this just gets the stuff out of that little trough in the bottom?
So if you're using the electric stuffer, there's not as much of the stuff at the bottom because we moved. If you can turn around and look at it. We moved it, so it's no longer below. Yeah. But with the manual stuffers, yeah, it gets everything that's out in the bottom, and it should get everything out of the trough. I've done summer sausage with it once before, and it actually went through that size stuffing tube. Like I was holding it on, and all of a sudden I see a bulge in the casing. I'm like, oh, that's that. So I had to push one back out. But no, for the most part, it generally just goes up to here, and then you're just left with whatever's in there. But, I mean, if your goal is to get as much sausage as you want, they're a good, easy way to do that.
And if it works?
And it works. They're not expensive. They're easy to use. So, nothing wrong with it.
It's still funny.
What is? Just the whole thing?
Just the whole concept. Well, it's not my world.
Well, here's the thing.
Put one of those in one of my stuffers and shoot it across the room.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. It would, one of your stuffers probably would push that through a 10 millimeter if it had to. Yeah.
Or push pieces of it through.
But the guy who recommended it to us, he was going through physical therapy. So they gave him these, and he was playing with them. And he's like, I wonder if that would work for it. It worked for it.
I'll be darned.
And then Flip had just gotten here, so we actually had someone chase him down. That was it.
I'll be darned.
That was it.
So you guys going to start selling the Walton's big hats?
So you paid attention to that.
It was on a newsletter that I get.
Is it an NFL newsletter?
No, it was just bringing out oddities.
Okay.
And I saw it and I thought it was a joke at first.
Yeah, I thought that was
That's my
real.
team, right?
It's hilarious.
Washington?
Really?
Yeah.
I'll add
Yeah.
that to the list.
What he's talking about is Brian Robinson, who is a rookie running back, came out to the media yesterday wearing what only looks like a dark helmet from Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Like that's the size. It was legitimately this big.
It's like a Key and Peele sketch when they did.
But
the
I guess
hat.
the
It
guy
is
was
very
on-
similar to that.
The guy was on Shark Tank.
Shut
And
up! Really?
Yeah, no, he really was. And it's called, I think you can go to Big Hats or.
I've seen dumber things, sports memorabilia related, that are in like probably my man cave right now. So it's nothing too absurd.
So I just figured Meatgistics was next.
No, we're not doing that. Not doing that. Back a while ago, Deer Hunter, I'm just trying to catch up on some chat, asked a question. Joe Hell answered saying you want to use the recommended amount of pink salt, so you need a really good scale to be able to weigh at those amounts. Somewhere around here, we have our Ascali Precision digital scale. It will weigh in the fractions of the grams. I will find it at some point. Below 500 grams, it does it by the 10th. Above 500 grams, I think it does it by like 0.5 of a gram.
And that's the thing I always think about with the scale is what you're weighing and what you need those divisions to be.
What do you prefer? Like, do you count your seasoning in your meat block? Or do you do 25 pounds of meat and then the seasoning and cheese and water?
I don't count seasonings, but I count water and
You count
cheese.
water and cheese? Okay.
And I'll take that back off the meat block.
Is that what you find most of your commercial customers do?
No,
What are
they're
they?
just adding 10% of the cheese. And I don't, you know what? I think that is a true statement. I don't think that's, I think they're just putting in 25 pounds of protein, adding their cheese, and adding the meat block to it. And
Okay. So I've always told people that there isn't a right answer to it.
I don't think there is.
Some people do it one way, some people
I know
do
the
another.
wrong answer is when someone tries to make a seasoning taste stronger, that they'll use less protein, and then generally what you have is a very salty product.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to make something stronger, add particulates and aromatics. Don't cut the meat block down because again, salt's your big driving force, and so if you only use 20 pounds of protein, the salt effect's going to be stronger. Use 25 pounds of protein and add garlic and black pepper and
Okay.
add your pungents and your aromatics to it to make the stronger flavor, but don't cut the meat block back.
Do you think it matters if we're talking about like a cured sausage or fresh sausage or no?
I think any meat. I think the meat, the packages are designed for that meat block, whatever protein you're using. And again, salt's 2%, and so when you cut the meat block down, your salt's going to be much more predominant.
Okay.
Unless you add a bunch of sugar to it.
Right. And then you're working against yourself
Why?
there
It's 5
anyways,
pounds
right?
of meat.
Yep. Just add it.
Yeah.
Okay. That was very good. Thank you. Just reading through some comments. Ordered the 11-pound stuffer this morning. Late season elk. That's Jaron Pope. Thank you. Lots of people congratulating people. The one thing that we're not getting is a bunch of here texts.
Of what?
Anytime we like draw something, yeah, right. Why did I bring that up? Anytime we draw a winner, people will just immediately start responding here, hoping that it's them. We don't know. Is W110 the same as Wits? So the W110 with the G in front of it is going to be Excalibur's version of that Wits. So it's like is a clone the right statement? It's not quite a clone.
It's just
it's their version.
Yeah, it's
their version.
Everybody in the day, everybody stole everybody's formulas when they got big. I mean, and Excalibur, to their credit, I mean, it's funny. I think it's maple cure. We have 3 different maple cures called 3 different things that are the exact same thing because one's a match for W, one's a match for something else.
Yep.
But at least to Excalibur's credit, when they copied a seasoning, if it was Legs Old Plantation, they put an LOP in front of it. If it was
Yep.
Wits, was a W. Heller's was an H. So you knew what you were looking for.
Somebody asked, saying that they had a back order for the one-shot grinder head. We have a next receipt date of the 23rd on that, so 23rd of December.
What's a one-shot grinder head?
That is
Great question.
this. I don't know if you're going to remember this, but there was a point, or there was a time, probably about 6 months ago, where I asked you to go into the walk-in cooler and look at a grind I had done. Do you remember that?
Was I drinking?
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah,
You might,
okay,
right.
I do. Yes.
And you said, no, nothing. It looked great, very clean.
fine.
So that was the first time we had ever used this. So this is a dual grind system.
Like an Unger system.
It's an Unger system.
Okay.
Yep. So
You just can't call it an Unger system.
exactly. So we have some changes coming to it. Right now, it's got this square
Drive.
all the way. So that's being changed to a circular one to match this. Because you can see it does wear away at this stud a little bit. And this stud's replaceable. So we ordered enough of those to replace everyone who's already bought one. And then that is just a regular kidney plate with a larger hole in the center so that the kidney plate can spin and then this can stay solid. That has two sides to it, so it cuts it as it comes through and it cuts it right before it goes through.
That's pretty cool.
It is awesome for cured sausage. It has cut down on just the amount of time I've spent grinding, because that second grind for cured sausage can be an absolute pain in the butt. With that, it's nothing.
So you were grind, mix, grind?
No,
I was grind, mix?
Grind, mix. Why, have you always been grind, mix, grind?
Well, I don't have a mixer. So I'll grind, mix it in the top. Our little grinder at home.
Why do you have a little grinder?
Because I like to make sausage.
Why don't you have a 12 or a 22?
Ha! Brett's on time too.
Come on up. No, he's early. He's early.
Brett tried to sell me one, but my lovely wife convinced me I'll have a place to put it.
Well,
She's already found a new
there's an open spot.
Go on and sit down.
Fill in,
mixer. So when I wear hers out from my grinding. Hey, Bubba.
Afternoon, sir.
So for those of you who have listened to the podcast a bunch, we have had Brett and I gotta call attention to that. As Brett is trying to force his way up, he flipped over his little whatever that is.
We all got our
HP
own
something
word
or
for
other.
it.
But right before we got that, so real quick, the backstory on this is we didn't even want to carry this. They sent us a different grinder, not our current ones, but like a different grinder, body, motor, hookup, everything, and their dual grind head. I tried it a few times. I hated it. I'm like, we're not doing this. They sent us this as sort of like a, last grasp for us to do something. I used it the first time and I was annoyed by how much I liked it. And that's why I had everyone go in and look at it. I'm like, find something wrong with this. But
Well, if you'd have told me that.
But at the same time, I was also starting to experiment with grind, mix, grind, and did find that specifically on the 1/8 plate, it does make a difference. The second grind is faster if you add the seasoning in between. It's not like a hugely significant amount, but I think it was somewhere in like the 6 to 7% range.
I just always liked grind, mix, grind because you grind through the big plate, you have a big surface area for the seasoning to adhere to, and then you grind it through the second one, and it just blends everything back through. And
did you answer the question a while ago? Because I didn't hear you answer.
What was it?
Somebody was talking about different plate sizes, grinder plate sizes, and somebody made a comment in there about
We got to talking.
that they were just do it once through a 1/4 inch. I'm like, wow.
Oh no, that's
like some big chunk.
And then Joe Hell responded with the 7 mil. Yeah,
was that before my time?
nope.
No, it
You were
was
here.
during.
Joe Hell responded saying
was
that he
I?
goes twice through
That's
the
why I
7
bring in
millimeter
mine
plate.
so I can see the questions because these guys don't share everything.
I'm about to say I didn't hear that question. Did you say it out loud or was it just on the forum?
No, it was just on the.
Screw
it was
it, I
just
don't
on
care.
this.
I thought you said something I didn't hear. It's like Judas Pete.
XAA Garlorax has. I have a jar of canned eels from 2018, still sealed. Do you think it's good?
Was it good when it was fresh?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Did you see? We had a customer that did eels,
Okay.
and he asked, and there's this cool as hell machine that they just throw all the eels in, strings them, skins them. I mean, it was pretty stinking cool,
I didn't see it.
man.
So the Wits 110, the from Wits is only available by the case. You can buy the W110 from Excalibur.
Right, which is I'm sure why he's asking that question. If
Well,
it's
that's what they just asked too, the follow-up there.
oh, okay, gotcha.
And then they're asking about the 22 and the 32s. When are we getting those in dual grind? And
Oh, they're working on it.
are
they're working on it.
Things can be difficult.
Yeah,
I'm a naysayer on it, although it has worked okay. But many have used it for commercial, and some still do and like them, but most people don't from the commercial aspect.
And what would that reason be?
There are different theories. You're if you ever time a grinder through coarse grind and fine grind, which is faster?
Coarse.
The coarse grind. So what's happening? All that meat in there that goes through really fast and then has to stop and then work its way slowly through. That meat gets worked.
Okay, but have you ever done a timed grind between? I mean, it's a chunker plate at the back. Yeah, I'm not helping my argument there, am I? I'm hurting my argument there.
No, because even if you make the hole bigger, Brett's argument still stands even more so because everything's going to pass through more quickly.
Right.
And if the meat gets warm, you're going to start seeing the fat back up, and you're just going to start seeing so much more buildup on the back of your plates.
I've done.
If the knives are good and sharp and the meat's good and cold, it will work.
I mean, I've done hundreds of pounds for this, and I've never noticed a buildup on the back of any plate.
And it just may be that system. Judas Pete, I'm getting a cramp. Oh, man.
Do you want back in?
Am I back on, Patrick?
Oh, was he not working?
I was off.
Did you hear my announcement?
They couldn't hear me.
I used my Don. I
heard
voice.
it. I heard it. I would like to say too, since Austin walked back in the room, that I'm really bothered and really upset with them and how they treat you. You know, as
he's lying.
I want it to be public.
Liar.
Public that as a valued long-term employee of your age and stature.
He threatened to cut off my pigtail.
JB Pilot saying I'm trying to make sure that I'm put in for the drawings today. So to do that, go to waltons.com/live. At the bottom of the page, there'll be ways to enter. Just putting a comment here doesn't actually do it.
Did it used to?
No.
Okay.
TT says, does the 7-pound 2-speed stuffer appropriate to make beef sticks? So you're talking about a 7-pound dual speed. It'll come with a 12-millimeter tube, and yep, it can absolutely be used for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's 19-millimeter stick, so you're not going to be able to put 16-millimeter on it, but it absolutely does work.
Right?
I mean, I've always used until we got the electric stuffer, I always used the 11-pound to make 19-millimeter.
It's a lot of work.
It's not easy.
Put more water in it?
A little bit, yeah, for sure. I mean, more water than like a commercial guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the low end that we'll do is like 0.75 of a liter to a 25-pound batch. I mean, I assume for your commercial guys, you're using significantly less than that.
In full disclosure, all the Waltons are mean to me. Even their grandkids are mean to me. It's hereditary. It's not trained.
I would say, though, too, Kurt, now I'm not defending John, but Austin, he was like 10 when you first started harassing him. He's had to deal with you for many, many, many years.
I just knew from the start that I had to give you crap because you gave me crap, and it's all I've known for the past 25 years. So.
Oh, man. Crummy family.
Those are the quail we shot wrapped in prosciutto and bacon.
It's good.
That is awesome because somebody asked me, what are you doing with the birds you shot in Colby? I go, I don't know. Nobody ever gave me any of the birds from Colby. So
it's really tasty.
I might have to reheat it, though.
It didn't need the cream cheese.
Okay, well, John left here, so we're not getting a ton of questions right now. Yeah, I'm watching the questions, so see if there's something there. Oh yeah, somebody said it's a good thing I was here to fact check. That's nice.
Personally?
I missed a little bit there.
They were complimenting you.
Did you know that the one shots were on back order? Yeah, I didn't either. So we've sold out of them.
Oh, did you? Now, I was reading off somewhere else here. Did you answer the 7-pound
Yep.
stuffer? Okay.
Yep,
that's
Kurt
what
and
you
I
were
just
talking about. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Elizabeth Phelps asks if we're going to start carrying canning items. We're going to have our product development specialist on later. So Elizabeth, I will put that on the list of things to ask him as well. He had notes. I went into Flip's office earlier today, and he's like, "Yep, I'm all ready," and he showed me his notes. I'm like, I don't know that anyone's ever brought notes before.
Yeah, I didn't do any prep. Sorry.
Well, you've been on before. It's less of a mystery to you.
Andrew hadn't been around that long.
Yeah.
He's probably nervous about it. It might have something to do with that. I told him it was a trap.
Everyone's going to be pounding you. Can you get this? Can you get this?
I said, it's just a trap to have you in there. They're going to deflect onto you, Andrew. If somebody says, why are these out of stock? They're going to be like, this is the guy right here.
You know, we told Flip you need to get order more of those.
Yep.
What do you think?
Pretty good. It'd be better if it was warm. They didn't bring me warm food. They brought you warm food. They just get cold
I don't know
stuff
that I
for me.
agree with that. That they're better warm. I mean, it's prosciutto, and I love cold bacon.
I think cold meat always tastes better, period.
Did you tell Brett about the steak later? You just didn't plan any food for Brett.
No, this is the food for Brett.
Okay, so how long can
thrown on
meat
his
that has
bus
curing in it stay in the fridge before cooking, Kurt?
Why are you holding it in the fridge?
Maybe
If you put cure in it, it's going to start setting up. Don't put the cure in it. If you're going to set it overnight, mix it, let it set overnight, then add the cure in the morning, then put it in your smokehouse. I don't know if that's
Why?
the right answer. That's my answer.
why? What happens? What happens
The
to
cure
it?
is going to set it up. You'll have a nice big hamburger or
It's going to be
meatloaf.
way harder to stuff.
Yeah, you can do it. I did it. I made a mistake, and but it's a pain in the butt to break up, and it doesn't grind as well. So yeah, if you want it to set overnight to pick up some flavor or for whatever reason, don't put the cure in it.
All right, flusher eggs are off sale because you guys are buying too many of them.
Crushing.
We've got 2 products that we're going to put on sale, but I can't actually tell you what they're going on sale for. I can just tell you to go look at the Grill Eye Max and the regular Grill Eye in a few minutes here.
I like that grill eye.
Pretty good.
You should read that off. Coming from Kurt's boss.
Kurt, your boss says you're only supposed to be on until 1:30. Doesn't he have to get back to work? Especially since he just called me mean.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be on until 2. Hell, if I knew I was supposed to be here at 1:30, I'd have left long.
Oh, you were good. You were good.
Hey, wait a minute. I think. Oh no, this John can answer this one.
What is it?
So they're asking about the all-around jerky maker. On the rounds on that, would it hold for skinless fresh sausage? Thanks, Kurt. We appreciate
Thanks,
you
Kurt.
very much. We appreciate all you do for us.
They're trying to be nice now. All right. Where is this question? All right. Would the all-around jerky maker do rounds that hold well enough for skinless fresh sausage? That's all going to depend on how well you mix it. And once you start mixing like that, I mean, it's no longer really set up for a fresh sausage. I mean, when we're talking about what you need for that to bind together well enough to not just fall apart,
Well,
it's protein extraction.
I'm going to say no. I haven't messed with that. But when you're running out of like a Colosmo press, you're running through about 6 inches, a die that's about 6 inches long, give or take, maybe 5. Whereas that all around, you just got what, 1/8 of an inch or something.
Very small amount.
Yeah. So I don't think it'll hold like it will coming out of Colosmo, because they do that with Colosmo. That's what the Colosmo is designed for, skinless sausage. So I'm not sure it would work as good.
No, if you're wanting to make a skinless fresh product, I would think your best bet would be a cellulose casing because they peel easily at the end.
Oh, heck
But
yeah.
Then you're going to have to cook it. You can't really throw cellulose on the grill, so you're going to have to find another way to cook it. A great way to do it would be with some sort of sous vide. You're not going to get any caramelization on the product, but you will end up with a gorgeous skinless product. Or you could smoke it. You could lay it down and smoke it.
If you want color to something you cook in cellulose, use liquid smoke. That's what the big guys do. Then when they make hot dogs, they're running cellulose. The cellulose is stripped off afterwards, and they have the color because they're putting liquid smoke in it.
Okay. So Neil C. asks, doesn't cure have to sit for 12 hours? So yes. Why Kurt said go right to smoking is because almost all the commercial processors are going to add some sort of cure accelerator, whether it be sodium erythorbate, encapsulated citric acid, something like that, to allow them to go directly from stuffing right into the smokehouse so that they're not holding up space in a cooler for 12 hours. But if you don't add any type of cure accelerator, yeah, you need to hold it for 12 hours to allow the nitrite in it to start actually converting to nitric oxide. So, but canning items are a must for deer. That's good. Which lid fits the general duty meat lug?
They found it.
Oh, okay.
Fred Baginski, you have 5 minutes to respond to claim a free gift card.
He's just drawing winners left and right here. How about we let him draw some winners? It's his favorite thing to do.
Oh, I have more.
Okay.
I have a gift card to give away every 20 minutes.
Okay.
Most of them are 25. We will at some point. Maybe we'll let him draw a bigger one.
Do we have?
I brought in my own list of stuff to give away. No, I didn't. I thought about it though. I thought about coming in and go, I'm just going to give this away.
Well, I mean,
But no.
it's all yours.
Then I
Do
didn't.
whatever you want.
I got busy and forgot about it.
So, some of the people who've been paying attention to us for years will know this, but we do a competition today. Do you want to explain that to them? And I'm going to fix your mic because that's annoying me.
What's annoying you?
It's blocking your face.
Oh, well, I kind of had it moved and then I came unplugged, so they didn't like that. Our package count? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have a guess how many packages we're going to ship today.
For employees only.
For employees only.
That clear.
You have to be on the payroll to participate in that. So everybody guesses up to Friday, and then from that point on, they're locked. And once we're done today, at the end of the day, which will be all the orders placed Saturday, Sunday, and today, will go out today. One semi's already been pulled out, but another one will be going. So,
and they pulled one over the weekend too.
Yeah, that's one I meant. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
They may have pulled another one.
They might have pulled
too.
another one today. I didn't go back and look. Yeah. So anyway, so employees kind of have fun. Today's a huge day for us as far as volume goes. Biggest day of the year, always has been for 20 years. The day after Thanksgiving weekend, anyways. Now they call it Cyber Monday, but yes, we called it Big Monday 20 years ago before there was a cyber, because it was still our biggest day. And now just the internet just helps drive that traffic. So everybody might as well have some fun, because everybody's working hard today to make sure all the orders that get placed today go out today. So we give a first, second, and third place prize, and it'll be lots of fun.
I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but not to toot our own horn too much, but for us to ship same day, I think is kind of a big deal still, even in the age of Amazon in getting things really fast.
Yep.
Because normally I ordered stuff from Amazon Friday and Saturday that I'm not going to get till Wednesday. Normally they ship like the same day, and you get it even over the weekend, and they're so backlogged right now they don't even do it. There are people out there that ship same day, but some of the bigger guys like Amazon still struggle to
do it,
to do that and make it all happen properly.
I mean, that was always their big thing too.
So since we're, I'll throw this out there. So because we're almost always looking for new employees, for people that have a skill and want to work hard and enjoy their work, and I think it's a great place to work. So today, because it's the biggest day of the year as far as volume goes, we bring in lunch for everybody. We have the package guessing competition, because the people in customer service and sales, they're fielding more phone calls today than any other day of the year. So they're limited to leave their desk. They'd have to get unlocked from their desk to leave. No, I'm just kidding. not that kind of place. But no, so we try to do some fun things and to enjoy the day, because it'll be a long, kind of stressful day for a lot of folks. Not in here, just sitting here. It's nice and quiet, and you don't notice. But you go to certain places in the building, it's
a lot busier.
100 mile an hour today. Yep.
So Dave D had asked earlier, I think this was in follow-up to the question he asked Kurt, what about if it's already in the casing? So you would generally first want to stuff it before holding it. I know Kurt's response would still hold, saying, why hold it any longer than that? But you don't want to, I mean, you could go longer, but 48 hours is your absolute outside. You do not want to hold it any longer than that. We're going to start seeing degradation after that point. So,
and I think that's ultimately what the question they were asking.
Right. I just don't think
Kurt kind of got off on
got that. Yeah. Got that second point.
Somebody wants to give away orange mugs.
So
Sweet and Fred's here.
XAA Gullarax, sorry, I cannot say that name, says, I think I missed how to enter. So go to waltons.com/live. At the bottom of the page, there's numerous ways to enter, little things you can do that will get you entered to do it.
Somebody's asking how many employees we have. I don't know the exact count.
Around 60.
I was going to say 65. Somewhere
around
there.
60. About 50 full-time.
Okay.
We're running right around 50, a little over, a little under, right in there full-time, and then part-time people through the fall. So we'll hit over 60.
Ridley family is saying, this is from when you first got on, said Brett is a little quiet. That's not something that we hear very often.
No, I have not heard that for many years.
Okay. What else do we got? Let's look at.
Oh, there's a nice little comment that pointing out we have the best shipping department. They've received items to their door in less than 24 hours from the time of order.
Yep. That's what
the biggest complaint I hear, and I don't hear it from home process, but I hear it from commercial customers, is they complain because they put in an order and 10 minutes later they called back to add to their order.
It's gone.
And it's too late. It's already down the line shipping. Today there might be a little lag, but we can't, the way we process orders so fast, it makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to add back to an existing order. So we always tell our commercial customers, make sure your order's all the way done before you call in.
Yeah, I thought it, even by the time or when I was still in there, it was done. Once you hang up that phone and I hit accept, it's gone.
People get upset sometimes.
Right.
I field one or two of those a year, literally one or two a year from a commercial customer, usually that I know, and they're upset, and then I remind them that remember you love us because you get your orders so quick.
This is how we do that.
We can't do both.
Right.
They go, well, why can't you just wait till 5:30 and then put mine together? I'm like, you and how many hundred other people? I can't do them all at the end of the day.
Some of that's going to get even more tight as we go. We're working on new systems for warehouse management stuff, and was working with our developers this morning on some notifications on pick sheets when people get back into orders. They turned it live to test for just like a few minutes on Friday, and it like immediately caught people getting back into the orders, because people remember 5 minutes after they're done on the phone, or even just at the end of the phone call, they're like, oh wait, can you still add a box of gloves to it? But it happens more often than people realize, and we'd still accommodate when we can, but we have to be fast and on top of things, otherwise we don't get everything out.
All right, I am also flipping November's giveaway to December's, so just FYI. There we go. So, Brett, I asked Kurt, you guys have been in the industry quarter century now. I asked him how things, like, what are some of the biggest changes? He said one of the biggest was, like, equipment, like machinery in it. Would you agree with that? Is that one of, if not the largest change to come over the industry in the last 25 years, or is there other things?
Wow.
What did I just do?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, you'd think it wouldn't. It's just processing meat, but well, there's new things learned, new science. That probably, I guess it's not new science, but they learn how things react differently. So there's things that are taught different now than even 25 years ago. Or I can think of something off the top of my head, but I know at times we've been told something, and then later on we're told, no, don't do it that way. do it this way, because there's the science is, you were doing it wrong. But yeah, equipment has changed, and we're seeing this resurge right now since the last 2 years in both home processing and commercial processing. Since COVID hit, with more new small plants being built around the country than I've seen ever in the over 25 years I've been doing it. And then a lot more people even interested on the home processing level, interested in processing their own, so they know where their meat comes from, and instead of walking into a grocery store.
Yeah, and that's been, obviously that's accelerated over the last couple of years, when probably, at least for the first time ever, people had to think about, what if I go to the grocery store and there's no meat there? Like, that actually crossed people's minds, probably for the first time in most of them for their lives. Mm-hmm. But I also do think part of it is a desire to get a step further away from factory farming and more into small local farming. So a lot of our customers, that is going to be, they're going to get that on both ends. So, all right, I am creating the giveaway right now.
I just reading somebody's comment there about planning.
No, yeah.
What is it?
Fast shipping forces lazy people to plan appropriately. From Jeff Zabuk.
Yeah.
I like that, Jeff, because I'm a planner. I like to have a process. So, and that's how we ship quickly. And we're doing stuff every year. We do things to change our shipping and how to even be better. We do everything from analyze our shipments that go out that don't make it to the customer for whatever reason, and is there something we can do better for that with that? We're finalizing some plans to do some additions onto the building, to the warehouse, to give us some more square footage space. We're designing new picking systems like Austin was talking about, that will make us even faster. So all of it's done to continue to ship that same day. I see several people here commented how fast things were today. So we come in the morning, and some of the guys came in yesterday afternoon, which we don't typically run on a Sunday, but we do Sunday before Big Monday. And so this morning we came in, they're a little bit behind, but not that far behind. And the whole goal is to just stay caught up all day long. And some places like Amazon or somebody that's really large, they batch order everything, so they have to wait until they have 500 orders or 100 orders or whatever it is before they process it. And we don't do that. We will do a little bit of more of that in the future, but even then, we know when it gets later in the day, we won't be as efficient as we are earlier in the day, because we can batch more orders together. Later in the day, to ship same day, we'll still be pulling one order at a time instead of pulling 10 orders at a time.
What, batch printing? Like how they print through?
No, so maybe somebody will get 10 orders at once onto their pick cart.
Oh.
And later in the day, they're basically picking one order at a time when they come off. So right now we're still currently picking sheets, and we're pulling orders off of a sheet of paper, but that'll be going away and all be electronic in the next few months. So right before I came in here, some people said, well, they got their order in like 25 minutes or something from the time they placed it, just here in the last hour or so. And I went back and looked, and I don't know, there was a small stack there, but they're almost keeping up with it.
Excellent.
As we go through the day.
Well, we'll see what we can do to change that. Try and get them behind. I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure I have December's giveaway going. Yep. You should be able to go to waltons.com/win and enter for December's giveaway, which was the chambered vacuum sealer. I don't know if we had told Brett what that is yet or not, but we're giving away a chambered vacuum sealer for December.
You can't let
Just
them know
today?
what we're giving away.
No, for December.
Oh,
the
for
entire
December,
month of December.
for the whole month.
Yep, not just today.
Is it just like luck of the draw giveaway, or do they have to do something really creative? I mean, something big like that, they could do something creative. You could.
There will be
like,
two.
Do a video.
There's a
or
viral
something.
share
Yeah.
that they can get extra wins from, and that is by far how people get the most
People can
entries.
get hundreds
Yeah.
and hundreds of entries
by
doing
using
that.
viral share. But yeah, it's funny. I always know we're in busy season when /win is not the most visited page. It'll start, all of a sudden you'll see cheese and vacuum bags up there, and then they'll overtake them and push win way down after a while.
Rafters asking if we have pickers on wheels zipping around the warehouse. We'll do like a video tour when we're done with some of the changes back there. Right now, like Brett was saying, it's a very manual process. I mean, we've got somebody gets a pick sheet or a stack of pick sheets. They're just paper pick sheets, and they've got basically a Rubbermaid cart that they push around. They'll have totes on it to pick things up, but our new system will be a little fancier. We won't be like cruising around on like electric vehicles back there picking. People will still have to walk along, but the system's going to be pretty slick. I think it'll be interesting. We'll do some sort of video tour with it so you guys can see exactly how your orders get pulled.
We wanted a live feed look-in, and we got certain permissions set up and stuff like that, but the link just will not work so that we can have a live feed shot of what's actually going on in the warehouse in here. So apologies, but we'll get that ironed out for next time.
In case, that's something I guess we can share with people is we do have cameras above our shipping, our packaging stations, so we can go back and look. So if somebody says they didn't get a, pack of seasoning in their order, we'll go back and look at it and see, did we put it in there? Did we not put it in there? Did we, where it was packed in the box, what the packing was like around it, because maybe the box came open and the seasoning fell out. So, yeah, we do have a video evidence to go back and look at everything we ship out.
A lot of times when people think they're missing something, we can go, oh, this is where it went in the package, and then they can go back and look and go, oh, there, I found it.
Right.
It also helps us when something goes wrong, we ship out something and it is damaged or something gets lost, we can look at the video and see what happened to that package when we were sending it out, and we can change our process for how we're packaging those orders so that they get to people more efficiently and less damaged. Change the style of packaging or how much is going in there to make things work a little more better or a little more efficiently.
Yeah, because even if UPS or FedEx destroys a box and we sent it out, it was great when we sent it out, and they destroy it, the customer didn't get their product. And they're upset because they didn't get the product, because they needed their product to, they needed that seasoning to make that jerky that weekend or whatever. So every one of those, even though we don't deliver, causes our customers to be unhappy about something. So we go back and we look at how we packaged it, and is there a way we can change our packaging or get a new box size or, anything along those lines that would make it get to the destination in whole.
You want to click the big button right there so you can say you drew a winner.
I'm going to draw. Didn't like my finger. Oh, there we go.
$100 gift card. Can you read that? I need to zoom in.
Stanley Plona Jr. Stanley Plona Jr. $100 gift card. You're the winner.
I'll put your name in chat. You got 5 minutes to respond.
Okay, I'm having trouble keeping up with the questions. Somebody had asked something back up there, though. What was it? Oh, high temp cheese. Oh, they got that. Somebody didn't answer it. Yeah. Vacuum sealers. Explain the difference with non-vacuum style.
Well, we'll do that in a second. First,
Okay.
this is an ultrasonic cleaner. Okay? It has water in it. You put whatever you want to clean in there, and it sends ultrasonic waves, and you can use heat. It helps clean really stubborn little pieces of things, real fine detail work. People use it for jewelry a lot. A couple weeks ago, somebody asked, can you make a steak more tender using this? So we went out, we did extensive research and found a model that doesn't have to use heat. I mean, I must have looked at one product, maybe two, before settling on this one that luckily doesn't do heat. So I'm going to set this up in the back because it does make a little bit of noise. We're going to throw a steak in there, and we're going to let it go for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to throw that steak and a control steak on the grill in the back. We're going to have a mostly how tender it is competition because the taste should be exactly the same. Brett, you are, of course, invited back when the steaks are ready.
Nice.
Oh, Stanley is here. Sweet. Stanley, I will get that coupon emailed out to you in just a minute. Not coupon, gift card.
Brett, have you let you draw anything yet?
Yeah, we just did. Yeah.
Did you get to draw it, though?
Yeah, I just did. Yeah. What was the vac sealer question? Just the difference between the two. So a chambered machine. Wait a minute. Can you explain the difference with the non-vac style? I guess they mean chambered and chamberless, is what I'm guessing. So a chambered machine, you're going to pull more vacuum. You're going to have a less chance of pulling moisture out. Your vac pouches are much less expensive in a chambered machine.
And you get a better seal.
Yeah, your
You
seal's
get
probably better.
More
Yeah.
of the air out.
Right, it pulls better back, yeah.
Yep. And because the bag is smooth, it actually fits better to the meat than that textured one does. It's a little bit more stiff, so it doesn't form quite as tough. And I can back that up by saying I've taken the chamberless bags, the ones with textures, and put them in a full, chambered vacuum sealer, and there is a difference in the amount you can stretch and pull it away from the meat. You look like you want to argue with this.
No, I don't know. Could be.
But the big difference for the home processor is going to be how much do you use it? Is it worth the initial investment, which is more to save money on bags, or are you only using it a couple times a year?
Right.
And then the more expensive bags don't matter quite as much.
And where do you put it? Do you have space for it?
There is that, for sure.
I did have some friends come in the showroom this morning. Joe and Sarah were here,
Yep.
and they walked out with one of the chambered machines.
Did they really?
And I got a text from Sarah a couple hours later, said Joe was vacuuming everything he could find in the house.
That's what happens.
So he's having a good time playing with his new toy, I guess. So,
my quarter beef's got to be ready soon.
I picked it up for you 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I picked it up for you.
That was so nice of you to pay for it, too.
What's your favorite? No, it's on your credit card. So, what's your favorite seasoning for deer summer sausage?
So I'm going to be the minority here. My favorite summer sausage seasoning, period, is the habanero barbecue. I love it.
You're the minority?
I think most people would go H or W.
Well, I like hot barbecue too, but doesn't it? But just for summer sausage, it's like it tastes great in snack sticks.
No,
though,
I love
too,
it in
doesn't
summer sausage
even
too.
more so. I don't think they have that differentiating of a flavor for me. So that's a tougher.
How do you don't think there's that big a difference between habanero barbecue and
No,
H?
I mean I think the question is what's the best for summer sausage? I just disagree.
Habanero barbecue.
I think it's better in a snack steak.
Sure.
Sure.
It's still my favorite of the summer sausages as well.
I'm trying to,
But I would agree
I'm
with
trying
you.
to just dismantle you. In any
No,
way
no,
I
but
can,
I would agree with you that
well,
it's better
I
as a
had a
snack
lot of hot barbecue snack sticks, and I just didn't even think summer sausage. It didn't have a summer sausage vibe to me. Maybe it's just be proteins and the way it's done though. But anyways,
Yours?
Well, I guess when I first was thinking, I was just thinking the first of the standard flavor.
Okay.
Without thinking about the specialty flavors.
Sure.
Yeah. So the standard flavor, the tons.
Yeah.
The tons.
Yeah, we've got to get that in a 25-pound unit.
Well, they can just buy it as 100.
Yeah, but then, like, a lot of these guys are not even doing a 25-pound batch. So then they've got it for years. Now, if you have a chambered vacuum sealer, that's
if you
not as
can't
big a
use it
deal.
in 2 months, you need to throw it away and order again.
Seasoning's good for longer than that.
No,
it's
I'm
good
just
for at least
kidding.
2 years.
No, yeah.
Don't let them get you.
Yeah.
Greedy capitalist.
No, yeah. No, but I do like the habanero, but I like the jalapeno too. So I don't know.
So, all right, go ahead.
I was gonna say if I had to choose something right now, this second, I would want the jalapeno.
I probably would too go jalapeno.
Here's what I don't understand, though. First of all, Brian Smith says habanero barbecue is the best thing you sell. So, have you ever taken a look at just the seasoning of the jalapeno snack stick and the jalapeno summer sausage from Excalibur? They seem backwards to me because the jalapeno snack stick has like chunks of jalapeno in it, and in the summer sausage, it's all smooth. I don't care about seeing a particulate in my snack stick. I do in a summer sausage. So I don't understand why they would go that way. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason.
I don't know.
No, nobody's got any inside information for me there.
No.
Dill pickle is an excellent summer sausage. Don't listen to that. This is the guy who's been counting his posts down on Meatgistics trying to get a hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Austin, somebody wants to know: do you sell something to cut the rolls of chamberless vac meat pouches? But I can't answer that without being a smart aleck. So
My children aren't for sale.
Jeez. That got dark quick. We are bringing in a test unit that will go on the back of the Walton's Pro 12-inch that will hold the roll and have a slicer. Yeah, you could do that. But, like, one of my favorite things about one of the old Weston units was it had a holder on the back for the roll.
And then you
pull
just-
it up, and then you have this
across.
slider.
Yeah,
And it worked
yeah.
really well.
yeah.
So I've
used.
used knives. Patrick's seen me do it a gang of times where I'll try and just use a knife to cut it, and it gets all raggedy because I'm, just pulling a knife across it. That slicer really works well.
Okay, somebody did say it's called a scissor. Did you answer a question about breakfast sausage patty maker? The breakfast sausage patty maker.
Oh, they're on order.
Is that for Andrew?
Yeah.
Sure. We can
Okay.
ask Andrew if there's an update on that, but they're on order.
I bet that's in his notes.
Yeah.
I
You're-
would put
you're
money
right,
on it. That's in his notes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Justin.
There was another question in there.
But it is a tough. It is a tough crowd when you're in here with this group.
Sinister
It's
MD
defensive.
said a chambered sealer is also a lot better if you're vacuum packing any liquid or anything with a lot of liquid in it. A chambered sealer is going to do way better. Chamberless, which you're always going to fight against, is that liquid's getting sucked out of the bag. So it's trying to pull the air up. The reason it has texture on those bags is so that the bag up near where the machine is doesn't just suck closed. It needs to have little runnels to get the air out. It will also pull liquid up there. And, I mean, you don't want liquid getting into your machine, so you're always going to fight that. With the chambered machine, it does it differently, pumps all the air, most of the air out of the chamber, and then just seals it. So you'll actually see your liquids, depending on the water content of them, start boiling, because water boils in a vacuum, but they don't pull up and out through it.
Somebody made a comment about the vacuum packing their leftover seasoning. Once you have a vacuum machine, you start thinking about the things you can use it for. Yeah, all kinds of stuff like that I have at home. I mean, like, the chicken on the run breading. I don't want that setting out. So when I use it, then I put it in a bag and vac it, and I put it in a big bag and vac it, and then when I use it, I just cut the top off, and then I sealed that same bag. So
ignore the fact that I almost fell there. And then this is a bag of Excalibur seasoning that we just needed a little bit of, and vacuum sealed it, and all the air is pulled out of it, and will stay nice and fresh for a long time.
Just be careful doing that on seasoning that is heavy on sugar.
Yes.
Because you will clump it, and it will be a pain to get unclumped. You're gonna have to put it in water and try to get it to dissolve a little bit. But if it is a sugar heavy seasoning, it can be done. It's just harder. Salt heavy seasonings, they'll as soon as you unvac them, they'll crumble right apart though. We've been having people clamor for tumblers. Have you given away a tumbler yet?
Nope.
Okay.
And we've got a couple of tumblers to give away. So
okay.
Oops, not that one. That one.
PJ 67490, about to place an order. Time for another coupon code. We said we'd give the coupon code, which is the second and last one at the very, very end. Elizabeth Phelps says, I put seasoning in my coffee grinder. When it's clumped, that will definitely work.
Huh?
Is there a method for sealing delicate items in a chamber vac? Say, for instance, a loaf of bread. One of the ones we used to sell had a delicate setting, and what it would do was pump in a little bit of the air, stop. Pump in a little of the air, stop. I don't think it worked.
If you're not going to pull like a full vac, just put it in a vac bag and just seal it. I mean, you're not going to help things a lot by trying to pull some of the air out of it. There's still going to be air in there. If it's something that you're concerned about shelf life on, buy one of the 100 packs of oxygen absorbers and throw oxygen absorbers in there. But even if a bag looks like it's kind of pulled down around a product just enough so it's not like really tight on it or crushing it at all, I mean, you've maybe pulled 50% of the air out of there. You can pull just as much out if you're just using a Ziploc bag. Like even a lot of non-chambered units out there, if you go to Walmart and buy a non-chambered vac machine, it's going to pull 80% of the air out at best. So even though it looks like it's super tight on there, there's still 20% of the air left.
Okay, so wait, real quick. Is your argument there that if you're not going to get like a really good or really good vacuum on it, just don't bother with one at all?
Potentially.
Okay, I wrote that down for Dylan because it's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I would think that if you get 50% of the air out, that's better than...
There's still enough air in there.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to help anything. Look at the snack sticks we tested with over there. Yep. The ones we didn't pull out all the air. They're still molding.
Real quick.
Yeah.
You're right. It's good.
Okay, I think my time is up.
You're welcome to stay more. If you have other things that you want to go do or have to go do.
Well, I'm pretty busy, John.
Okay. Then there you go.
It's a tough world up there in the front. And may I stay a couple minutes?
Do you carry any silver or gold paper liners to place under sliced bacon before vacuum sealing? Basically for presentation. We've got some of the gold backed, but we don't have any like paper that you would put underneath that. I'm going to write that down for Flip 2, though.
Lisa Bauman and Sherry Lambing, 5 minutes to respond to win free Waltons and Meatgistics tumblers. Oh, and Brooks I forgot to say something to anybody. Brooks is asking, can we expect to see a discount on the 26-pound sausage stuffer? I took that off of sale because they're gone. We have no more left. So
all of its wall items left?
No, they're gone.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know we were that low either. When I saw they were gone, though, I was like, nope, they got to come off sale.
It wasn't allowing for back orders, though, was it?
Probably.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, yeah. That's default now.
What?
We reversed all that.
We reversed again?
That's the way it's been for the last few months. Pretty sure.
No WebBO.
That doesn't do anything anymore.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Okay, I guess I'll have to go research the 26 pound because I'm looking at that and it doesn't make sense to me. So,
So did you comment on the steak judging? I don't know if you saw that comment. Ryan Jones is wondering if you've been selected and agree to participate in the steak cook-off between John and Tex.
no, I don't know about it.
Okay. Well, tentative for, I don't know, third week in January or something. I think we're finally going to get the two of them to do a steak cook-off, and we need judges. So if you want to judge.
Well, you'll have to make it blind.
Yep. We will.
Do it double blind. You won't know which one you have, and you're going to be blindfolded when you eat it. It might be a better joke just to feed you something else besides steak and see if you notice.
That's a lot of seasoning, John.
Yeah, that is heavy for me,
I
I love salt.
I know. Wow.
Recommended size stuffer for somebody doing snack sticks and summer sausage at home. It depends on what size of batches you're making to some extent. Because if you're never doing a big batch at all, I love the 7-pound stuffer because it's so easy for a single person to use and handle and manipulate. But the most popular by far that we sell is the 11-pounder, and it's great because it just takes that many less cycles and fillings if you're doing 25-pound batches. But if you're doing 100 pounds at a time, like, you can't use a 7-pound stuffer. It just takes way too many refills. But
Just poke at it.
was that in the thing?
Uh-huh. Not this one.
That's weird.
What'd you do to it?
Poke at this one.
This one?
Put it in the ultrasonic cleaner thing.
Yeah.
If this works, we'll be selling those in a matter of days.
Okay, I got more questions. I'll ask off air. Any more thoughts on the Meatgistics meetup?
I like the name.
No. We need to do one. We don't have anything planned. Yeah. I wish I had more there, but I don't.
You know, if there was like an event to build off of it, that like that date was set in stone, I feel like it'd put a fire under us in a way that was, you know, that we don't have right now. But it's kind of like, oh, it's up to us when we want to do it. So it's kind of like,
Okay, I'll look at my calendar and give you a date then, Patrick.
see, there you go. You gotta.
I just got to make sure when I'm not running around somewhere that I'm here.
There you go. Be late to your own party.
Yeah, because we're going to do it. I want to make sure I'm here. It'll be fun. Yeah, somebody's saying the 26 pounds stuff. The 11-pound stuffer is the most versatile all around. If you're just going to buy a stuffer and you want to do everything, the 11-pound, does pretty good on sticks, and it does pretty good on the bigger stuff.
Although
Lots of stuff.
I would almost change that now. We don't, since we don't have them in stock at the moment. They'll be back in stock in a week, 2 weeks at the most. The electric stuffers, the 20-pound electric, it's big enough to do big batches, small enough, and it's electric that you can do it by yourself. It's a lot more expensive. But if I didn't have access to here, I would have a 20-pound electric, just because that is it can and does do everything.
Oh, so can you do a live Zoom meeting?
Oh, for Meatgistics meetup? Yeah, we could have a portion of it as a non in person type of deal.
You know,
That's
I did
definitely
one.
possible.
I did an online deal with UPS one time that was like an online convention, and there was like breakout rooms. So there was somebody in the main deal, or you could go off to the separate classroom or whatever. So that kind of stuff can be done. But it could be done, but I'm more an in-person guy.
Yeah.
So to have everybody here, to have a ton of people here, of course, I know the Zoom, then more people could participate because some people may have a hard time traveling to Wichita, Kansas, because it's not always exactly. We have an airport, it's just not always easy to get direct flights and those kind of things.
For the air capital of the, does it say world? What are we? The air capital of the world? Our airport's not great. It's better than it used to be.
Our
It's
airport's
better than it
fine.
used to
It
be.
just it's
They
very
get
nice.
so defensive.
It's very nice. It just doesn't. You're talking about, do you have the best choice of flights out of it?
Yeah.
It's not like our airport's a dump. I mean, it's
No,
like,
it's not very big either, though.
I know.
It doesn't
That's
need
what's
to be
nice
big.
about it.
It's-
actually when you
That's
do have to fly out,
actually fair.
it is nice to
I
go
mean,
get on easy.
it's
But we
big-
are in the middle of the country, so it is easy to get to Wichita from everywhere in the country. You just drive to the middle.
All right. Meter and Meter Plus. Go look at them for the next 30, 35 minutes if you want. If you've been wanting one, now would be a good time to go check it out.
Okay. I'm going to leave because you got the next person coming soon. So
Sounds good. Thanks, Brett.
All right. Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Much appreciated. And we did let him
I go-
draw something, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got to draw something. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yep, thanks, Brett. All right. Your back bothering you?
Me?
Yeah,
Always. It's not bad today, though.
that's not good.
New chairs are better.
Yes, way better. Way better.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that. Anyway, nobody said anything yet, but we got new chairs because we knew we were going to be sitting up here for 5 hours today.
I was more concerned about the amount of noise we were going to make.
We do need to put little soft pads on the bottom of these.
Yeah. All right. I've also put the Walton stainless steel claws. Those are on a flash sale, as are the Mr. Barbecue legs. Like it's the thing to smoke chicken wings really well. Those are $5 off. The claws were just $6.99. Oh, whoops. I almost made those $5. I can't talk and do something at the same time. I get super confused. Then we've got the Mr. Barbecue light. So it's a light that goes on the handle of your grill. So if you're grilling at night, you pull up that and it'll shine a light down on your food. We've got that on sale, and I don't know if people see it or not, but I use these orange silicone tongs a lot when I'm barbecuing, and it's a set of a few different sizes you get. They are generally...
They're great tongs. They're hard to make look cinematic on camera, that's for sure.
Is that because they're orange?
I don't know what it is. I think it just takes you at, like, it's not sophisticated or anything. You're just like, oh, I have tongs. Oh, these guys are tong owners. Oh, they don't know what they're doing.
So those are going to be on sale. They're already down to $14.99. They're down to $12.99 right now.
So I joined this Facebook group called Sausage, Snack Sticks, and Jerky Making.
Okay.
And it actually has a lot of good, like, people ask 20 questions a day on there that, like, we could use for, like, Wrong Way Wednesday or
Cool.
Meat Fact Friday and stuff like that. But I feel like I want to post every answer just with a link to Meatgistics every time, because it's just like they're asking such, to us, questions we've heard dozens of times. Like, or they'll post a picture of their summer sausage, or like, well, I did this, and did that, and then, but it doesn't. Then you look on the inside of it, and it's just like there's voids like crazy. You can tell the texture's off and all these little things. And it's
Yeah, but
just,
you often say, like, that you don't know, but you've picked up, like,
yeah.
90% of...
Oh, I could regurgitate. I couldn't do. I'm not a hands-on guy, but yeah, the It takes me.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. You don't think you could do it?
It with anything, I need a couple times to get like my own rhythm with it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
And
But you could
especially
absolutely
in an
make summer sausage.
100%. Yeah, especially that with a bigger canister size or tube size and stuff like that. So yeah,
because that's the hardest thing.
Yeah, and then like I said, I think just thinking that you're going down the wrong path, I think a lot of times just
psych yourself out.
Adds too much time to something, and then that or like I always thought, additives to me were the biggest question mark, because you're like, oh, I got to learn about all these different things.
Throw off something else?
Is it going to kill somebody?
That's a big one. All right, go to our SWeb temp. Take John podcast, and I think there's one in there called like John Knows or something, like NOSE.
Cue the intro pump up music. What, Dylan? What is your walk-in song?
John with prickers.
Yeah, and just show that real quick.
Okay.
So what happened here is this is when I was hunting, and no, you can sit here. You want me to slide? Okay. And their mom's dog's name's Bear, and Bear was shying real hard on walking on one of her paws, and then she shook it off, but then she started doing it and wouldn't move at all. So I went through and pulled out all the prickers from in between her paws, and I went to rub my nose without clearing it, and then this is what happened. That didn't feel good to pull out. There were more than just that too. So yeah, that was painful. So I understood why Bear didn't want to walk on those. All right, we've got Dylan here.
Real quick before we start with him, Michelle Bright, 5 minutes to respond to claim your free gift card.
You know what's cool about this? Now I get to show the video of you messing up at the gas pump.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. All right. It keeps hiding your things because you're logged in as you. So I keep having to publish them.
I can switch.
No, doesn't matter. Like I said. Neil C says, how about Walton's meat lugs on sale? The problem is they're so hard to ship.
Probably not when we have free shipping going on. We'll lose money on those.
Yeah.
Faux show.
What happened to our big screen we used to have over here?
So we use that when we're doing live streams where we're actually doing something and can't watch chat. We put it up there.
I got you.
What are you wanting? You're wanting the confidence monitor?
It's just nice to be like, how about that? I need to apparently blow my nose or something here.
You think you want to see yourself, but then like that's all you'll look at, and you'll try to make eyes with yourself, and you can't do it
here all the time.
Because I have myself over here, and I don't get any work done. I just stare at my face.
Gosh, I'm good looking.
All right, so Dylan, we've had a couple questions build up for you. The first one actually came through this weekend, just through the website. Somebody asked, on a fresh sausage, if you use sodium lactate, how many days will it extend your shelf life in the fridge?
Oh, yeah. So anytime we talk about something like extending shelf life, I mean, it's a trick question because there's no solid answer. Generally speaking, a lot of guys, when they're looking at putting that into a product, if you put it into a fresh product, quote unquote, in the grocery store, they can't label it as fresh anymore once it's in there. So that's the first thing to take note of.
Sodium lactate is an ingredient?
Yeah. Once you have something like that in there, it can't be labeled as fresh anymore.
Okay.
And what do they label it as then?
You could just label it as like uncooked bratwurst.
Oh, okay.
But you couldn't label it as, and don't quote me on that, but you couldn't label it as fresh bratwurst because it's no longer fresh. It has something else to kind of extend the life on it.
Interesting.
But generally speaking, guys are looking to add a couple of days. In the grand scheme of things, take your local Kroger store or whatever, if they can go from 4 to 6 days on shelf life of something sitting in the case and take that to 6 to 9 days, like that's huge for them in the grand scheme of things. And so you're not looking at getting like weeks out of it, generally speaking, you're looking at adding days.
Right.
So it's kind of, how long exactly is like, well, how long is meat good in the fridge for? Well, some longer than others and some not as long. So
Yep. So my answer was, unfortunately, not going to be able to give you an exact day, kind of explaining what it did, but said microbial load that you begin with is such a huge part of it.
Yeah.
There's just too many factors to be able to nail it down to a day.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody asked earlier about making low sodium bacon.
Okay.
Is that even possible?
Yeah.
I mean, you can make
You make low sodium anything.
Right. Just reduce it by what? Like, I think it has to be 20% to be considered.
Well, there's reduced sodium and then there's
Reduced,
low
that's what I'm thinking
sodium.
of. Okay.
So it depends on what you're talking about, and I don't remember what the thresholds are anymore. We could look them up real easy. They're easily defined out there. But yeah, low sodium versus reduced. You can make either one, but you got to remember when you're talking about a cure, we've got salt, we've got sugar, maybe a little bit of seasoning or something along with it, but not much. It's pretty much just salt and sugar, and so we take the sugar away, or the salt away, and you're just going to end up with blander product. So that's the number one issue with people. They're like, oh, I tried that reduced sodium. We've got Blue Ribbon Bratwurst as reduced sodium that we keep in stock, and people are like, yeah, I tried that. It wasn't very good. And it's like, well, that's because you took away a whole bunch of salt, and salt carries flavor and adds flavor. So yeah, it's going to not be as good. So same thing with bacon. It's nothing wrong with doing it. It just, you're going to lose some flavor on it. So
What do you think creates more of a lack of, what affects flavor more? Too low of a fat content or too low of salt content?
Ooh.
First of
That
all,
is a
real
good
quick, I
question.
want to say I've been fighting having a belly for the last, I don't know how many years. And I'm now resting my microphone on my belly. It's
Bowls of ice
excellent.
cream,
That's
cereal.
excellent. It's I like this a lot.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think you can have food that's maybe needs a little salt but has fat. And this is totally personal preference deal. And I think that I could have food that's lacking fat and still be good.
Okay.
Or excuse me, lacking salt and still be good if it has fat. But once you take away fat, I mean, yeah, it gets hard to make anything that's, if we're talking meat, protein specifically.
Right.
Yeah, it just gets hard to be.
Tasty.
Yeah, very tasty.
It depends on what you're doing. Like
I knew he'd have a problem with that.
like pork loin's very lean. If you trimmed all the fat on the outside, like there's like zero intramuscular fat on that, but it's still good.
Yeah.
But if you tried to make that into sausage, like it'd be
Well, that's true because jerky is good.
Yeah.
And there's no fat in that, but we have salt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point. Okay, so I guess it is kind of it just depends.
Yeah, I was thinking in the terms of like sausage products as a whole, as we try and go leaner or reduced salt, unless it's a product specifically for that. So,
okay, just pretty much rapid firing. What is the difference between potassium chloride instead of sodium?
Potassium chloride instead of sodium. To be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to go look it up. What the effect is that it has. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a good technical one. In a fist fight between you and me, who would win?
I read that. That was so funny.
Who asked that?
That is humorous.
on,
That's
Tex.
a question.
Here, let me tell you what would actually happen.
Tex, you've seen both of us.
They-
I mean, this is
Tell the tape.
This is not
Tell
gonna
the
be
tape.
difficult.
We need height, weight, reach, all that.
They would square off. There would be some harsh words. They would both try to throw a punch, and both their backs would go out, and that would
might
be
be-
it.
that
That
might
would
be-
be the fight.
Yeah, no
right
one saw
there.
me walk in
Noogie. Do a noogie.
as I hobbled over here.
I'm in much better shape than he is right now on the whole
That's
back
true.
situation, so
In general, too, probably.
I can probably take
I'll
you.
concede that currently.
I give you a lot of credit for going on that hunt with your back as bad as it was.
Yeah. I was a little concerned there when I fell after that first field.
That was the first field?
That was the first
Oh,
field.
no.
And when we weren't even moving, and I just fell flat on my back. And just knock the wind out of you, panic, just this is it. I'm not leaving this field, am I?
It couldn't
Go on without me.
It couldn't have been worse conditions for you, right? It had just iced.
Oh yeah, there was an inch of ice over everything. The only thing that gave you any footing was the snow. And yeah, so that was. But you know what? I knew I only had to walk like one field. We'd get our limit, and sure enough, I got 5 birds on that one field, which was enough for some other guys too.
I'm going home.
Party hunting. Yep.
Yep. That's how it goes. Okay. So we were talking before you got in here on how much air has to be removed from a vacuum bag before we start seeing benefits in longevity. Is it?
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I think I don't know what the actual scientific answer is.
Sure.
But just thinking through it, I mean, it's got to be pretty high just because.
Meaning you have to get a good amount of it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
so you were right.
just because, I mean, if you have any oxygen left to start reacting and for it to grow, I mean, bacteria don't necessarily require, the whole bag to be filled. And so if you have, let's say a 70% vacuum. At a 70% vacuum, you would think that bag is completely loose. You wouldn't even notice.
Okay.
That had any. You'd be like, oh, it wouldn't be a pouch. It wouldn't like be a big pillow.
Mm-hmm.
But it also wouldn't be pulled down tight. When a bag is pulled down tight, and you think that there's like looseness to it, generally speaking, you're like, oh, that didn't quite pull all the way. That's probably 95% or more vacuum.
Okay.
So I mean, your threshold for what you're looking at is what's a lot might be very different. So you got some examples there.
What would you think that pulled? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so I'd say that's like a 90+% vacuum.
Really? Okay.
But I can easily move it side to side.
Uh-huh. And these grew mold.
Yeah.
Like almost within 3 or 4 days, they started to get spots of mold on them.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought that I would have guessed that was more around 70.
No,
Huh.
probably not.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, you can go. Well, you can't now, I guess. I was going to say, you might be able to take the meter we've got back in the shop. And,
Yep, we did.
But-
So we were getting 29 or 27 millibars on the one that did this.
I don't know what mercury, inches of mercury?
I know what inches of mercury are. I don't know what the conversion
You know
is.
what it was? Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what millibars is.
So interesting. Inches of mercury used to be how they would test vacuum, and it would literally be how high up the vacuum could suck mercury, like how many inches it would go up I don't know how wide the tube was, the diameter of it, but that used to be the standard.
What was your millibars on that?
29, I want to say, 27.
Nope. That's not it. Because that'd only be 0.87 inch. Well, I guess if you're doing absolute, then that'd be like 29. So that'd be a crazy high vacuum. So I don't think that's right, because that'd be like, well, I mean, that's about as high as you can go. Because I think the chart, if I remember correctly, for inches of mercury is like 30 inches is like your theoretical max, because that's basically what the atmosphere is. So
It's like 29.92.
yeah, something like that. So if you were at 0.85 inches of mercury, that means most people look at it the flip side. So you would take 29.92 minus the 0.85, and that would be 29.1, whatever. So that'd be really high vacuum that's pulling.
I'll be right back. I gotta flip those. Sorry.
So
I knew it. This was a dream.
It's my alarm in the morning.
So I don't think that this package that John had here, I don't think it's definitely not, unless the table I just pulled up on Google is wrong, but it's definitely not 29 millibars. Otherwise, these wouldn't move at all. So
We're going to have to rerun a new test.
yeah, and I don't know what he did there.
I also, yeah, we may have had issues with how we were operating the vacuum meter. I don't know what the thing's called.
Yeah, yeah.
What else did he have here?
Trying to look through some of these. There was a bunch that I missed there.
Salt versus saltpeter.
I assume when somebody's talking about saltpeter, they're talking about sodium nitrite or sodium nitrate, whichever one would be my assumption. But sometimes it's saltpeter's kind of like, Kleenex. Everybody just throws it around. It's like, well, no, that's like actually a thing, but you're just saying, saltpeter generically when it has a specific definition to it. So
we got a lot of questions about free shipping and stuff. One guy's asking, so do we have a free shipping coupon right now at all live?
No, free shipping's free economy shipping on orders over $100. It should automatically apply. It shouldn't be anything you have to do. The only reason you should not be seeing free shipping if you're over $100 is you're outside of the lower 48 states.
Yeah,
it's not international, not in Alaska or Hawaii, and it does not apply to things with an upcharge. If you buy a 40-pound bag of sawdust, there's going to be a upcharge on that. Standard base shipping is free.
What about cheese? Does cheese affect the shipping cost?
No, there's no shipping upcharge on cheese.
Okay.
That came down in the last couple months here, and it won't be going back up.
So as long as you're over 100 and it doesn't have anything with an upcharge, you should be good to go. Oh, Dylan, what is your favorite brat and breakfast sausage seasoning?
I just saw that. Breakfast sausage.
It's hard to form an opinion on here when it's like you've had them all, and it's like you're kind of like you have favorites, but it's like you wouldn't like. I don't crave it right now because I want something a little bit more unique.
Yeah, and I think breakfast sausage is a hard one just because it's more plain. Like you don't get into the weird offshoots in a breakfast sausage. Like you're not out here eating habanero peach breakfast sausage usually.
Crushed red pepper is usually like
that's as fancy as we. It's like maple.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Sweet or
Calm
heat
down.
is the only thing you can do in the morning. If we made one called sweet heat breakfast sausage, I bet you that would fly right off the shelf.
Yeah. I don't know if I have a particular favorite on breakfast sausage. I don't make a whole bunch of them. I don't eat a whole bunch of breakfast sausage, but probably one of the maple ones. But if you were to ask me which one, I don't know. I'd probably have to ask John which one was that we made this one time. So,
what are we asking?
Favorite breakfast sausage and bratwurst. Bratwurst is definitely the Philly brat. I feel, did somebody ask Kurt this question earlier too, or he got maybe summer sausage or something? So, Philly brat's definitely.
I thought someone asked
my favorite brat.
Specifically about W110.
Yeah,
I feel like.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so a couple things here. Somebody just brought up this. Is there a reason that the jalapeno popper seasoning is significantly more expensive than other seasonings? Yeah, it's the formulation. It's got a bunch of different things in it. It's jalapeno right now, or at least was, really hard to get for a while. So that might have something to do with it. But that would be my response to Philly brat. Would be jalapeno popper.
Yeah, it's good. I don't think it's as good as the Philly. I had it again, and I was really impressed the first time, and then the second time I was like, yeah, Philly's still amazing. I think it was the new wore off a little bit. It was really good. Don't get me wrong, it's really good, but it was like, once the new wears off and you eat it again, it's kind of like some of the novelty type brats. Like I'm not going to eat the pumpkin pie every day. It's really good the first time you have it, but you're not going to eat like.
Especially when your expectations are so low for something like pumpkin pie brat. I always struggle with factoring in how hungry I was at the time I ate it. Because when I'm really hungry, things taste 10 times better.
True, yeah.
So I usually, if I really like something, I have to go back and eat some more of it when I'm mostly full to see if I actually still like it.
Yeah. So the jalapeno popper brat is, I'll kind of add to that. It's so expensive. Jalapenos, it makes it go up a little bit, but not terribly. Sour cream powder that's in it, Parmesan cheese that's in it. So those types of things, we start adding, powdered cheeses and milk products, and that usually starts making the price, go up on something.
Is that because it's like difficult to make or source those ingredients?
Yes.
Both.
Yes, both. Yeah.
Kurt asked if he remembered correctly that suction cup feet were free with a dual speed sausage stuffer right now, and yes, it is. When you add one of those to your cart, it should automatically add the suction cup feet at no charge. I just tested it to make sure, and it is working. Okay. One of the things that we've tried to get to the bottom, or at least I've tried to get to the bottom of a few times, and I just always get lost on the way, is we call encapsulated citric acid a cure accelerator.
Okay.
But it's not actually accelerating the cure. Is that correct?
Why would it not be?
See, I get lost. How is encapsulated citric acid accelerating the cure?
That, like, actually, how does it happen?
Right, the science behind it. No.
Do you want me off the top of my head to do that?
Sure.
That's what we all have notes for. And
Okay.
That's what we have, classes we
I
went to.
thought
and
we talked
keep
about this in the past, though, and it's not actually accelerating the cure. It's creating a safe environment for it. So when we went to that first class, because you and I had talked about this right before I went to the first class I ever went to up at Iowa State. And you said, talk to Dr. So-and-so.
Yeah.
So he got finished, and he tried to walk away. I chased him down in the hall,
Yeah.
and he explained it in that when we're creating a highly acidic environment, the cell of whatever we're, trying to prevent from growing has to concentrate all of its energy on preventing that acidic environment from entering it. So it, eats through its walls. It can't do that because it's trying to prevent anything from getting in, and it kills the bacteria.
Well, but that wouldn't help anything with any. Now, that might be true as to, like, what pH might do and like how pH kills bacteria.
Okay.
But that would have nothing to do with nitrite conversion.
Okay.
Yeah. So either he was confused or you were confused on the
Probably
answer.
asked the question poorly.
Maybe. Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah. So I could probably find something in my notes and send to Patrick, and he can throw up on the screen of nitrite conversion. I mean, I got the tables and stuff, but if you want to go down to like the chemical level, it's been too long since I've needed to do all that.
Okay.
So,
John,
but yes, it is a cure accelerator.
Okay. So, like, it is actually classified as a cure accelerator. Mm-hmm. Okay. John Belvedere asks, when using ECA, can you smoke summer sausage to 130 and then finish off the sausage in a sous vide? Yes. You just need to make sure that from 130 to whatever your finish is takes more than an hour. Otherwise, the encapsulation on that citric acid won't have time to fully melt. So that would be the only caveat there.
Yeah.
TT says, well, good luck to all. Like to stick around. Thanks for joining us. Maybe we do a drawing of something real quick.
I made an executive decision. Lots of people keep getting confused with the Cyber 10 code, and it's been used for a long time. So I made another one. Post that, and then we post the other one in like an hour.
So you're having another code that's mimicking Cyber 10? Okay, go ahead.
I'll put this in chat too, but use TBM22. That'll get you the same thing as the Cyber 10. 10%. You don't like that?
No, you just love TBM. It's his favorite.
That'll get
Thanks,
you
Black Monday.
10% off of everything. No restrictions there.
It's a little too close to like Tom Brady for me. Just,
TB12,
just bad taste in my mouth.
That is that.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're the one that always, you hate Tom Brady.
I hate Tom Brady.
That's your
doesn't make any
Fantasy
sense.
fantasy
your
sports
fantasy
name
sports
forever
name.
for always.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
Every
any
team,
sense.
every league, I hate Tom Brady.
He's very likable.
That's a good rule to live. Not when he was winning championships.
Sure he was.
Out of the AFC, dude.
Well, I
what do
liked
you
him.
care? Yeah, exactly. You don't even turn into that playoff game. You're just like, oh, man, NFC's later. NFC's later.
My
You're on
entire
Fox.
family are Patriots
When you watch
fans.
CBS games,
Yeah,
you
us AFC
get
fans over here.
fed up. Especially
Are you
a
a-
former Colts guy. Yeah, dude, they had
Oh, that's right.
rivalries.
Yeah.
Okay, forgot about that.
I don't hate him as much because my team was never there.
I always hated.
We lost every stinking years.
I always hated Peyton Manning until the first State Farm commercial he did, where he said, "Cut that meat, cut." I was just like, all right, I love this guy. He's hilarious. And then he closed me with the Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, when you're a Colts fan and grew up in the Peyton Manning and Dallas Clark era, Marvin Harrison, Reggie. Oh my gosh! See, even the Titans fan knows the Colts player.
So we didn't beat you guys for
20 years.
It was like 20. It was like 17 or 18 games in a row.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. So Chris Cantrell asked, did the ultrasound do anything positive? We don't know yet. It's on the grill right now. In about 9 minutes, I'm going to go back there and finish them just on the side sear box. But just touching it, yeah, I would say absolutely. Like,
does he know what we're doing?
So we bought this little ultrasonic cleaner back there.
Okay.
We vacuum sealed the steak and put it in there and ran the ultrasonic.
Okay.
And it was like, Patrick, do you remember when we took the pineapple and did it? It was not quite that level of broken down, but like significantly.
This is gonna be like the new thing.
No,
we're gonna go source a sous vide.
It's too long.
Why would?
Actually, we only did it. It took less
what
than
if you
10
did
minutes.
it without the vac bag? That could.
No.
If you
no,
definitely not.
we when we have Flip in here, we're gonna surprise him and tell him, "Hey, this is your new product. You gotta go find." We're gonna do a sous vide with.
You don't give any
ultrasonic.
Flip any more projects right now because he's working on lots of important projects for me. No sidebars.
So that one will actually, like, you can use heat with that.
Yeah, but how accurate?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah,
not at
we're
all.
doing something on food. We want something somewhat.
Hey,
accurate.
if you got something, we just go up to the old boys at K-State and be like, we got it. Or we go talk to Hauser at Iowa State and be like, here you go, we got the next project for you guys. Get a grant for it, run it.
Prove that it does what we think.
Prove that it does. I mean,
the reason I said no to putting it in there without a vacuum bag is because I turned it on and the. What do you mean?
You gotta put it back.
Yeah, because you struggle with anything that has like that screws onto something to get it perfectly clean all the time. I use brushes. I soak them, all that. I put those in there, and you could see stuff coming off of it like right away.
That's crazy.
So if you put a steak in there, it's immediately just going to start melting all the fat right off of it.
Yeah.
Have you seen? There's this. I'm going to do a poor job explaining it because it's so foreign to me. There's a company, whether they're calling their product or they themselves are called something like sous vide, but it's not necessarily a sous vide machine. It's just a way that, like, before you leave your house, you put frozen food in this device that then acts as like a pretty much a home chef while you're not there. So it's not like a crock pot because I'm explaining a crock pot.
Sure. Yep.
But it's taking like exact frozen meals and sides and portions and stuff like that. And you put it in this machine and you come home and 8 hours later. I'm assuming the cooking happens like at the 6 hour mark or something like that. But it's a true, once again, set it and forget it kind
so you
of thing.
take an actual frozen
yeah,
hunk
I've seen
of
that.
meat that's
It comes.
vacuumed.
It's like in a box or something.
Something, I think. I gotta really look at it.
And it's like a full meal. It's not just like a steak. It's like
yeah, and regardless of what the
green
food
beans
is, I think it's like it
Is it all-
partners with the machine itself. So they want to get you on a subscription with the food, but then like
forget that.
But you pull like I'm running late, and you put that in the machine, and then it's set or whatever, and then
I've seen that.
And then right when you come home, it's like food's done. And stuff.
What if I want it done right away?
Oh, this machine isn't for you.
Okay.
So FYI, the TBM 22 is gone. Those all 8 were used in like 2 minutes.
There you go.
there you go.
Okay. What is the purpose behind not vacuum sealing garlic?
Go. Austin asked me about this last week.
say that. Don't say that.
Why don't say
I
that?
hope you heard that. I hope you heard that.
Uh-oh.
Too late.
Who? Why? What?
Well, Austin tried to pass that off as knowledge that he acquired.
Oh.
Well, I guess he did. I guess he did. It was just by asking
Well,
you.
I'll say the same thing I told him. Garlic is not my world. My main guess is probably botulism, probably just dirt on garlic and inside, because when you break garlic apart, there's room for dirt to kind of be in there. And so my best guess is that, we can get that toxin. So.
And what are you going to do? You're going to push it deeper in? Is that the?
No, just that it's there. You know, that Clostridium botulinum exists, and now we're going to vacuum pack it, and that only, you know, the botulinum toxin and all that is only produced and that bacteria grows in an anaerobic environment. That's why on cured meat we vacuum pack it, or why we cure meat that we vacuum pack, is because curing keeps that from happening.
Okay. So
that's my guess. I don't know anything about the garlic world, but that'd be my guess. Is it's because of botulism.
So it's pointless.
Yeah.
Or does botulism grow better in a vacuum?
No. Yeah, it grows in vacuum.
Okay, then I bet you that is it.
Anaerobic.
Gotcha.
No oxygen.
Okay.
When I did ask Dylan, he was like, "Oh, just botulism." He had to respond back again and say, "Hold on."
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, why would we do this?" And I go, "Oh, probably just botulism." And I'm like, "Well, actually, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Just botulism sounds like it's not a big deal.
Right.
Like
Botulism
that's actually
is a
very
very big
dangerous.
deal.
Yeah, we should actually. But that's probably my answer.
So Steve found, that you were correct. All of those are gone. We will be giving out another one a little bit later.
I drew another winner. You just need to pick what we're giving away.
We will give away the... I don't even see where my list is anymore. How about the 20-pound mixer?
Okay.
20-pound mixer.
Nope.
Okay, David Moyle, you got 5 minutes to respond to claim your free Walton's 20-pound meat mixer.
Did you already draw a winner for the leather apron?
No.
I'm shocked. That's usually the first thing that you do.
Yeah, I'm
You get
trying
so
to
excited.
hold off. I've been doing like $25 and $100 gift cards. Just boom, 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 boom.
All right. So I asked both your father and Kurt what the biggest changes have been in the commercial side of the meat industry in the last, I remember when I worked in customer service, you would be answering customers' phone calls from your college dorm room. Mm-hmm. So you've been in this industry a long time as well. Like, what do you see as the biggest change?
Oh, over what I've seen, probably technology-wise, is just the biggest change of small processors getting, equipment to keep up with more demand and not being such a manual process.
Yeah,
so, that's probably the biggest change that I've seen. And then the growing snack food industry is just wild. I mean, I remember, some of the guys that are, good sized players out there in the snack food industry, like like Westerns or Landmark. I mean, they're pretty big guys in what they're producing every day. And I mean, those people weren't near the size when I first started coming to conventions and stuff like that, or even running the same businesses. I mean, and so it's just taken off tremendously on the whole snack food market, whether it's snack sticks or meat bars or jerky or jerky nuggets or whatever it is. That's grown like crazy too. So. And
do you think that's like a convenience grab and go, like want from a customer?
Yeah. I think that's part of it. If you said somebody else said that same thing already.
Yeah. Well, not the snack sticks, the technology.
The technology, okay. Yeah, if we were to get away from technology, since somebody already said that, I'd say sticking with snack sticks, probably because of the trend, is just the number of either meat markets out there or people that don't slaughter or people that have retail and don't have like two options. They've got 15 bratwursts that they offer, and most of them are cooked and cured. And it's just that transition away from people cooking at home to people wanting grab and go, which goes to the whole snack sticks and snack food thing. And so, people don't want to do anything with a roast. What do I do with a roast? Now, burger, they can eat burgers, or you could take the roast and take a little bit of, fat trim and make snack sticks out of it. And so
they would rather.
I think it's that whole transition away from long, slow cook.
Well, yeah, because they can also charge a premium for the snack stick.
And then
you
can charge a premium too. So, yeah. And some guys don't. Some commercial processors don't see that. They're like, it's cheaper for me to cut the roast.
Right.
But it's like, well, yeah, but you could add a lot of value and give people something they want instead of something that's going to sit at the bottom of the freezer and maybe never get used. And then they're like, then they finally realize, why am I buying a whole beef? I heard you say you bought a quarter beef.
Quarter.
Yeah. Why would I buy a quarter beef? I can go throw away some of those cuts.
I won't.
Well, you won't, but somebody, they might realize, why am I doing this? I don't use half of these anymore. They're going to use them probably because they paid for them, but as a whole, a lot of people.
Yeah, I wonder how different I am from like the regular.
Very, very different.
You think so? Well, no.
Very different
from the regular, like,
from the
food
regular
consumer.
person. Very different.
Yeah.
That's tough. I think you should probably be on mic for this. As I'm talking off, I don't know. I could see it both ways because like just being a touch younger than you, I always give you a hard time about like, oh, this guy has deep freeze and his ammunition, and every 5 seconds he's going off the end. But then it's like that's just way more cost and time effective, and then I'm over here just like. Did you guys even eat food yet today? Like, so I don't even, so don't listen to me on
Y'all
it.
got any
I
more
have
of them
snap
snack
judgments
sticks?
about it, but they're all from different areas. So
There was a month straight where I would say 3 out of 5 days Patrick was eating jalapeno popper sausage over here.
Yeah, there's some
Just
times.
like,
And a lot of
got
that's
any
just
more of
like,
them?
yeah. Those are really, really good. And then I go, wait, maybe they're not that good for you. And then
they're great for you.
or they're super spicy. And I go, I don't know, maybe my gut biome's
Great for you.
But then, like I said, we're just in a dead zone for healthy food around here. Not that, I feel like everyone has that problem. I was complaining to just anyone that'll listen to me about just like not only the cost of food, and then I have to compartmentalize. You guys know this, that like I'm paying half the person to just make the food, but then knowing I'm going home, I'm not even going to get full. I'm going to be hungry again, and then I'm just going to feel like crap.
Right, so
it's just too convenient to
cook
feel
your free
that
stuff.
bad.
Is your wife a good cook?
She can cook.
Doesn't do it much.
She does not cook much.
It's that, like, I don't know if it's an age thing or what.
Maybe it
but
is.
I just, because I grew up every day, just I come home and I go, oh, look at this 4-course meal, and then just not appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
should have.
I'd eat it. I'd eat the leftover.
should've.
There's never a moment where that
Yeah.
didn't happen, but yeah, nowadays
wife-
it's just tough going home, and then just, especially now, this time of year, it gets dark soon.
Yeah.
It's just,
You're like, I get home and you're like, I don't want to do anything. I'm going to watch some football and go to bed.
He's repicking it. It looks like.
Yep.
Okay.
So Dave Moyle did not respond. So
All right,
we're
I gotta go
going
flip
on.
those steaks.
and
I'll
now
be back.
it's like, it's not just you're being malnutrition. It's like, oh, I'm fasting.
Yes.
You
Have
can-
to invalidate the win. This would have been better earlier. It was Kurt.
Oh, man.
We've been wanting to win one for so long.
That's so disappointing. I was even when John was gone and Kurt was up here, I was like, yeah, there's some months where I just like enter a lot of times to see if I can get my name to come up while I'm sitting here with John, and then there, Kurt's name pulls up.
Yeah, my wife does not cook, but she bakes, and she's a really good baker. And unfortunately for me, she's a really good baker. And the camera adds some pounds, but I don't know if they added all the pounds. So she made this cheesecake for Thanksgiving the other day. Oh my goodness! I think it's the best thing she's ever made. It was, it was so good. I don't even know where to start to describe it. It was the perfect texture. It was like an Oreo base layer, and it was like this maple bourbon sauce that she put on it, and it just soaked all the way down into that Oreo. Oh my goodness!
And it's probably not overly sweet because sometimes the richness of a dessert will really go, oh, I can only have a single bite of this.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, my girl, she doesn't tell me what she puts in food. I go, oh man, that was great. What sauce? What was? And she goes, she just looks at me like I'm crazy. I go, oh my God, I'm being poisoned. So if you guys, in like a week or two, I'm not around, look into that.
That's it.
Yeah, or
It's
look
just
into like
slow poisoning.
some needle mark under a toenail or something.
Yeah.
Check that out. But
Yeah.
there's always but to bring it up, I'm always surprised because it's like it reminds me. I went by Brahms, right? It's right across the street. And I'm paying at the first window. They're one of the only places. By the way, what a classy establishment. They actually use both their windows. And I'm paying, and I look behind the guy, and it's just like they must have did like a food drive or something. But it wasn't that eclectic of stuff. It was just like they had a bunch of cereals and canned goods. And then right here, they had like Alfredo sauce. And I'm like, what is Brahms?
What are they making at Brahms?
What's
with Alfredo
Brahms eating
sauce?
Alfredo sauce for? And then, like, I think I go home that night, and then she had like a stroganoff type thing. But then it was like, I go, that had Alfredo sauce. What else did you put in there to make it taste? And she goes, what, you going to not eat it next time? I go, I can't even ask questions. But yeah, don't go to Brahms for the spaghetti. So
That's actually what the biscuits and gravy are. Great biscuits and gravy. Turns out Alfredo sauce.
Maybe it
with
might
sausages.
be cut with something to get that extra, that cheese, that little something you need for it. So perfect. That's what I want in the morning.
We got a new name, Todd Seymour. You got 5 minutes to respond to claim your free Walton's 20-pound meat mixer.
I've read that name a lot. Not only today, but just in general. So.
Here Neil said take it to work. Well, see, that's the problem is I forget to take it to work, and then it's there, and then I have some more, and then by the time I remember to take it to work, I'm like, I can't only take like half of a cheesecake. That's like rude. And people are like, oh, only half the cheesecake, so I might as well just eat it all. Cream puff. Oh yeah, I'd be down for some cream puffs. Coconut cream pie, not so much. But cream puffs, I'm down for that. Kurt saying, "Give it to Kurt."
Yeah.
Oh, pecan pie cheesecake. Oh, y'all, we're getting off.
Is
We're
that a
getting
thing?
out. This is getting out of hand quickly.
That's a thing? Pecan pie
Oh,
cheesecake?
pecan pie cheesecake. I was talking about my wife made cheesecake. That was great.
Don't drop the steaks.
You about
I
drop
almost
that.
dropped the steak intentionally because they're at 135. That's way overcooked for me.
Oh,
No,
dear.
that's
Cheesecake? No way.
Oh, for him. He
Oh
said.
my goodness.
This is my wife's
What is this?
peanut butter.
Wow. Well, he's willing to bring less than half a cheesecake to work.
Well, yeah, and see now only like two of us are going to get to try it, and everyone's
How
going to be
rude,
like,
John.
"Wow, that's rude."
How rude.
But that's John's MO around here. For those of you who don't know, John makes a lot of samples in this room right here, and he's supposed to take them around to all the
As
employees.
many people as are there.
And he for them to try it because we sell this stuff and we need to be able to talk about it. And John's MO is go to one person, go, they had it, and then that's it. He's done.
Everyone. Yeah, he goes.
And here all my sales guys are sitting in the sales room going, "What's going on? What we tried that?"
He gives it to the one guy. Gives it to the guy that agrees with what he thinks it tastes like. And he goes,
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So this is the one that was placed in the. Yeah, it is.
So John's got two steaks. One's
That's gotta
ultrasonic.
be- That's almost medium.
Oh, that looks great.
Let me see.
Looks great.
Let's get everyone else's opinion on the. Guys, you're gonna rate the internal
That does
look.
not deserve to be cut with my knife.
You're gonna look at the internal of the steak, and then we'll rate it. So do the first one. Hold it up a little bit so we can maybe see.
I'll cut them and put them on top of each other.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. I'm not just saying this because my wife.
Yours went
Oh my gosh, that one she made the other day,
Even worse.
and she's never made this before. Yeah, those are a little overdone. If
We'll
this
have them take it back.
this was King of the Hill, we'd have to
I should have
calmly yet
dropped.
politely ask you to leave.
firmly.
Firmly. Yeah.
Okay, so let me pull focus a little bit. I'm gonna punch in. All right, so the one on the left is which one?
The one that went into the soup here.
Sous vide, and then the one on the right,
Is just
right,
the regular one.
the control. I know they're getting a touch pinker, right?
No.
Well, let's rate the one on the left, and then the one on the right.
This makes
Put a number to the L, and then a number. All right, let's do it.
Ryan says, not surprising. John overcooked the steak.
Get out of here, Ryan.
Is there going to be some sort of steak cook-off? Is what Brett was telling me.
I'll be bringing my grill.
Who's participating?
Just John
No,
and
I guess.
Tex, I think.
Is there any reason other people couldn't participate? I would just get to eat more steak, and I'm in for that.
Well, I mean, as the only food scientist here, obviously I'm the main judge,
Or do we have
and
a
what I say goes.
do we have a rubric or like the SCA
We can make
guys?
Take that.
Because I'll make an SCA steak.
Patrick, do you want some of this?
Yes.
Was there a please coming at the end of that?
No.
One of these is the control. Okay.
Yep.
I would
Which
say
one
I was
did
like,
we eat?
well, don't tell us. Yeah, don't tell us.
My favorite part is all the chewing you guys.
Did you cut the same part out of the?
Yep. We're right
Okay.
in the middle.
Okay. I would say you're not going to give us the spinalis on one, and look how much more tender it is.
It's amazing.
So I feel like that first one, I was like, oh, this is super tender. But then by the last bite in my mouth, it wasn't as much. Is there any science to that? The initial tenderness?
Well, it could have been you just had like a ligament in there or something. Oh, more connective tissue.
Oh, I don't like the flavor.
I would
of
say
that.
the first one was more tender.
See, and I'd say the opposite. I think the second was more tender.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Give him
let's keep going,
give him
'cause I
another.
think you
Maybe
were-
he just wants another bite, and that's his way of doing it.
Yeah. No, but that's a good idea.
It's really not.
I would say I don't think there was much of a question.
Like
Yeah,
I
it
said,
was like,
we just. I didn't eat lunch, so this is great.
Like, and the other one's not. It's not that one's not tender. It's just it pales in comparison. One's like a 8, and the other one's like a 4 or 5 on the tender scale.
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
So is that the ultrasonic one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty tender, but I don't know. Just the piece I had from the other one, it was just as tender, if not more.
I was like trying
No,
to find
that-
a crummy one.
I think it's definitely more
There's
tender.
Now that one was also, to be fair, apparently was a thinner steak, so it did cook more thoroughly.
Which
No,
one?
You're insane.
Your control?
The control was just a little bit thinner in the middle. The one we use the ultrasonic on is absolutely more tender.
John said the
Somebody's here.
ultrasonic's more
Whoever.
tender.
Is this the winner?
Just barely. Todd Seymour.
Yeah.
He's our last winner. Yeah, we got him. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. John is the Tom Brady of steak cooking. I don't know if that's a
I'm
compliment.
taking it. I don't care how that was.
I'm not
Who
taking
said
it as a compliment.
I'm taking that as a huge compliment. I'm the greatest
is-
of all time. Of all time.
But is he?
Not this year. Well,
100%.
But
you can't even argue.
No, yes, you can. I saw something last night that made a lot of sense on this whole argument of like
If you have a
who's
top
the
10
greatest.
defense, top 5 defense every year, you could win too.
Okay, then why didn't what's his name? Johnson.
Johnson.
Won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers.
oh yeah.
Brian.
What are you trying to say,
He was an older quarterback. He won.
Oh, I'm not saying he's not
yeah.
any good.
Brian
He
Johnson?
is
Yeah.
the best of all time.
Brad Johnson?
Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson.
So
Yeah, defense won him that one. There was the guy that was the MVP of that game. He was I don't want to say no name, but for all intents and purposes, he was
It was some random
guy that
quarterback.
just had a pick and maybe like a fumble recovery or something.
there's only one sport that truly has a greatest of all time that has no debate to it.
Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky and hockey. Every other sport.
Alexander Ovechkin just score more goals than he did.
No.
Maybe Sid
No
Crosby.
way.
No, did someone tell him or did he just come back?
He can smell it.
I forgot.
Oh no.
I get so excited when there's food around.
John is in
And
trouble
I'd like
with
to
the
remind
CEO.
everybody
My fault.
of what I was just saying earlier about John taking samples around.
Yes.
Confirmed.
But this isn't a sample. This is a test. It's a different thing. It's a different thing.
you
When you're the people paying for the sample, it's all samples.
that fits you perfectly though, John. Like it does.
So, did you find one more? You didn't think so? No. I won't.
Thought they were the same?
Yeah.
I could definitely tell a difference on them.
The Navy number 1 was slightly.
Yeah, that's the one. That we did.
It wasn't like
It wasn't earth shattering. Now we also have to deal with the fact that they are slightly over. How much that plays into this?
they're not terrible though.
They're not terrible, but they
Yeah,
are.
yeah. We were giving you a harder time.
I would prefer it a good 10
Yeah.
degrees colder than that.
Yeah.
Dylan brought his own dessert.
No.
No.
I was telling him about the cheesecake that my wife made, which she brought over to your house, and which did you try that then? No, you didn't try any. You did? Okay.
Wait,
And
this
how
makes it
amazing it-
worse because that was in there while he was in here, and I didn't give him any.
And how amazing it was. So then he goes, "Oh, you got to try this."
Yeah.
That's
going So I on my said that's- review,
I bet.
You know how John works, right?
Going on my review.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
No, it probably won't. You gave me steak.
Oh,
You
that's
gave
a good
me
point.
pie.
He doesn't give me.
So
Golly. Oh.
I was actually not watching. I was out of my office, so I was not watching. No, if they can hear me, I was actually walking around, talking to like the accounting department, and they're listening to you guys. Nobody here gets work done because everybody's got to listen to you just in case you say something about it. So
Let's go. We'll go every department and we'll list our favorite employees to leave.
Oh yeah.
And then-
Let's start with accounting. We know they're listening.
thinking you start with payroll.
Ah, yes, the people that sign the checks.
You mean Gordie Howe? Somebody responded with. That is the other name you hear thrown up instead of Wayne Gretzky. Just putting out. Yeah,
No, it's not
absolutely.
even close. Not even close.
Why,
No.
Are you? I didn't know you guys were such hockey fans.
Well,
all of a
yeah,
sudden.
yeah.
I'm not. I just
Right.
I just
You
look
live
at the
in
numbers.
Kansas. I grew up in upstate New York.
Yeah.
The level of our familiarity with hockey is different.
Oh, I don't even know the rule. Like, I still
See,
don't
there
understand
you go.
offsides. Like, an icing. What's
Icing.
cake? Like, I'm gonna offend a lot of people out there with that comment, but
Do you know what a blue line is?
yeah,
Okay.
The thin.
Like on.
yeah.
Hockey?
I have an ice.
you just gotta stay.
Do you know what its purpose is?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. But then you
Do
don't know what a blue
do you know
line is.
offsides in soccer?
Yeah.
The same thing in hockey.
Yeah, he
Is
said
it
he
the
knew
blue
offsides.
line? Okay.
Yeah.
said he knew that.
Yeah.
Well, then icing is just.
To talk more about sports
Puck
no one
goes
cares
past.
about. Does anyone
okay.
know if the U.S. beat Iran today in soccer?
Does anyone care?
Well, yeah. USA.
Hold on. No, it was more exciting when it was like
John Belvedere says, so John's steak cooking is the same as Mark Sanchez's butt fumble.
Oh, jeez.
It was not that bad.
Yeah,
USA
just talked up.
versus Iran.
All right, so the good news is we don't have to look for an ultrasonic cleaner.
That game is tomorrow at 1:00.
Oh, all right. It works. Like, it helped a little bit, but nothing that I would ever be like, oh, we should do this all the time.
That was.
Well,
I mean, the tender level.
We should do one more test of like
You just want more steak.
maybe.
Yeah.
We should. Well, we don't have to go buy steak. We still have steak in the back. We'll use that.
You guys
There you
still
go.
have those
Yeah.
here?
I thought
You could have
300
just taken multiple of my paychecks and
There's
paid
like
me in steaks for
300
months.
pounds back.
That's what I would have been doing.
we did buy over $10,000 in steaks. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't just eat steak every night.
So I have actually two good lacrosse stories for Thomas Floyd. Actually, I have three. I played long pole, midi my first year, and then close defense from there on out. First year I was playing it.
Are these words right now? Like what?
Came running out of the box,
Lacrosse or something.
checked a guy's stick out of his hand, but the head got caught in a tuft of grass. The pole hit me in a very sensitive place and pole vaulted me over my pole.
Yep.
That was
You almost said it.
that was pretty bad pain. Then,
man.
when I was in college, they call it a crank shot. It's when a attacker midi shoots underhand, and they go so fast, like unbelievably fast. And that ball is unbelievably hard. And again, it hit me in a that was the worst pain maybe I've ever had. And then I've got a big scar right here from I hit a kid, I broke his sternum, but his visor cut me right here. I then stood there, did not realize I was bleeding, stood over the kid, and one of his teammates came up to me. He's like, hey, you're bleeding really bad. And I was just like,
That's not.
yeah, I know. It was the toughest I've ever felt in my entire life. It was amazing.
Man, I wish I went to high school out of town. Not saying you're making it up, but
What do you say?
it could be. I said I wish I went to high school out of town. I said,
Yeah.
not saying you're making it up, but like you're not.
You wouldn't know her, man.
There's no checks
You wouldn't
yeah,
know her.
exactly.
She went to a different school.
There's no
You
checks and
wouldn't know her.
balances. Meanwhile,
She lives in Canada.
my friends would get on this chat and go, "He's full of it." There's no-
Roger Reichart, you got 5 minutes to respond to claim your free gift card.
This one, J. Michael Kaminsky, I think, is asking about this. On the left side of the board, I believe he said. On the left side of the magnet.
What? The knife on the left side of the magnet.
So I think that's got to be this.
Up
Is there a magnet up there?
that the Walton chef knife?
They
Oh,
like.
yeah, that's the 8-inch Walton's chef's knife.
A lot of people don't like it just when there's not enough knives up there. It messes with their OCD. So.
We'll get more knives up there.
Well, it was the first thing I saw when I tuned into the live stream. I was like, that one's crooked and it's off by itself.
You made a lot of noise getting up for that, sir.
Sorry.
A lot of. You all right?
If I sit for a while, everything goes stiff and it's just not good.
Are you going to a chiropractor?
No.
You should.
No.
They help.
Not at first.
Yeah, no, I'm a New Yorker, not a Marylander. Though I was not born in Maryland, but I lived in Maryland until I was like 4. No, it's not. It's not.
It was English I
That's
heard,
funny,
but
though.
not English I understood.
That's funny. All right. So what do we have left to give away? Do you want to draw a winner for something?
Sure. What do you want me to give away?
Did the 20-pounder ever respond?
Yeah, yours hasn't updated.
Oh, it's of course. Is the patty maker still out there? All right. You can draw a winner for the patty maker.
Is this like drawings at conventions where there's not enough people and so we just
What happens?
pick somebody? No, this is a real drawing.
This is a real drawing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we got.
That's fancy.
I don't know how many. I don't look and see how many entries we have right now. We
Is
usually get
Patrick
several
going to write
thousand.
these down and cut them up for us or no? Oh. Yeah. You just click a button? I'm not doing that.
right there.
You can't make me do that.
Click that button.
No.
Okay. Drawing it for him.
Yeah, what if you gave away your life savings?
Yeah.
All right.
I've seen that movie. I'm not pressing the button, you know.
Winner is Joe Bonnie.
Jay.
Sure. Words.
Joe.
Joe. It's got starts with a J and it's got 3 letters.
Let me get Carter back in here,
close.
the two of you. Jay, Joe. No, it was Sam. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. There were consonants in there.
Okay. And what was that for? Oh, that's right. The patty maker.
The quick
This
patty
over
maker.
here.
Patty maker. Do you want to bring that pie a little bit closer?
Yeah. That was good. I would gladly take one any day.
The full pie?
Well,
lot of calories.
I'm not going to eat it all in one day.
He can't even let you enjoy yourself.
Just because I'm overweight, he just assumes you're going to eat the whole thing in one day? Golly. It's kind of rough.
He's auditioning for that Brendan Fraser movie, The Whale, Part 2. There's a movie called The Whale. I thought it was more common knowledge. It's not a dig at you. It's just.
I thought mine was bad.
Oh no! Don't.
Oh,
try
no,
to act
I
like-
thought it was a dig on Brandon Fraser.
Oh, he had to gain weight for it. So.
I don't know.
Guys,
He's
it's
a
making
delightful
this is.
human.
You guys don't watch the current.
I've seen
Critically
things
acclaimed
for The
stuff?
Whale. I have no interest in watching it, though.
Never heard of it.
Oh, you'll be sick of it before. Like by the time it comes down the funnel, you'll be.
We did have knives on here that we are going to give away, so we could draw winners of that too. Ryan claims I enjoy fat shaming. I don't feel like that's true at all.
We're gonna have to cap his comment limit. He's at 100 for sure. God, get a life, buddy. What are you up to? Right
I
now?
said earlier that I liked having a belly.
It comes in. You got a little.
I forget.
Okay.
Well, especially this time of year. You just don't care.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
cold out. It's just whatever.
You know, the
get
Carhartt fits a little tighter, feels pretty good. You know, just
to wear it.
everything's snug and in place.
Yeah, I like layers.
Then come summer, it's not great.
Yeah, it's not a good
great.
feeling.
Ooh.
Ridley family says Dylan needs to be on this more often, so that's
Well,
nice.
They're not wrong. I mean,
You're cool.
I'm the best looking.
I mean, you're welcome at any point.
I'm the
This is-
funniest.
You've been told you're welcome on these and podcasts whenever you'd like.
What's in it for me?
Right, exactly. There's the catch.
This takes away from the rest of my day. So if we can have Reese's pie and steak every time, I'm in.
Okay.
Maybe bring in a little Long Island or something just to kind of top her off. Thick boys.
Thick boys. What did Neil? I said that I was talking earlier about the fact that I like having a belly to rest this microphone on.
Yeah, you can't see it below his laptop there, but
It's
it's
convenient.
just he's
Just
got it
sitting
shelved
there.
up.
Oh, it's nice. I'm enjoying it. We're still waiting for Joe Boney or Jay Boney to respond. Once he does, we'll draw a winner for some knives.
I also have not seen Roger, so I'm going to revoke Roger's win.
What did he win?
Gift card.
Oh.
No. Imagine you won something.
He
you
didn't
weren't
actually
here
win it.
Oh.
No. So you have to claim your prize.
I won a prize one time that I was not there to claim. We were out at the Garden Plain DU, and I think that was when I was with I think Tanner came with me, and we were having a good time at the open bar, and then got a ride to go home, and we left, and then like showed up Monday at work, and Dad's got this Yeti, I forget what size, 50 quart or whatever, one that's like this big. And he's like, "Hey, you won this." And I'm like, "What do you mean?"
I wouldn't believe him.
He goes, "This is the door prize." He goes, "You won it." And there was like some big hubbub because another friend of ours, Todd, was like, it was maybe Todd's, but then it wasn't sure because we kind of walked in and he wrote his name on my ticket and I wrote my name on his ticket. But then he decided, well, you're sitting at our table, so he probably ought to give it to me. So I wasn't present. That was the best prize I ever won, and I wasn't even present for it. So you guys are kind of tough in here.
Yeah. Well,
got to be present.
Got to be here.
Similar thing. Best action movie, high school. I wasn't there to get
Pedro, go to waltons.com/win. There's a couple of ways to enter at the bottom, and we just draw winners from there. So that is how you do that. All right.
Am I out?
You're done.
Is this my cue to leave?
Yep.
Can I segue
Thank you, Dylan.
with
just buy
your gas station stuff right now? What do you mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you could set it up as I start. Here, I'm going to start with some pictures. Or no, we'll just do the video.
Why don't you tell the story?
I wasn't there.
Okay.
John.
Dylan's grabbing some pie to go.
I'll just
All right, so we went hunting last weekend up in Colby, Kansas. Had a great time. Driving myself, a salesman, and our shipping manager up and back. On the way back, we had stopped at a gas station. They got out of the car because not smoking in a company vehicle. So they're sitting out there. I fill up, go in, come out, and I'm sitting in the car, and they're around the corner. I'm just like, I'm not going to wait here for them to get done. I'll just pull around the corner. So I go start to take a right, and I feel like some resistance, which is weird. I didn't run over anybody. I knew that. And I look through my driver's side mirror, and there is the gas, whatever you call it, with the hose hanging out of it. I pulled it free of, so probably the most embarrassed I've ever been in my entire life. But, I laughed at myself.
So this is in a company vehicle.
It is in a company vehicle.
So for any of our other salesmen that are watching, this is why if you're not on the list of official drivers, you can't drive the company vehicle.
Fair.
Because John does things like this.
What good is the list if he's on it? I don't understand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He probably shouldn't have been driving. I'm sure he's not on the list.
Oh, I'm on the...
Here's my favorite
Why?
part.
Why would you be on the list to drive a company vehicle?
He goes to reattach, and his sunglasses even fall off his head. And
then a hunting dog came over and pointed at me for no reason.
Oh, man.
It's like, we found him.
He knew what he was doing.
We found the idiot. You can sit over on this side.
Video of this?
Yeah. Not of it happening, of the aftermath. Of the aftermath. Gas nozzle. Thank you.
Right here, he'll let me try to reattach it. And his glasses fall.
So is Dylan just this much taller than me, or?
No, bring it down. Here, pull it all the way over here.
Like here?
Yeah, whatever's comfortable.
Yeah, they make you like you gotta be there.
Gotta get up in it like that.
So Ryan Jones at some point must have said something because Gary Ty responded saying, Austin loves burnt steak. He keeps reaching for it. Don't let him judge the cook-off. So?
No, the best is I was watching earlier, and someone in the comments there wrote, John is the Baker Mayfield of cooking steaks. I don't know who's laughing about this, but that is the biggest compliment anyone could ever give you.
I heard Tom Brady.
You're in the top 1%
of
1% of cooking steak.
Yeah, I'm
right.
amazing at it.
That's still,
I'll take either one of those, although I don't see the Baker Mayfield as big a compliment. You're Oklahoma. That's right. I was trying to wonder why you like that so much.
You were good at cooking steak in college. That's it.
Rafter W said his wife used to have that posture when she was eating, like putting things on her belly.
Yeah.
But she was 8 months pregnant at that time.
Well, time to, kick her out.
All right. So this is Andrew Flippin, or Flip, as we generally call him. My favorite thing is that when I try to email you, I just type in Flip and you come right up.
It's perfect.
That makes it easy. He is our what is your actual title here?
Product manager.
Product manager. So he goes out and finds new products for us. If somebody's looking like, hey, I need one of these to sell to somebody, he will go try and track it down. The most ridiculous thing we have him on currently is a smoking towel, I guess we'll call it.
It depends what you consider most ridiculous, I guess. Like, most ridiculous as in, why would we need this? Or most ridiculous as in, why is this so hard to find
The other
a
one.
version of?
The first one. The second one I can easily do, like, lots of things are going to be hard to find, I imagine.
That the marinator is the bane of my existence. And
You mean a tumbler, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, the vacuum tumbler is just apparently impossible to find a good version of. And the great thing is it gets shoved in my face weekly. How I'm terrible at
Can't
my job
find it. Why
and
can't you find
get
that?
it. So it's great.
Well, it's not
great.
just the marinade or the replacement for the Marinated Express. We also really don't have a dehydrator, do we?
Oh yeah, we've got the Weston versions.
We've got
the Weston
those,
dehydrators.
but we don't have ours.
True. Well, I brought a couple in and you vetoed them. You and Austin.
It was
vetoed them.
price more than anything, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Just right. That's the toughest thing with when we're bringing stuff in is we don't want to just bring in a dehydrator.
Right.
Right. We want top of the line. We want it to be quality. We want it to be price competitive with everything. So it's not just, hey, go find one type of thing.
Go ahead, grab it.
Sorry, Flip.
All right.
God, you're stealing my shine, Kurt. Stealing my shine.
Just grab the whole board and move it over there.
Top of my head.
Nope, he's just going for it. He's just
I
going
like your
for it.
haircut personally.
Yep. Absolutely. You're welcome. See, I get it too.
True.
It's not just you.
Should I go hand that out to people?
No,
Okay.
I'm going to eat all of it.
Sorry,
once we're
guys.
done
I
here.
tried.
Is there enough? Yeah. If anybody who wants, we can cut some up and you can have some.
Can you taste the radiation that was forced into that?
Nope. Doesn't. There's no radiation taste at all.
I figured the jewelry cleaner would just soak into that.
But it's not just jewelry. You could put tools in there. There's all sorts of things that we could use that for.
See, I don't yeah, you say that, but it's going to get wet unless you're going to vacuum seal your tools as you throw it in there.
Or you don't put like a drill or something, but like a drill bit that's gotten real dirty. That goes in there. A wrench, a screwdriver, a pair of pliers, all of
Well,
these
yeah, you
things.
do that on Tuesday,
All
and then
of
you
these
slap
things.
your meat in there on
Yes.
Wednesday. It's
There's
great.
no safety concerns at all. At all. Okay. Do you have any idea what our Walton's barbecue gloves, what temperature they're rated to?
So I sent you an email on that. I'm going to lowball it, and let's say 600 degrees.
Okay.
Because literally the specs on it say like 932 degrees, which
That's
I
insane.
find absurd.
That is absurd.
But my guess is that's the glove itself, right? Not the silicone coating that's on it.
Okay.
So the coating is somewhere around 450 is standard on the actual silicone part of it. So I'm going to say it's somewhere between 450 and 500 on the actual silicone part.
You could catch touchdowns or falling meteors, basically anything with them. I mean, that is a crazy high. I wonder if that's just until it will catch on fire.
Well, you got to remember inside the cuff is like firefighter thermal lined glove, right? I mean, it's Like that's the part I would believe is 900 degrees plus.
Okay.
I think the coating is where, right?
We're
You
gonna
can
start to
have a
fail.
spec on it and say, yeah, it's rated at this. Well, yeah, the W's gone at that point, and
All right. Were you listening? No. What do you think those are rated for?
Oh, if I had to guess, probably 952 degrees.
Oh, God. Did you CC him? Yeah. Cheaters. All cheaters.
so per the norm, I loop you both in, and Austin reads it, and you don't.
We've been on here all day.
Are you kidding me? I've been checking emails the whole time.
Yeah, we're doing business. What have you been doing?
One of us is doing the heavy lifting with talking,
Do
apparently.
you not check your emails all day, dude?
Do not.
If I don't, I will be so slammed. Like tonight or tomorrow morning, like I have to at least look and see what's going on.
The other day, I didn't get an email. He was so mad. He's like, "What do you mean you didn't get email?"
You shouldn't complain. You were filtering out my emails.
Yeah, that's not.
And-
Well, no, okay, hold on a second. I wasn't filtering out your emails. Sweep didn't work how I thought it worked. I assumed it would just move all red emails. It was just moving all emails. So I've outlawed the use of sweep on my stuff.
You can. I don't know what sweep is really used for. You just create rules. You can create rules and control stuff like that.
Jay never responded, and I don't think your guy did either. You redrew it and said Ronald Shrouds.
Shrouds.
Oh, no, Ronald's good. So Ronald's here, so I got to redraw Jay.
Oh, sweet.
Because I don't see him anywhere.
I like Rafter's idea of making a golf towel and he said for the meat sweats. So just really
Valid.
lean into that advertisement.
But what it's actually for, so if you have a smoker like the PK100 or something like that, get an oversized bowl of water to use as your water pan. Put that in the bottom. Put this like sweat towel in there and hang the edges out. That will keep wicking water up out of the bowl, and it's really good at evaporating off. So you'll increase your humidity a significant amount, like way better than it does with the automotive sponges. It's just they're kind of hard, a little bit more difficult to find. Have you had any?
Yeah, we've got. I've got some traction on it. We just kind of gotta dial in what we're looking for, riding quantities, those kind of things.
Yeah.
That make it make sense. But yeah, actually, I think that one will move fairly quickly. Get something coming on that sooner rather than later.
Any idea on MOQs?
Yeah, probably a little bit higher than we would like, but with a product like that, right? Minimum order amounts not as big of a concern when you're not talking about buying 500 dehydrators versus
Right.
buying 300 towels. you
Yeah.
know.
Like our stuffer flushers.
Apparently, MOQs aren't a problem on that. That's the hottest item in
Wouldn't
town
matter,
right
yeah.
there.
Wouldn't matter. We'd sell them. Ridiculous. People love them.
I think about half of them got sold as like juggling devices around the office.
Or like you said, as something for you to have in your office for me to play with.
Yeah, I've got multiple items for John just on the. I've got a tape measure for him to mess with. There's a knife in there.
There's always knives in there. So Flip's got a knife problem. You want to show him your most recent one? I know you have it on you.
I do. So, see, Brett said I should be nervous about getting slammed, and I was being trapped in here to be berated. But really what I was nervous about is this conversation.
Why?
My wife might want you.
Oh, you don't have that many knives.
So I have in an effort to curb my knife addiction, I signed up for a subscription service. And so I get knife of the month, and this was the first month I did it.
Okay.
And the big selling point is sign up for our service. We give you knives more than what you pay, right? So I got this one. This is a Fox. Very nice knife. I was very pleasantly surprised with what I got it. And then
It's heavy duty.
I
I've already played with it.
of course, did a little bit of research, and more than double the value of what I pay for the subscription service. So very impressed with that.
That is nice.
So
I like
it's one of like maybe 4 knives I have.
Something like that. Something like that. 4 in the last, week and a half?
Well, you forget that it was like Black Friday and Black Monday.
Dude,
Cyber
knives-
That's fair.
Monday, so
That's fair.
you know.
Knives and flannel. This guy's probably got the
Shoes.
I'm probably like less than a couple months away from just open carrying Bowie knives on my hip.
Or you're gonna have the most awesome boutique in town.
Exactly.
Some for everything. Knives for the guys, and then like flannel for the chicks. So
Yeah. See, I tell my wife that hey, if you're gonna have an addiction, right, it's better that I buy knives than buying guns, because I could buy 5 very nice knives for the cost of a decent gun.
sounds like stuff you can resell too.
Exactly. It's an investment.
Nothing goes up in value like a gun.
Ooh,
That's what I
really?
tell my wife.
You convinced me. I don't have one.
basically
So-
gold.
yeah.
It's true. It's true.
That's wild. All the knife talk, that reminds me of that. God, there's such a great concept for a short film. I won't dive too much into it, but the long story short, it was a guy in a parking lot that came and sharpened people's knives, but what he did with the knives, you were unsure of before you got them back.
Like,
He'd kill people with. It's kind of genius though, because then you go, well, here's your knife back, and then there's no weapon.
it's true.
So there
It's
you
true.
go. And I think you did you not star in that movie? Was there?
Not yet. It's in the works. I did some casting stuff, but
This sounds like a late night. Like it's just like I give you 80% of your answer. And what's unique
true.
about that one?
Dan, you guys want any more of this? I'm going to put it in the break.
We're good.
I'm good.
Thank you.
But so I do, if anybody ever breaks into my house and wanders into my bedroom at night, it's not going to go well for them. I mean, there's an arsenal sitting right on top of the dresser there. So
Do you have throwing knives?
I do. That was my family's Thanksgiving wrapped with me, showing my brothers what's up in the backyard there.
Oh, that's awesome.
So like anything with families, everything's competitive. And then with my family especially, it's all fun. And then it's like, we need to ramp this up a little bit. Like, how much cash you got? So my brother was for sure he was going to win. And I was down like 12 points in the last round. And then I just dotted 3 5s in a row. And I'm like, give me my money.
That's awesome.
It's like perfect time of year for like just activity games like that. Just
Yep.
I just started because like I said I had back problems like Dylan, and it's just like just you mentioning that just reminds me. I want to go bowling so bad, and it's so when you have any kind of back trauma, you just like I definitely don't want to get back to that level.
Yep.
But just I don't know, something about it getting darker earlier. I was like, I could drink at 4 or 5, go throw some ball. You gotta give yourself a reason to do these things.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
Real quick, drew a couple other winners, Zach Bradshaw and Angela Reed. You guys have 5 minutes to respond to claim free gift cards.
I got a question, Flip. Is there something that you've wanted to work on and or like reverse engineer that you think would be cool or add value that you just haven't either had the time or just hasn't come across your table yet?
I think it would be really cool for a Walton's custom built smokehouse.
Ooh.
Something that's you take the best of 3 different versions. You work with a manufacturer that can, you can be sure the quality's there and build something that nobody else even has a close version of. You pick everything. We've got great grills. The Louisianas are great. They've got that vertical, but there's things about that like hanging racks inside of there.
Oh yeah.
Well, you would think that's a no-brainer, right? But stuff like that you can add on that just sets yours apart from everybody else's. Some
insulation, some doors, even little stuff where like the mechanism, how it closes and stuff. Like I remember I got one on Deeply Discounted here, and it's fine, great unit, just old vertical smoker, but losing a lot of smoke through the hinge on the door. Mm-hmm. Little things like that, heating elements, or just insulation. Just I couldn't imagine, but I think there's a market for that. I mean, it's just I feel like that would be that would have to be whoever companies does it, like their main thing, right?
Yeah, and that's the great thing about us here is we have the retail side and we know, right, that market of home user, but you could really bring that commercial side into it too, where what are your professional smokehouses doing that the home user isn't able to get, to where you'd almost have a unit that could be used as commercial and retail unit, fits both segments.
And you work it to a point where it's like then they're picking what we have to offer, and then you're doing a one of one. Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said, for every kind of, like I play drums a lot. There's companies that they just make custom drum kits, and it's just like, and you'd be surprised at, like, for 4 drum shells, it's up to $3,000-$5,000, and it's just like someone's willing to pay it, man. They like their niche stuff. So,
yep, for sure. I heard me getting grief earlier when, well, Flip's got notes. He's got notes. He wrote some notes.
I was clearly being impressed.
You can't give a compliment.
What he doesn't tell you is my notes are like, your name is Flip. You work at Walton's.
Hello. You should read some of your notes. Hello. Say name.
Gary Ty says, how long do fresh collagen casings usually last before you should use them? 30 millimeter brats, if that matters. Really doesn't. There's a couple things in there. It's how they're stored and how they're packed. If you've got them in the packaging they originally came with and they're in somewhere that's like cool and dry, dark, like a pantry, you should be able to get, like 6 months out of them. If they're anywhere that's in direct sunlight, if there's a lot of temperature fluctuation, that could change. Best thing I can tell you is when you open them, if you like pull some apart and they're brittle and they break, or they just feel really dry. They should have like an almost slightly oily feel to them. That's how you know they're still fine. But really, if they're in their original packaging, should be about 6 months. Somebody wants to know the name of that knife company, of the knife.
It's Fox Knives. It's a Italian company.
Oh, so they'll all be Fox Knives.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, for the actual subscription service, it's Monthly Knife Club.
Monthly. Oh, that's
and
hard.
They've got, right, if you're the enthusiast guy who, right, just wants high-end knives, then there's a plan for that. If you're just, right, if you want some name brand ones, and you'll get Gerbers and Kershaws and CRKTs and stuff like that, there's lesser plans to sign up for that.
Okay.
Kind of multiple options for kind of what you're looking for. It's pretty cool so far.
We had people over this weekend for like a friend's Thanksgiving, and
we call that a Friendsgiving.
We don't. We just say friend's Thanksgiving. And I brought out my Dow Strong tuna sword for some unknown reason. There had been a few drinks by that point, but my wife took it away from me, so everything was fine. Everything was fine. No problems. Where can you purchase hanging racks? I'm assuming she's talking about rail hangers? No.
So it
trolleys.
depends.
Trolleys, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking for, right? You could do some stuff. Depends on what your smokehouse looks like. You could go just as simple as looking up like our bacon hangers, right? You'd be able to hang smoke sticks from a bacon hanger or something like that if it's just a home smokehouse type of thing. The website would have multiple options. If you already kind of have a bar in there, we also sell just S hooks as well that, right, you could just fit in there. There's plenty of ways to kind of rig it if your current smokehouse doesn't have like a hanging rack in there. Those things don't. There's no electronics and stuff on the side, so you could always just run a hole through the side or something like that and mount it up.
Patrick, where do you want a picture so you can show people?
S-Web Temp.
S-Web Temp?
This is embarrassing one of me.
No.
Oh.
I'm just thinking of
see how shocked I was?
hanging racks and stuff. So this is my older brother. He does not work for us. He got away. But
He got one that got away.
This is his contraption. I'm trying to talk him into a vertical smoker, but so he uses I think he just has Green Mountains at this point.
Okay.
When I say Green Mountains, I mean
Multiple,
plural Green Mountains. But he rigs them so he can hang summer sausage and stuff in it.
Sure.
But this is his latest deal. I'll send to Patrick.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, if you're just looking for something, right? I'm sure it's similar to what Cole did. Is right? You could just get a bacon hanger and rig it up to hang from the roof of your smokehouse. And
But I've seen her on this, and I'm fairly certain I've responded to questions through the website to her, and I'm pretty sure she's a commercial processor. Darn. Home smoker triangle shaped. I was wrong. She just responded as soon as I said that. She asks more commercial style questions. All right, a couple other ones. Isn't sodium erythorbate an accelerator? Yes. Were you guys talking about sodium erythorbate while I was gone?
No.
Yes. Sodium erythorbate is an accelerator. It's an extremely potent one. 7/8 of an ounce is enough to accelerate cure for 100 pounds of meat. So be very careful with it. What summer sausage seasoning would you recommend for wild boar? I mean, it depends on what kind of fat you're going to add. If you're going to add pork fat, like regular pork fat, like farm raised, I would say habanero barbecue is going to work really well because it's got some heat and good amount of sweet. A lot of people complain about the gamey taste of wild boar. I can't really speak to that. I haven't eaten a boar. But I would say that, the Tons, TONS, or, I mean, H. Summers are best selling. So,
All right, I got that picture. Let's check it out.
So, talking more about like the Walton Smokehouse, if we can find a way. I'm not a design engineer at all. I don't know how far you can take this, or we need somebody else and some manufacturing expertise. But can we take like a horizontal smoker and somehow set it up so that you could use it as horizontal and use it as a grill, and then you could like pull the auger in the burn pot, have it on a pivot, flip it vertical, put it back in on the bottom, and then you could have a vertical smokehouse.
Right? You would think as long as your auger path and your pot is the same size, whether you turn it this way or this way, I would think that could be engineered fairly easy.
It would be sweet.
But, yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. You know, being able to, something is a huge differentiator that you're not going to go look anywhere else because it's not out there. Right, it is the only place you're going to get something like that. So I think we'll get there. I think at this point we've kind of expanded a lot of our vendors and a lot of our capabilities of our vendors to where, right, there's stuff that 5 years ago nobody would have went and said, hey, this is what we want. Well, now it's like kind of expected. It's like, hey, we sell a lot of these. We should do our own version of that.
Right.
Except tweak this, tweak this, tweak this. And what's the worst, that happens? We go to a couple of our people and say, hey, here's what we're looking to do. And they tell us either why it doesn't make sense or here's what we can do instead. And find somewhere in the middle where it's what we want and it's feasible to produce.
Because one of the things I think we've kind of found out is that anything's possible as long as we're willing to order enough of them. Mm-hmm. It's the minimum order quantities that are like that might
and molds. A lot of molds is a whole lot of upfront cost. Right, if you're wanting something from air to become what you want it to be, you've got to you got to create molds, and for that to make sense to invest in the molds, you've got to be planning on buying quite a few of them and moving quite a few of them.
Absolutely.
When you said anything's possible, I imagine Kevin Garnett yelling it after one.
I know. I just feel like you got to do like this with your hands.
All right, couple of things. One, the Jason guy never responded, so I redrew. Brian Young, Junge. You've got 5 minutes.
What's that for?
Patty maker?
Yep, thank you. That's the third person now that we're trying to give this away to. Sinister MD asks, have any of you used the Camp Chef Woodwind Pro? Is the sear box really as good as people say? Worth the extra? So I don't know about the sear box. I did watch a video on it the other day and a review on it. It seems like, I don't know, people really, really seem to like it. Personally, I feel like it's trying to solve a problem that's not there. Like, you're never going to get as much smoke with a pellet grill as you will with a stick burner. It's not going to happen. but you're going to get to 85%, somewhere in that range, and that is good enough, at least in my mind. And the sear box is already great. So, Diesel Addiction says, if you make a smokehouse like a PK, make one with a separate smoke generator on the side where you can add smoke at any temp. I mean, that's a huge thing, being able to add like cold smoke.
Well, and that's how the commercial smokehouses work. Is the smoke generator is just for smoke. It's not heat.
Well, it happened to me on Thanksgiving. I was right. My parents, of course, were late to Thanksgiving, so Andrew wakes up super early to start the smoker up at 6 a.m. to have everything ready by noon, and they show up an hour and a half late. So I've got to keep this ham warm now, right? Well, my smoker went out because I was trying to keep the temp too low. Burns out. Next thing I know, I go out there 30 minutes later and it's like 80 degrees.
Oh, no.
We just moved it to the oven after that.
Yeah.
What I really took away from that is you're not afraid to call out your parents on.
Oh, no. Especially if I have to wake up early just to be let down of not eating my product at noon. So a couple other things wrote down that I think we should cover is we are bringing in single strands of cellulose in different sizes. Currently, we only carried the 26 millimeter, but we're bringing in 21s, 24s, 28s, 30s, and 32s.
Okay.
Which is huge for your home guy, right? Because you get one strand, and that's typically plenty for your home user for a strand. Did you have something you were pointing
Gary
at?
Ty asked, either he or somebody else asked this earlier, and he just reminded me. What about canning equipment?
We dabbled with it a little bit, but demand has picked up a lot here lately. You know, we looked into it a little bit when we got onesie, twosie people asking about it, but then I'd say in the last 6 months we've probably got a dozen, 2 dozen requests.
Yeah, there was a big Meatgistics post that just like gained steam and kept doing better and better. But what do we think?
I think for us, I think we can do everything with canning, and we can probably find an option for that. Our biggest struggle is going to be, like, with a lot of canning, you've got glass, right? And with as much shipping and warehousing movement and stuff like that we've got going, glass is always hard to do. Lots of shipping damage, stuff like that, but...
Yeah, because they're all going to... do they all have to be glass?
I don't know, right? It'd have to be a pretty sturdy plastic
right.
because it's just going to...
Very, very strong, right.
Right, it's going to collapse on you, but... Right? I think there's got to be some sort of science out there that...
Not that it's probably the same, but those, which are the...
True.
Those are plastic.
True.
Might not be exactly the same, but the realm at least.
True.
So, I don't know.
I think it's feasible. I think it's something we pick back up on and dig into a little bit deeper for canning stuff.
So still possibility in the works.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a fit. I think it's a fit for us and, our customer base.
Yeah, more now. A couple of years ago, I would have said no, but now I think we have more prepper, like not real prep, like more like me, like not a real prepper.
Which you explained to me last week was like, you'd be surprised how my prepping sucks.
Yeah, like it's terrible. I have ammunition and some emergency food.
Like I got 3 Snickers bars and 1,000 rounds.
It's not amazing. It's not amazing. Basically, I look at the ammunition as if, then I'm going to just go take whatever I want. So,
well, right. See,
that's what I will be.
I don't have to reload. I'll just...
Does your emergency food consist of Hostess Twinkies and Ding Dongs?
No. It is legit emergency food.
So a couple other things and some updates because I know one-shots is a big one. We did run out of those, mostly because we didn't pull the trigger on ordering more because we wanted some redesigns. So we did get those on order, the new version with an updated shaft on them. will be in mid-December. That's on the same order as the new patty maker sausage inserts.
Okay.
So those are looking like mid-December-ish.
Okay.
We'll get that stuff in. I think you covered a little bit the roll holder cutter for the Pro Vac sealer. We're always looking for other options of vac sealers as well. So testing a couple of those out.
Could be pretty good.
The smoking towel, some of the...
Just real quick, the smoking towel is going to turn into this, just so everybody knows. It's
See,
going to be that ridiculous product that actually does a function. It's going to be fairly inexpensive, and we'll sell a bunch of them.
Right. The stuffer flushers was me appeasing John's curiosity thing. And so I'm like, okay, I'll play along. I'll order 50 sets of these. We'll bring them in. And then it was like a week later. I'm like,
They're gone.
they gone.
Order 200 more.
Yep.
They're gone.
So I think the smoking towel's easy. I think we'll have that wrapped up by the end of the year and on the way.
Awesome.
Working on some kind of a more commercial side of things, but it does fit into the retail market with PPE in the last couple years with gloves and masks and you name it. That stuff kind of went crazy. And so we're kind of re-looking at some better versions of gloves, those kind of things that are our Walton branded gloves.
Are we talking about something that's like... Oh, he's back. Are we talking about something that's like the NXT or Nitro?
Yeah, like your Nitro gloves.
Okay.
Yep.
He wants more of the pie. You can take it, man. Go ahead.
Didn't you say earlier, you're like, I wouldn't eat the whole pie in one day?
It was a quarter of a pie. Don't you shame him.
No shame.
Arrowhead, 18 Arrowhead asked about blueberry brat. Dylan, you ever heard of Excalibur having a blueberry brat?
Probably.
Okay. Can't find anything on the... It's a breakfast sausage, Foothills. That's not a brat.
Sausage season.
No. Okay.
Like cranberry, right? We had cranberry, raspberry.
Raspberry chipotle and cranberry summer sausage. I do not care for the cranberry summer sausage, although I like it better than I thought I was going to be fair.
The raspberry didn't have much raspberry twang to it.
No.
It was just kind of an afterthought.
Yes.
What is raspberry made from again? The flavoring?
Rasps.
No, it is a disgusting thing. John Belvedere says, I just want to take a moment to thank Walton's, Austin, John, Brent, and everyone involved in today's marathon live stream. I thoroughly enjoy this every year and think it shows your commitment. Thank you. We appreciate that.
I guess you'll just catch me next time.
You sit behind there and press some buttons.
There's a very big button by my foot that's red. That if I
That could
accidentally
end
kick
this
it,
thing real fast.
Yeah, I got the whole weight of the world right here, guys.
John, do you and Austin like go back and rewatch these?
No.
Live streams, no. Everything else, I go back and rewatch.
Well, I only bring it up because you'd be amazed at how much camera time is just on Patrick's face. you guys are talking and he's just...
Some of it, when they're doing too much, I go, you believe these guys? I'll like look off and do something.
Pans out, rolls his eyes, and goes back.
There's been once or twice where it was just accidentally on me for like 40 seconds, and I'm like, and I'm on delay too sometimes, and I'm watching on YouTube, so I go, oh, that's been on me.
I used to go back and rewatch them all the times before we started writing down who won what. And to make it worse, we used to drink while we were doing these. So we'd have no idea. The first thing I'd have to do the next day is just watch it on double speed and kept skipping 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. And then I'd be like, oh, I think I missed one. Go back a little bit. Yep, they won this. So,
now we take better notes and we don't drink on them.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, we had a few things come in. The moonshine has blueberries in it. It's kind of sweet. I don't remember if I know I've tried that one because I've tried everything, but I don't remember anything about it. James Hoover says, my cart is $125, still not giving me a free shipping option. I'm guessing you have something in there that is an upcharge. So it's free standard shipping, but any upcharges or surcharges, whatever you want to call them, are still going to apply. There was a question about rendering that I can't find. Okay. Can you render brisket tallow from fat trimmings with sous vide or only on a stove burner? I don't think a sous vide is going to get hot enough. But I've got a bunch of brisket trimmings in there, so I will find out sometime this week. I'm going to go defrost those now.
Get that ultrasonic shaking.
Ooh. Probably help more.
Sharon Beauvais or Bovett, you got 5 minutes to respond to claim a free gift card.
Ryan Jones, I see that comment. Let's just keep that to ourselves.
Someone's kind of noisy.
Who, me?
It's distracting.
I'm digging through the freezer. It's not a quiet thing. All right, I'm back. I've got those brisket trimmings out of the freezer. So once they defrost, I'll toss them to sous vide for a couple hours, see what happens. I'll let you know. All right. Were there other notes that you had that you want to talk about?
Not note-wise, but that's the great thing about like these live podcasts and stuff. So I've got the canning item thing written down. Seems like every single podcast, it's either I hear it on there or John comes to me and says, "Hey, somebody brought this up. I think it's a pretty good idea."
90% of my good ideas are just something else said, or somebody else said, and I was like, I'll actually try that. Another one was somebody was asking if we sold gold or black paper, like what goes behind bacon in a vac.
Oh, so just like
to like show
wax
it off.
paper behind there. It just depends.
Don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other options out there of what to get. A lot of that stuff really boils down to what's a commercial guy going to use,
Right.
The guy who's manufacturing that, and if the commercial side's only using white or brown, that's likely what your options are going to be.
That's interesting. I just naturally assumed it was a commercial guy asking this question. Maybe it was a retail guy. I just assumed, like, for bacon, when I'm vacuum packing it, I just use wax paper. I don't, but maybe some people care more about the appearance or aesthetic than I do.
Well, you'd be amazed. Like these days you can kind of customize about anything. You know, like if a butcher shop wants to put their logo all over their steak paper, absolutely. We can order you up a couple 1,000 feet of that and have your logo printed all over it.
Am I wrong that we were going to get some with Waltons on it at some point? I dream about this place way too much nowadays. Very easily could have been a dream.
Nothing I remember.
Yeah, because I remember seeing even like a sample, so that never happened. Somebody was wanting a thinner burger patty attachment for the stuffer. You and I have talked about that in the past, so that's very difficult, if not impossible, to actually pull off. So,
like, are we talking for the quick patty maker?
Yeah.
Yeah, under its current design, it makes it a little bit difficult because you've almost got to have filler in there, and when you add that filler in there, it's either going to make it super hard to get it out of the bottom, or it's going to be super hard for you to see when it's full on the top. I mean, really,
because it's so thick.
Yeah, so when you're doing it, it's probably feasible, and that's another one of those mold conversations where it's right. Currently, you got that clear plexiglass on top of it. You would have to create a mold that sits on top of there and squishes down another half an inch or so to cut down on the.
Yeah, currently I think if the burger is just too thick for you, almost not a smash burger, but get one of those ridiculous sized Louisiana Grill things
like
and just push it down would be the best that I have for it. Did anyone respond to the last one? Sorry, the last person who won? I don't remember. It was, come on.
My last one was Sharon. I got hers out.
All right, Brian Jung.
I don't remember seeing that.
Were you watching when I almost fell into my chair earlier?
No.
That was bad. Well, you were here.
Brian's not
okay.
here.
All right, so we will try again on this. Repick win. Right, no.
Oh, wait, which one is it? Because, no, that's, I drew her for a gift card.
Yep.
I don't remember which one. Deborah?
What are you talking about? This is mine.
Nope, that's mine. Don't touch that one.
It's definitely not yours.
No, that's definitely mine. I literally just did that one.
Okay, find Brian Young in here for me then.
Okay, so it was position 16, which is now Deborah.
18.
No, Brian was 16. So
what happened then? Did you redraw for that?
no, I've been drawing
okay.
additional.
I got what happened.
Yeah.
I got what happened.
So
My bad.
here, I haven't refreshed. Brian is right there.
Gotcha. Yep. Thank you. Deborah Patton. You can have 2 if you can prove to me that you're a descendant from General Patton.
I don't
Any
think.
specific way
I'll
to
buy
prove
her a
that?
second one. I don't know. She's going to have to send me something. She's going to have to send
Like
me
a
something.
picture of her at a reunion.
Pedro, we already drew the winner for November since this is also December's live stream. Waltons.com/win right now is for the chambered vacuum sealer, which is going to be December's item. So can't enter November anymore.
You need to do the last coupon so people can get that out before the day is over.
The last coupon. Nice. Trying to mimic Kurt.
You got to do it in Casey Kasem voice.
I don't think I can. The last coupon. I don't know what he sounds like. Here we go. It was changed just enough from the last one so you guys couldn't guess it. It is 20 cyber, and I just put it in chat. This will give you 20% off, and it's good on all items, including sale items.
Limit of how many?
It's either 8 or 4.
4.
4. Can only be used 4 times, so jump on that. 20 cyber.
20 cyber.
I don't know whose voice that was.
And then I've been waiting.
Deborah is here, but not related.
I have not drawn a leather apron.
Go ahead.
But I have one.
Do it.
So, William Pierce, you got 5 minutes to respond to claim your free leather apron.
Like Zoink Scoop.
And then we also need to draw a winner for, somebody pointed out we hadn't done there are more tumblers to be drawn. How many tumblers have you drawn?
2.
Oh, so we have 1 more.
I like that you just used a pen and wrote JT on your tumbler.
Oh, no, that's not a pen. Feel that. That's engraved in there, sir. That is engraved. No one's erasing that. That is mine.
Embossed.
That is mine. All right. We're going to see how quickly all of these are being used.
Our total viewers probably dropped by 20 as people are changing tabs and going to place an order real fast.
Get it.
Probably
And
less than that since I got on, honestly.
it is. It's already been used 4 out of 4 times.
Wow, that was fast.
People were ready for that one.
There was at least one guy on the second 10% off one that I put through that I don't know if he just had it in his cart, but he probably just went to the sales page, added a chamber vac, and checked out. A lot of orders are like that, just like a single thing. People are just like, oh, buy, coupon, go, pay.
We know one of the people who did that. I forget his name, but he posted. He's like, thank you for that. I got another whatever off the chambered sealer, and it was a name. I was like, oh, well, we know him at least.
Nice.
So that's good. At least it was good people. All right, so we've got that. What else do we have to do? I think we've done everything.
Knives.
Probably take some things off flash sale.
Oh yeah, I haven't been marking anything off there. I don't know what we got left.
I got it. Don't worry about it. Price lists. Okay. We've got the chicken beer roaster, and that's really it. Everything else has already been used. I'm putting the chicken beer roaster. Come on.
Oh, someone kept commenting about freeze dryers. Years ago, I started down that path. And see if anybody has any comments about if they have a preferred brand. I was about to add Harvest Right. I still have all the information. I'll have to send it to you, Flip. But sounded like a good deal. My biggest thing was bags. Hit a roadblock on bags because they're special Mylar bags, and how thick or thin, how long they're going to keep.
Got to have some sort of EVOH coating on them or something.
There's like aluminum in them, so you got a metal barrier so that it can last for 20, 30 years. But I couldn't get a bag supplier at a reasonable price, and I was like, I'm just gonna stop because if I got to be able to sell the bags. That's where in our place in the market there is where we would make the money. We're not going to make a lot of money selling the freeze dryer. It's going to be sell the freeze dryer, and then we're going to make money on bags. So if we can find somebody to get bags from, we could probably do it because the Harvest Right stuff was reasonable. Not.
Yeah, it might be worth it to work backwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Start with the bags and work backwards.
Yeah, because worst case scenario, there are people out there that already have them. We probably could sell a few bags here and there, but
I feel like there was something else somebody brought up.
In this?
Yeah, it was sometime today somebody brought up another item.
We tried to take at least decent notes. The only three things I had for you were the burger attachment, the canning items, and the gold or black paper. We might have missed it, though, to be honest.
It could have been that gold paper
Okay.
that I remembered.
you put some stuff on sale through the price list.
I did, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get real crazy. I'm gonna add one last thing to the flash sales.
Well, most of the flash sales are over, but what do you got?
I just looked up to see how many leather aprons we actually have in stock.
Okay.
And we have enough to last like the next year. So I'm gonna put leather aprons on flash sale.
Okay.
See, this is my life. You know, I dig these things. I put so much time and
cut 'em in
effort
sale.
into setting pricing with the market, and then John's like, yeah, 50% off.
Go ahead. Don't worry. Take it. Have it. Have one. Enjoy. That's what I always say about Pat. He takes these beautiful images of things, and I chop them down to small enough where they're on the website, and they like, no, it looks good enough. It's the same thing. I'm a dream killer.
Okay. Leather aprons. Those are normally $99.99. Got those 30% off. They are now $69.99. I'll probably leave that till the end of the day.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Dustin.
Freeze dryers at Atwood's, $3,000.
Wood Butcher says he won an
They're
apron 2 years
expensive.
ago.
Wait, who what?
Wood Butcher just said he won one a couple years ago.
Oh.
Sounds like you need another leather apron giveaway.
Don't tempt me.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
What Wait, who's William Pierce? I got to see if he even, did William respond? I don't think I've even technically given one away. I don't think he responded. I don't think so. William, it's been 5 minutes, bud.
Ridley family asks if I'll draw the Meatgistics monthly thing, and I will. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, we do a monthly giveaway just for Meatgistics members to make some of you lurkers get off the sidelines and create an account. All right. Winner for that, which is that doesn't make sense.
Randall Carver, you now have 5 minutes to respond to claim a free leather apron.
Okay. How did that happen? So there's already a winner for that.
Did you draw it already?
I guess I did.
Can you tell when you drew?
Yeah.
No, that's when they entered.
Oh. The next day I emailed them.
Oh.
Something weird happened.
Huh. You emailed them on the 2nd?
Yeah. I don't know how that happened.
You probably, I would just draw another one. You probably
thought it
drew from
was-
that for October.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
So
Yeah, because we did on the. So here we did the live stream and there we did it. So that's what I did. All right, we'll draw another one.
Wow. So the cheapest Harvest Right freeze dryer is $2,100, $2,195. $1,500 more to have an oil-free pump. Doesn't make any sense because technically the better pump is the oil pump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should be.
Very strange. Oh, and then we'd also sell more oxygen absorbers too. Another good reason. We actually sell quite a few of those. That was a product that we only sold in the case, and I'm like, we had so many people asking for it, and I'm like, there's no way people aren't going to use these at home. But we started breaking them out, doing 100 counts of them, and we sell a good amount of those.
I've been getting a lot more requests for larger ones too.
Really?
People want them in 50 and 100 and 200 cc versions.
So he's gone, but he was with us for the majority of this. John Belvedere. Congratulations, John. I will email you, and you've won either. It's your choice of a gift card or the quick patty maker. So we will get that. The new one started on the 1st. Because we don't currently have any jerky to give away. So. Austin, who is the guy you were waiting for the leather apron?
Randall Carver.
Yep, he just responded.
Sweet.
Oh, sweet. Congratulations, John. I will actually send you that gift card right now then,
So is
in
there
case you
any-
want to use it on a Black Friday sale.
Is there any active coupon codes right now that people need to know of before we inevitably wrap this up?
I don't think there are at the moment, unless we want to create one.
We maybe should create one.
Okay.
Unless we have something that is like already going to extend, we could tell people about. But all the sale prices come off tonight, I assume.
Yep.
Okay, I would.
Technically, they'll come off tomorrow morning because it's a
Okay.
manual process.
I just do. Can we set up? Does it take a while to set up a coupon that doesn't work on sale items with the whole
No,
jumbo?
it really
of
doesn't.
things?
I mean, it would take me 10 minutes. Not even.
I guess we can tell people what it is and say, hey, just it's going to be active in.
I would
30
prefer that
minutes
we
here.
keep going until I have it working, just in case. Where are you? No, I know you're on this page. You little rat.
What do you?
I don't need your help. I don't need your help. I'll find it myself.
Control F. Control F.
I just did.
Probably just took permissions away.
Oh no, you
honestly.
got to department media, then get to it.
Darn it. I said I didn't need your help. God.
What are you adding? I'm adding to my list to talk to Chris about. 50?
50.
Okay. And that was John Belvedere?
Yep. Okay. Now, coupon will be 10% off any non-sale item. Marketing.
How much are you?
10% off any non-sale item. Let's not.
Just FYI, he made the camera flip to him when he said that. I know it.
He's trying to build up support amongst the audience for himself.
I think he could do. No, it's like I think he could do 20, 25. 30? Austin said 30.
It's like an auction going
What is?
on.
No, there's there's like an item or two you could do 25 or even 40% off.
Sure,
of.
there's an item or two like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but there's
And they wouldn't want them probably. but-
and there's also no way to make it like this 20% on this product and 10% on this product.
I think you need you only put out 3 of them and it's 25% off.
All of this is going on your review.
Anything you want. Good, quick thinking, advertisement mind. Like, yeah, what else? I'm pulling positives out of this one.
Literally, the camera has been on him for the last 3
would.
minutes.
No. You get that costs extra. I've got my hours
We get the voice,
marked down.
but,
Yeah.
you know.
I got to renegotiate the look.
5-pound chub bags. We should have those. I'm pretty sure. Greg is asking about
Yeah, I think
those.
we've got 5-pound in white and clear.
I gotta look now. Da-da-da-da. White, clear. Let's see.
Nope.
We have them in ground beef. We do not have them in clear. We have them in plain white. Let me check some of the other variants. Those are probably all the only other ones. We have them in pork sausage meat bags. So pork sausage, plain white, and ground beef. We have 5-pound chub bags for.
Hey, GWG. I think that's the best price you're going to get on a grinder. And these coupons are going out for non-sale items already. So if you're going to get a grinder, that $100 or $150 on whichever one you're getting is probably the time to get it right now.
I think my son is watching because I just got a text message that said he needs a shout out. So,
Aw.
hey Leo, love you, bud. I'll see you at home soon. Hope you're having a good day.
He better have been watching all 5 hours. I'm just saying.
I'm hoping he took a nap, but we'll see.
Why? He'll just go to sleep. Isn't that better when kids are tired?
You get overtired, and then you get extra cranky, and you don't want to sleep. Like,
yeah.
Fair point.
you need. It's weird, but you need the sleep to then be sleepy.
Okay. Let's check. I'm going to make sure this is working fully before I announce it because we've been through this song and dance many times before.
And Leo, you're also getting shout outs in the comments too. People are saying hi, so you got a lot of people saying hi to you, bud.
Okay. I hate you. That stupid ad. Or not ad, that app.
Oh, did I send you?
Now.
Was that in? Did you look at the list of apps I sent you?
No, not yet.
Okay, one in there might
Lock
be
those?
for that. Yeah. If not, then I
Or
forgot
use
to
that.
include it, but it's in there.
I think the main one's gone now, though. I think like it pulls now like free 2 ounce.
I would give that coupon code to if it's still active. I give that to anybody that wants it. We should just include them in orders. Don't even tell people it's coming. Just go, here's your free gift.
So Taylor and I talked about a while ago him pulling a certain number of orders that have jerky seasoning in them, and me walking back like and filming it and just throwing bags of jerky in that, not saying anything, and then waiting a couple days for them to get there and then releasing it on social media. We could do the exact same thing with injectors, with those 2-ounce injectors. Just anybody with a injectable seasoning,
That wouldn't be
toss
bad.
them in there. Or we could just do a promotion that automatically adds them.
We could just, that'd
Yeah.
probably
You're
be the
getting
easiest.
this regardless
So, yeah.
if you want it.
Yeah.
You don't have an option. All right. I've got it working.
I
Let's
guess-
just make a little bit absolutely sure.
So while John's finishing, a little backstory on that. We somehow did something wrong or something on ordering one of our injectors, and we ordered enough to last us like 20 years. Literally like more than we will sell in a long time. It's the awkward size, the 2-ounce injector. Not many people want that one, and for some reason we bought it like it was our hottest selling injector, and so now we have tons of them.
all right.
Patrick, that is one you could put a 40% off.
Cyber Monday.
I'm gonna run a whole ad just on our injectors and just say half off. So
10% off. It's Cyber Monday 10. So it's on any non-sale item, and it's capped at $100 value.
Cyber Monday 10.
Cyber Monday 10. I posted it in chat.
Now, good luck
Be fun if you-
finding something John did not already put on sale.
There are tons of things. Use seasonings. There are casings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
There are
true.
tons of things you can use them on. And we never put those things on sale. So this is one of your very, very few times you're going to get to be able to use it.
I would use it on that garlic seasoned patty. Oh, that's
Oh, yeah, that is
Oh, my God.
so good, but so expensive. It's like
Best thing.
$29.99 enough to season 10 pounds of meat.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's like
No.
ridiculously higher than the other patty mixes, but it is ridiculously better than any other version.
It is by far probably the best. So I always said there's very few things that I've ever made and brought around here, and everybody loved them. Chicken on the Run is one of them. Popcorn chicken was another one, and then that. Literally everybody was like, that's the best burger I've ever had. I'm like, nobody's going to want to pay how much it is to get it, but it is absolutely amazing.
Well, it is. I did see somebody in the comments earlier. I don't remember what seasoning they were talking about, but they were like, "Why is this seasoning?" It was jalapeno something,
popper.
right?
Yep.
And it's 100% dependent on what's in it, right? It's the cost of the ingredients.
Yep. And they can fluctuate so wildly too. Like that one's got, I think he said sour cream and Parmesan cheese in it. And those can be difficult to source. So all sorts of things. All right, a couple of things. Just Cali Guy says, be fun if you guys also got the customers to send pick back with the surprise item from their order. That would be actually a really good thing to do. And then Bob Stellick, you ought to develop a calendar with recipes, picks, and conversion charts and coupon of the month. I don't know. Yeah, we've been thinking about it for a long time. It's just somewhat difficult to do.
What's our Nebraska friend?
Huh?
Beekeeper. Nick Hall. Nick Hall. When I saw a calendar at first, I was like, Nick Hall's on here.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah,
million
so we have
different
Nick Hall,
calendar
who has requested us do calendars many times. Many times. I didn't see him on here today.
Who's
so-
Mr. February this year?
What's that?
Who's Mr. February this year?
What is February special?
It's gone, dude.
Okay.
They'll explain the joke
Go.
to you in the
Oh,
comments.
Lynn Fletcher says, enjoy the pecans. That must mean he sent us the smoked.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. And as I said, I will send you some of my deer jerky as a thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, 10% off coupon for anything you want, I would say is pretty cool.
So you say You get to save the tax.
True.
Sweet.
Do you remember when ordering things online was tax-free?
No.
How old am I?
Technically wasn't tax free.
Yeah, they just weren't charging
They
it.
weren't collecting
It was
You were
amazing.
supposed to report it.
Whatever.
On,
I was 18 and not paying
It used
any
to be all
taxes.
about out of state,
Yeah.
and right, you didn't collect tax
was
out of
amazing.
your
It
state.
was the best.
AKA, you just didn't say you sold it.
Well,
Well, what were shipping times back then?
long. Very long. Yeah, that wasn't good. See, there he goes. Just the Cali guy might be Nick Hall's brother or something.
No.
potentially.
Could be. This is why we don't do calendars.
Yeah.
We would have to go on a severe diet.
Or would we?
There you go. Broken. Yeah.
That was great.
See, there we go.
That was great. We're going to start having you on the podcast more, I think.
We found out who's doing January.
Once a month.
Oh no, I'm June, baby.
Once a month when his knives come on, we're going to have him on the podcast just to talk about that
Just
and
a breakdown.
make comments. Yeah, see, Janie Langerman says Amazon was tax-free for years. I remember when I started seeing tax on internet orders, and I got really mad.
It's never been tax free. You just the onus was on you to report it and pay it. Now the
Not on
states
the
have
business.
they weren't getting people to do it, so they started suing companies saying you need to do this for us. And
All
so now the
taxation is
companies-
theft, so I'm not going to
Yeah.
willingly give my money to a thief.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Okay.
So, John Trim at irs.gov.
Come on. Come for it. I pay a guy a lot of money each year to make sure that he comes with me if I ever get audited.
Oh, that guy will be busy that day.
Sorry,
like-
can't do it, man.
Well, it's like
can't do
it's
it.
every guy that's like, oh, dude, I'll call my lawyer, and then the lawyer's not showing up for that guy's court
And then
date.
it's his buddy.
Yeah,
And it's just me, soul crushed, waiting at the IRS by myself. No.
man.
All right. We're good.
Is that it? Wrap up?
We got everything.
We should pretend like we're having an after party show after this. Hey guys, go on over to this link where you can.
I'm going to go back to shipping and see how they're doing. If they
the
need any help or
extended
anything.
show.
Oh, I haven't even looked to see where we're at today. Have you pulled it up at all?
Oh, a bunch of times. I had it up constantly. All right, guys.
22.
We don't
3.
want to say.
Oh,
Let's go.
We're getting so close.
See you guys.